Hello. Oh, hey, Vacation Ray. Hi. 3 days of Squiiji in a row? Huh? How crazy.
Oh.
How odd. This is so unusual. I don't think I've ever streamed 3 days back to back like this. It's kind of a lot, not gonna lie, for me. But honestly, it's good. Yeah, I would say, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the week so far. Best week for you guys. My voice is a little worn out. Just a little worn out. Squeegee, ooh, wee, ow, hey. Also, yeah, I don't have the time to recover between streams from when you guys bonk me in the head with things, throw desks at me, all of that stuff. All of the pain, all of the bruising that I sustain from being live, all the neck damage I get from my head being spun. I don't get to recover. Why are you so tiny? Because I'm going to make an educated guess and say that Ryuku shrunk me. I'm gonna make an educated guess. I think I'm going to be right. Take care of voice, EG. Don't worry. I have been doing, all of the right things to take care of my voice. It's just a little worn out. I can't be shouting so much. I do a bit of, when I do like funny scrunkly voices, it makes my voice get a little hoarse. There's not usually horses around here, but it gets a little hoarse. So I just have to make sure that I'm not going too crazy with the way I'm talking. But that's okay. Yeah, people are moving me with the redeems. They just put me on T-pose, but somebody spun my head, which makes me have my arms back. So now I'm just over here. Squiiji's approaching in the distance. I'm just far away from you in this field right now. I'm really not actually short. I promise, I swear. Wow! And I'm approaching you. Put those fists up. Get ready to fight. Bam, wham, ba. Yeah, I can get you with like a hook. Bam, ba, boom, ba. Don't start neighing, EG. I won't. I'm not a horse. We're not horsing around today because let me tell you, I'm too short. Let me tell you, we're locked in today. Yesterday we got through 8. Today I'm gonna see if we can do 10 designs because that will put us on pace that we can finish Monday. If I fail to get us, to 10 today, I will have to start stream at noon again on Monday. I will have to do a 6-hour stream on Monday, which is not the intent right now. I need rest. You know, honestly, all things considered, I am more than happy to put all these hours in because it's for a good cause. It's for charity. Don't take what I'm saying as complaint. I just gotta make sure that I still have time to make sure that I can do other projects. I have not gotten to really work on any of my other commission work this week at all, which has been a little rough. But tomorrow morning I'll get to work on some, and well, I'll probably end up working on Saturday. What can you do? We'll see. Thank you for supporting Cure Cancer. Australia? Yeah, of course. Oh, hi, old mate. You're one of the fellows we looked at yesterday. I saw you DM'd me potentially about some of the artists or like where we can find you. We were looking for you specifically, trying to figure out where your content is. So we want to find where you are. So look, Shroomates, there he is. Found. Yippee. If you need more time, you can give yourself a break. I don't know what that word means. I don't know if I can do that. I don't like having things hang over my head, so I need to get it done as effectively as I can, because also people donated. I don't want to make them wait. I want to get through them as quick as we can. Please react to Lily Goth? Lily Goth. Wait, hang on. So we got a couple housekeeping things. I'm so short. This is so difficult. Can I be like a little taller, please? Hello. Hang on. Wait, I have a camera that's for when I'm short. There we go. Let me step on my step stool. Get up here. So I have a couple of miscellaneous little housekeeping things that I have to say before we get in, because we do have to lock in today. We have to lock in so I can get through the proper number of them, of the critiques. So, the things that I have to ask as questions for today are, or not ask as questions, I'm just reconfirming a couple of things. They are as follows. Bailina Luna and Rex Tauti, you guys are guaranteed Monday, so that's good. You two are part of the reason why I'm trying to make sure we get through 10 today, because if we don't, I'm gonna have like 2 or 3 maybe left over on Monday, and that would be awful. I would hate having just like 1 or 2 left over. So we'll get to that. Molly, Molly, I don't know where you are or if you are here. Oh, hello. Oh, I tower over you. Be very afraid. Question for Molly, if you are here or if you're watching the VOD, please let me know. Sorry, you just have to deal with me being like this for now. This is the ramification, your actions have consequences. Molly, I need you to let me know if you want your critiques publicly, because you had checked a box on VGen, which is where you'd submitted your model to me, in a way that makes it seem like your model design might be private currently, and I don't want to spoil your model live on stream. That is like a great fear of mine. So please confirm to me some way, somehow, I'll see if I can track you down some other way, that you are good with that being shown on stream. I just want to make sure. I don't want to put us into a rough situation there. And then Techno This is submitted a donation on behalf of someone else, but I just need to make sure that the person you're submitting on behalf consents to having their design critiqued. You're part of someone's fan club, mayhaps, and I need to make sure that their design is one that you consent to having critiqued. So we just got to make sure of that. Yeah, I am standing on top of a ladder right now. Let me come down. I don't need to be up there. There we go. So yeah, so those are, I think. Oh wait, there's one more. Okay, Corey, I think you're here. I saw you. Corey Bite, you are also within today's. I had you on the thumbnail, but I had a moment of confusion in that. Hi, yep, there you are. Hello. Moment of confusion, very briefly, in that your most recent submission to the form was like in the 500 range, which is like months and months and months and months ago. And there is a more recent version of your design that I had seen in the server. And then also on top of that, all of the links that you had for in that submission that were like for your lore and stuff like that don't work, unfortunately. Click them and they go 404 unfound. So I may need a little bit of help, but if you're here today, then that'll make it easy. You can probably fill us in where the lore is missing, but we're having a little bit of trouble. So yeah, yes, consent is mandatory. Consent is cool. Kids, do not critique the designs. People who do not consent to having their designs critiqued. That's like the whole basis of us doing this. So I just have to make sure. I don't want to jump scare this VTuber who this person is a fan of if they are not prepared to have their design critiqued. And also same deal for like their artists and stuff like that. Gotta make sure we're critiquing designs that are approved. So yeah, hope we get the window peeking right. What do you mean? Peeking into what window? Okay, links being broken is weird, but we'll do. Yeah, I click on I copied and pasted the links out of the submission form and they just go to 404 unfound. So we'll see that when we get there. We're not started. You're like 2/3 of the way through today, I think. We're still trying to go in order, more or less, so we'll figure that out. But let me say, Mimi-tan and Minori Bug, and also there was one other fella too. Where was it? Before I went live, I think. Kiwi Woo Wee Woo. Thank you guys for following. That's a good name. Kiwi Woo Wee Woo. And let's take a roll. Shroomates, who's here today. Crazy, unusually potentially difficult week for taking roll this week because I'm live on days I'm not usually live. So don't worry, your attendance will not be affected. These are just like meeting outside of class days today for some reason. Let's see, where's today started? Here it is. Bleak, Hoshi, Sticker, Star Heron, Rex, Dell, Edward, Electro Thrive Shells, Corey, Amber, Angel Kitty, Paimon's Crown, where are they? Hang on. Oh, there we go. Nebula Cone, Marshar, Selma, Nilo, Gin and Tonic, Huntress Wayne, Shadumi. Hi YouTube, or hi Twitch fellas. YouTube Shroomates was here. I see Hunted Story, Lisa. Hi, I know Moss Cake is here also. Memority. Hi Shroomates. I'm glad you've joined us today on an unusual Wednesday. Very unusual Wednesday. I feel like Wednesday is the day I've streamed the least, maybe, other than weekends. I don't think I've ever been live on a weekend. But lock in. You ready to lock in? We're going straight into it today. We are going right directly into it. No preamble, nothing. Also, lurkers, don't worry. I see you. Your roll has been counted. Also, same deal for VOD watchers. You've been counted. Also, wait, hang on, just fast quick. Edward and Alive to Thrive, thank you guys for the, I mean, I should thank people always for this, but for the timestamps for the last 2 days of crits. It was very kind of you on YouTube. So if you're somebody who was critiqued potentially, or you're trying to see if you were critiqued yesterday or Monday, Alive to Thrive and Edward were very, very kind and time-stamped the VODs on YouTube. So yay! That should make it easy for you guys to find your crits if you need them. So thank you. I always appreciate it so much when the fellas do their little like timestampy things on the YouTube. Umi is like always giving us a starting timestamp. Same deal, like Ruko will do a starting timestamp. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's so nice. Thank you for the timestamps. I already used them. Yeah, I use them too when I go back for things where sometimes I'll be like, I said something clever. I said something I think I want to go back to, or like remembering something. And I'm like, oh wait, where is that? And I will use them to go back. It's so helpful. Yeah, locked in. So let's see, let's jump into our classroom. Yippee. You guys see me looking at you through the screen when it comes down? Every time it does that transition, I'm like, or like I'm getting drowned out. Oh, Miu Lily, you are today. You're, I think, second today. You are in here. Yeah. You'd mentioned providing us Shroomates with the edited designs in Discord somewhere. Will that occur? It will occur, but I've had no time. I literally finish stream, eat dinner, and then immediately have to do like other things like laundry and stuff. So I have not had the time to upload it, unfortunately, yet. They're just checking it'll happen at some point. Yeah, it's likely to probably happen like tomorrow morning, maybe, once I finally get a chance to do something. Oh, disembodied hand. My hand like resets itself when I'm switching scenes sometimes. Hello, can I have hand? Hello, can help? Can have hand? There we go, yeah, there we go. Hand! Hope I'm not in the middle of a doctor's appointment. Arnar! If you're leaving for that, you can let me know and we can just shift you to being later if need be. Don't worry. Try not to burn out, e.g. burnt mushrooms aren't tasty. That's true. I definitely, the fact that I'm gonna have 4 days in a row where I'm not streaming will help me refresh and replenish a little bit, so I should be okay. Don't worry. Less than 20 minutes into streamer at Rubric, we are locked in today. We are locked in. We're trying to do 10 crits today in 5 hours. That's 2 per hour. I think we can do it. I think we can do it, maybe. Hi, car cuties. I think it's possible. We'll have to see. How do you get the hand? Yeah, it's my tablet is the hand. So, once again, I've gathered you here today on an unusual Wednesday crit day. Moss Cake, you are probably Monday. You are one of the final people who had submitted. You're like in the last 5, I think, of people who had submitted. So I don't think you're today. I think you're Monday. I've gathered you here today for more VTuber design critiques. This is an unprecedented quantity of critiques in 1 week. We usually critique, what, 6 designs in a week? We've already critiqued more than 20 this week. Can you believe that? Can you believe that I managed that? I think we critiqued 21 designs this week so far. Wild. That's like a whole month's worth of critiques almost for me. Just in 1 week. Today we're aiming for 10 to take that to 30. Crazy, crazy. Because theoretically, there are 44. Some of them aren't. I think there's like almost 40 critiques total that needed to get done. So we are working hard. Shrooms, we are locked in. We are working hard. You're the final show. Final show of what? Oh, redesigning now. Oh, good luck with redesigning. Depends if we got a gotcha critique too. Oh, I mean, I don't really count the gotcha crits towards, this is for model critique. Even if we're counting like the character design critiques that we'll do on Thursdays, I still only get through like 12 designs in a week usually. So that was, I got 12 on just Monday. Yeah, Shroom Strong with the lock-on technology. I have one of those funny little scopes on my spore shooting weapon that I have here before me. I'm locked on. I'm aiming down the sights. I'm focused. This is actually really hard to do with this. Hang on, let's see. Yeah. Bam! I'm locked on. Bam! Locked on. Nothing but bullseyes. Bam! You haven't seen the gun in a while, huh? You guys have been nice. I haven't had to use it. So, to get us started on the right foot here, rubric with our lovely rubric Chan for the week designed by Iris. We haven't seen a lot of Iris's rubric Chan. 3 days this week. Usually you only get 1 or 2 days of a rubric Chan, but to this week we get 3. Crazy. Don't hit me also. Don't make me pull back out. 'Cause I will. It's always ready. It's always here. Don't make me. Be good. Don't hit us. I'm not gonna hit you. Why would I be locked on to shoot you? I'm not going to. So, here is our rubric Chan, who is the personification of our lovely rubric that we used to grade. Me, in true teacher fashion, I have a rubric for these character design critiques to make sure I can be as objective as possible so we can acknowledge and remove as much of our biases as we can and stay objective. So, here is our rubric. Our categories are as follows. You can get 2 points in each of these categories. They are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. To get full points, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, well executed, works well at a distance. Interesting is also one of the important words we have there. For no points, your palette would be experiencing low contrast, clashing, overwhelming color choices, or I'm just slapping you left and right with color layers. Silhouette, to get full points in silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. You should also be able to be the most dangerous ladder I've ever seen. If I draw a rung for a ladder, everywhere there's a major point of visual contrast traveling up your design. If your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or has ladder design, a climbable ladder, a ladder that OSHA would approve of, no points. For complexity and clarity, to get full points, the model should be well-balanced, details should support the focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a marketable plushie without having to remove everything that makes you you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the level of detail is too high, if you're too complex, or if you're too simple to the point of genericness. If I can't make you a plushie. 4. Focal points, to get full points. Oh, I'm doing a funny voice thing already. Hang on, I need to take a beverage. All right, there goes my throat no. There we go. For focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The focal points are your eyeballs, or at least your face, at the very least. Ah, cozy G. Should at the very least be your face, not the assets, not other places. We should look you in the eye as a VTuber, and there should be more of a focus on the upper half of your design anyway, because that's what most of your viewers will see, and it's how they've established a connection with you and can relate to you, mayhaps. So, no points will be awarded for focal point if the focal point is fully obscured, lost, if you're doing some low contrast nonsense, no points. What if you have eyes below your assets? Why would you have eyes down there? What if you're upside down? I don't know. You guys always like to ask me questions about that one, huh? For concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive design motifs. And what this includes is things like being able to visibly discern your personality, color palette, things like aesthetic choices for clothing, or, you know, fashion, different kinds of like fashion styles, what your occupation is, what species you are, what things you like. All of these things go into your concept. I should be able to see them in you by looking. You will get no points for concept if the concept is unclear or non-existent. If you are you but blue, that's fine. We will have a you but blue kind of today. Hoshi, you kind of end up being my like stock standard example. You're you but blue, but you are also a star. But if you're you but blue, but for some reason green, that is no points. But if you're you but blue, that is technically still a concept, and you will still get some points for that at the very least. Stop bonking me. Hey, we're being cozy G right now. We're being comfy G. No bonk, no hit. So, bonus points can also be awarded. We gave some bonus points away on Monday. I may have also forgotten my bonus points yesterday. I think I forgot a bonus point for somebody who was on the fridge because I didn't do them in the order that I usually do them in, which is what reminds me to make sure I give this category. So we're gonna try and focus today and make sure we do award our e.g. put you on the thumbnail point. So, bonus points. You can get 1 point for having a super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, or if I just like your design, I can give you, a gold sticker. I can put you on the fridge or put you on the thumbnail. So those are our bonus points. So, are we ready? We're what, like 20 minutes into stream, and I am starting. Are you proud of me? I'm proud of me, honestly. Yeah, not called out. Being used, yeah, you're being used as a shining example. You're you, but blue, but you have enough of a concept that there's not a trouble with it. Don't worry. Some are on the fridge. I'm in EG's fridge. I'm eating Jubby's food as we speak. Nilo, that's not very nice. Please leave Jubby's food alone. Jubby paid they money for it. They need access to it. Also, Hoshi, we can't start with you. We were gonna start with you, but we can't. I thought we were going to. Because we didn't complete the final one from yesterday. So here's the final one from yesterday. It's like a trend. We didn't get to Selma on Monday. So then Selma overflowed to yesterday. And then Huntress Wayne overflowed from yesterday onto today. So you're second. I think I said you'd be first yesterday, but I forgot. I forgot. So, here we have before us Huntress Wayne, she, her, at Huntress Wayne. Midnight Wayne is a superhero who banishes darkness with powers of light. Aha. So, I can definitely very clearly see the superhero angle here. Classic, like, superhero design is very skin-tight outfit with, you know, clothing that almost mimics, like, the shapes that you may find undergarments or bathing suits in. Usually very color blocked, you know, got clear distinction of blue and black as the two main colors. And, you know, how could you misunderstand concept here with the mask, right? The thing that I think this design needs is, I think you need to visually indicate the other angles of your concept. So, superhero, we see that. Banishes darkness with powers of light. If I were to guess what your superhero power is by just looking at you, I don't know if I don't know what I would guess. I might guess that you have some sort of water-related power or other things that could be associated with the color blue, but I wouldn't think of banishing darkness with the power of light. Yeah, it does look like, yeah, like a vigilante. Nightwing, yeah, I could see a little bit of Nightwing too, which might be leaning into us feeling vigilante here. So I think we may need to incorporate that into the design a little bit more. And unfortunately to me, a lot of superhero outfits can feel very generic unless they have a very well integrated secondary motif to them. So it leaves me wondering if there's ways we could incorporate, you know, darkness and light as like the two sides, you know, the duality into this design in some way. I thought she had darkness powers? Okay. I mean, that's sort of the opposite. I think she has light powers. Maybe she's hiding in the darkness. So, some way to incorporate that might be beneficial, where if there was, you know, mostly a dark outfit, but we can see that, like, you know, the light is encroaching on this design somehow, you know, just miscellaneous thinking of things. Like, if we had a lighter tone that was like creeping up from, like, you know, onto the glove or something. Just like something where we're getting an indication of light in the clothing, even if it's just like gradients or something too, where the arms aren't fully dark. We get like a lighter color somewhere in here. I'm just gonna try a gradient here and see if that's what I want. Also, why is my brush so pixelated? There we go. Fixed it. Honestly, I might that one even later than I have it. Sadly, most superhero with light dark powers have monochrome theme, and I want to avoid that. That is okay. Also, hello. I see that you're here. We can avoid that. I don't want to take away your color. If anything, I want to give you another color, where I feel like a gold accent or an orange accent might be nice. That way we can get that light angle maybe a little quicker. We're like. And then if your gloves were right, that might help us understand that there's sort of like a little bit more to you as far as you are bringing light to things. You know, your hands are the, your hands are the not object, but the hands are the part of you that you are using to bring light to the situations. You are taking things into your own hands. Gold sparkles in the sleeves. Yeah. Color changing prism would be cool. Yeah, the other thing I saw somebody say that I think might be nice for this is a good old classic. I think you need a good old classic hero logo. What is your superhero logo? I feel like a lot of heroes end up with very interesting logos, and that ends up you know, giving them something they can differentiate themselves with. And the idea of using like a prism or something might be very nice for this. Also, I'm still being cozy EG. I don't know why. I can go back to being regular EG now. And also being tall EG now. Figure out how to do it. A color changing. Yeah, light prism. Getting a break of dawn, like the encroaching light aspect to the outfit. Yeah! I want to see the light. Ooh, hang on, wait. I want to see the light reaching into this design in some way. Ruku saying, getting break of dawn, encroaching light aspect. What if instead of, I'm just making these lighter right now, but what if this was almost like a sunrise that's coming up your arms here, where we could have, let me lock this, like, we just get some like subtle, what order the colors go in a sunrise? Hang on. Is it blue right in the transition? Nope, I don't need to know what time sunrise is, I just need to know what it looks like. Blue against, hang on. Blue against black and then closer to gold with the fingertips probably. Yeah. Never even thought of a logo. Yeah! A logo is such a classic superhero thing to have. And if it's, the logo can give us a lot of the hint that we need maybe about what your power is. So for, let me see. I think like, these might not be the right colors, but I'm gonna try. Transition color of blue, potentially. Against that, or maybe it's purple? Hang on, wait. How does, what does it look like when the sun rises? Yeah, wait, it's only red around the sun, okay. If it's just a symbol, it can tell a bit more of powers. Her blue is reading sky, but that's not a bad thing. The sky can be related to light. That is where all the light that we experience does come from. So if I go like this, I can add some bands of, you know, other colors to transition us into like a sunrise of some sort. Let me get some like pinks and orange. These are like not properly in the right area, but if you, that might need to be more saturated. And then, you know, the gloves could be fully bright. Right now this can make them really focal, but we could use that somewhere else on the design. But I think that will start getting us into, you know, the light is encroaching on the design. You could have little flecks of light spots on the upper arms to reinforce the fact that this is like the night sky up here that we're referencing. You know, get your little constellations in there. So then we'll get some of those hints in the right direction. We can add a little more spice around your head to make sure that's still focal despite your gloves being kind of bright colored. But I think this might be an interesting angle to take. Blue, purple, orange, red around the sun. Yeah. Something sun related for sure. Red light bends more than the other colors, so a red, purple, blue transition makes sense. That could also work, yeah. Potentially. Maybe repeat that as a hair shine highlight? Yeah, that could be good. If we were to add a nice hair shine highlight, you're getting what I did to Selma done to you. Everybody gets a hair highlight this week from EG. You get a hair highlight! And you get a hair highlight! And you get a hair highlight! There we go. You ever needed to know how to draw hair highlights that look decent? Big shape, make it taller on one side, shorter on the other. You could even make it like diagonal. It doesn't have to be flat across the top. Erase out anywhere where the dark spots in the hair are, or like where there's little like transition points where you've got your little tufts of hair intersecting. So look kind of like that. Like that, and then there might be like one that could come up partially through some of these. Whoop. And then one here. Make sure you don't make it touch the edge of the head also potentially. And then carve just like little arcs into them. But then I could make each one of these little chunks of the highlight a different color. And then arc this probably up a little higher. Whoop. There we go, so let's see. I need to make this brighter first for the blue part. Yeah, and then purple. And then more purple. And then red. And then this. Because the rainbow is part of the interesting angle of what we can do with light. But yeah, look at that. Oh, color depth. Color depth. Does this count as bullet head even if it doesn't touch the shoulders? A little bit. I would potentially consider this to be bullet head just because there's nothing breaking the upper part of the head. Everything is just fully smoothed over. Girly, you need some flyaways. Or maybe in a hoge. Even if it's like, you want to keep this like really blunt bob for the hair shape, you know, hair will like do a thing where it goes like, whoop, oops, hang on. Oh, I'm hitting buttons accidentally. Hang on, try again. There we go. Where you'll just get like hairs that meander in and out of that edge. Some that are shorter. That could maybe be up here, coming out off the edge of the head. Some that are down here, coming out a little bit more. Or they could come out and go back. Oops, hang on. Come out and go back in. And potentially, for a lot of hairstyles, it'll look a little bit more natural if you sort of like end up sloping the hair shapes, that we form like an arc underneath the head, where if it's shorter on the outside edge and then a little bit longer towards the center, that'll feel a little bit more natural. So it'll feel blunt still, but it'll feel more like we're looking at hair that's in some sort of perspective. Try to think of something we could do that would be clever for the hoge too. Star, sun, hair shine maybe? Wait. This might be insane of me. This might look a little too Teletubby-y, but there might be like a softer, looser way of doing like something where we've got a hoge that almost feels like an arc, but it feels a little bit more like a star at the same time too. It doesn't have to be that big either, but that might be another just funny way. 110% the curl goal of every bob is to curl under ever so slightly. Most clients have triangle head. Yeah, or like when they have, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Hang on. Where, get rid of this for now. I'm not executing this properly. Where they want the bob to look like, nope, that's the color white. Like this. I mean, where it's like way wider out here. I could see that working if there was a little more shape happening with it. Like this. And these were all arcing in a good bit more, potentially. There we go. See, that feels kind of natural also for it. Thank you, hairdresser. Something like a tiara. Added some sunrise pics to Discord. Thank you. No, they don't want it. I mistyped. Wait, what? Hang on, what? Wait. They don't want it to curl in? I thought they wanted it to curl in. Wait. Oh, hate triangle head. Oh, they don't want to be triangular? Does this pass inspection for a bob shape? I feel like this is an interesting bob shape. You do need at least like, even if it's just like a hair that breaks this top edge, I'm gonna make it darker. In some manner where, you know, you get like one that cuts across through here, or maybe like two of them that cut through. We just need something on the upper edge of the head here so that it feels a little bit more natural. There we go. But it does very 90s and 60s bob style. Ah, okay. Hair does triangle head. That's okay. But see, that feels a little bit looser for the hair. Talking about their own hair right now. It's me, the triangle head. I've come to get you. I do kind of assign you to have triangle head. My hair can get away with being a little bit flatter because it's made of mushroom, but I think you need a little bit more strands coming out here. So there we go. Okay, so a little bit more like of a natural touch happening with the strands. Keeping all of those colors in the upper body is probably for the better. That way the bottom part of the legs don't become distracting, but you could, if you wanted the little stars to be down in the lower part, I think that would still be acceptable. And maybe they have a little bit of like reflectiveness to them where we can see, here's a constellation of some sort. And like grouping them so they feel like stars on the dark portion. Putting some sort of logo or some kind of detailing on the belt that makes it go beyond a like flat sort of basic belt shape. I'm gonna put a sun on here for now. But I do think thinking about a logo for the design might be very nice. Something like prism or something that has to do with just light itself. Could go full centered. I am inclined to say to put it off to one side because that way you get a little bit of asymmetry in here. And that tends to be one of my strong critiques of a lot of superhero kinds of designs, is that they are just entirely too symmetrical for me. Let's see. Put the sun on here. I'm not designing you a logo, but I'm just putting something here that feels like a logo of some sort. Here you go. Here's a rainbow. Nope, that's not the color I selected. Thank you. Computer of mine. Whee! Great. But just something in, like, that area, mayhaps, that gives us a little bit of details. Attaching the logo as a brooch or something that the scarf could be neat, too. That is also true. You could put it on the scarf, maybe off-center as well. That may be a good idea. Modern bobs have people have preferred for the silhouette to be more sleek and understated, so curling into the face rather than fluffing out. Ah, okay. I've kind of also given you the Mirai Kuriyama from Beyond the Boundary style bob. Her hair is very much shaped like this. Yes, okay, I think that's in the right direction. As far as silhouette goes, we need more visual weight, perhaps, in that right now this design is very rectangular. There's nothing where it's really flaring out a ton. The changes we made to the hair are kind of adding a little bit more visual weight in the upper part of the design. So in that sort of nature, I'm inclined to want to exaggerate your little, like, hood thing here just a bit. I don't want to lose the silhouette of your hair on the underside of it. But if we make this just a little bit bigger, potentially, that'll help feel like there's more happening around the head. What is it doing in the back? Is it just a collar? Ah, it is just a collar, okay. No capes. We want you to still feel nice and sleek and agile. But I think we do just need something in this area. Oh, this is the layer I drew the hair on. What am I doing? Wrong layer, EG. Oh, hang on, we didn't open our bingo. Somehow, despite us doing way more designs than usual, I have not managed to get a bingo this week. Can I get a bingo this week, maybe, please? Exclamation point. Bingo. Please, please. I just want a bingo. Yesterday I was close. I was one away in 2 directions. Is there a wrong layer redeem? There's not a wrong layer redeem, but there is a wrong layer square on the bingo, which is why I thought of it. Hang on, so yeah, needs more asymmetry. I can already check off like 2-ish things. Scaling up an accessory, classic mauve. And I'm about to do one of these. Yep, there we go. Wrong layer, Kronk. Reminds me of Miss Incredible. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, also I can see a little bit of Miss Marvel in this too, because I feel like, doesn't Miss Marvel also have sort of a bob and a blue color palette, maybe? I can't remember what Miss Marvel looks like off the top of my head. But I think some of these things are going in the right direction to help set you apart from those fellas. For asymmetry and for silhouette, I might suggest having, not like a cape, but almost like a miniature capelet on one side of this, where like maybe it cascades down at an angle. I need some lines in order for us to be able to see it more clearly. And then you can have that like sit sort of like bunched up on one shoulder, and then, you know, it's like back here. It doesn't have to be super long or anything, but just so there's a little bit more asymmetry in the design. I don't want it to feel ratty. Hang on. It's supposed to be like gentle flowing curves. There we go. I'll make it darker so that it's the inside, but just so that there's a little bit more variety happening. Maybe we can see, like, you know, it's peeking over this shoulder. No full cape, but just something so that there's parts that aren't the same left to right. Let me see. Darker. Let's see where it's behind you. There we go. I don't know. A little bit of shading. In some manner. But I think that'll put us in the right direction. Also, if you're sort of like a stealthy knight type of fighter, that might be good also. Capelet is also a perfect place for heraldry and a logo. That's also true. You could stick, if you have, you know, your logo. We were just kind of like just flopping it right there, but you could alternatively make this a pin and put it like somewhere, like it's holding the scarf around the neck. or like the scarf maybe is the cape itself, where it's just wound up around your neck all the way. That could be interesting. Or this could be like an emblem that's on the shoulder or just somewhere placed on it, but I do think it needs to go on there. No, she's a scarf because she's Muslim, so it's neat as part of the design. They play with it a lot. Ah, see, that's neat. I'm always glad to see when they're like willing to play with some aspect, like, you know, find clever ways to incorporate things that they kind, not to say like things they have to, but things where it's like, okay, for a superhero, we have to more or less put you in something that looks like a superhero outfit. We associate that with being skin tight. What can we do to play with that and shake it up, make it interesting? Or like that, where it's like, okay, what can we do with a headscarf in some manner to make it feel fresh and new and interesting and incorporate into the design, so it doesn't just feel like, all right, we gotta put it on there, just slap it on. So it feels like something that was thought of the entirety of the way throughout the process as we were designing, mayhaps. Yeah. Yuji, what's your favorite genre of comics? I don't really read, like, the closest thing I read to comics is like graphic novels. I don't really read much in the way of comic books. I've read a couple specific comics, but like my general favorite genres for anything, I like sci-fi and I like fantasy, mostly. How does their power work? Because that could help add something to the design too. That's true. Huntress, how does your power work? Oops, also I guess I need this brighter color. How do you use your powers, potentially? Because yeah, building the outfit around, you know, the comfort and ease of use for the power could be helpful. I'm also trying to think of things that I would want to exaggerate in order to make it stronger in the silhouette department, potentially, where I'm like, okay, these are pretty sleek. Classically, in a lot of superheroes, they'll have, you know, their little like gauntlets flay out a whole bunch more around like wherever the top point of this is, so that way that adds to silhouette. Same deal, the boots could probably be chunkier if you wanted them to be. This could be more clearly like a separate piece of fabric that's sticking out off the edge of the body. Like they're more like tights. The power comes from a light creature disguised as a cat. Ah, so I wonder, you know, as you're doing your logo designing, if the cat should come in to be a part of that, where like, what if there's a way you could get like a prism that is also a cat with the rainbow going through it, or like cat and sun, cat and light. There's some combo there within that I think might be good, but maybe we do need some hint to the cat and the light part of it. Using mirrors, yeah, you know, a mirror might also be neat too. I wonder if the belt would be a good place to have like a mirror sort of texture. But just like exaggerating some parts of this off the edge of the body. I know that superhero suits tend to be completely skin tight and latex, but it just makes them really non-distinct as far as silhouette goes, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, wait, what if you had, I saw this on a design not that long ago, but it had just like flyaways that were just like little points like that. And that might be just one of those like funny little, just like tiny subtle things. Don't do all the Hoge I have on here right now, but just like a funny little subtle way of referencing the cat angle of your power, where it's coming from that cat. Just as like one of those things where it's just like a quiet little clever thing. Or my favorite part of Miraculous in all of their designs is Chat Noir's tail being a belt. So not saying do that, but maybe. Like if you had just some sort of long belt, or, you know, what do superheroes also need? Ropes or other things like that that's hanging off of the belt in some manner, or like clipped on, like it's like a keychain on like this little back thing here. You could have some sort of, I don't know what color even I'd make it, but something of that nature that could make it clear that there is some reference to a cat happening. Maybe it's a belt, maybe it's like rope that's all bunched up or something, so it's like, you know, it's like, whoops, we're not just taking that directly from Chat Noir, but just something that could be interesting and allude to the fact that there's a cat element here. Yeah, rare instance of making a VTuber who isn't a cat girl into a cat girl. We're not really making them into a cat girl. We're not making her into a cat girl. We're just giving subtle hints that cats are involved in the lore here somehow. A lot of this just make animating drawing faster and easier. For a ref sheet, you can be extra, and a live 2D rig is only drawn once, be extra. Exactly! For comic design, for animation, not having to draw beyond just, like, drawing the human's body. It's easier. Which is why Miraculous Ladybug actually has no excuse for why all of their costumes are skin tight, because they're 3D. You just reuse the 3D model every time you need it, and you just pose it. Come on, fellas. we can make interesting silhouettes. And yeah, for live 2D, yeah, as much detail as you want. It gets drawn once. And granted, we don't want to scare people away from creating fan art, but I don't think adding more exaggeration to the edges of things is going to make things harder to draw inherently. So, these girls' cat paws on the bottom of your shoes. I feel like that might be going too far into it, where people might start to assume that she herself is a cat, potentially. Also, I feel like these things could be clarified into being some sort of like belt or something that's attached, or some way that this is attaching to the leg, because right now it's sort of fading into the leg in a way that is maybe just a little bit strange for me. So this could be an opportunity to have a little bit of asymmetry, or show how that's attaching in like a tactical kind of manner. It's coming out from underneath of those parts. Looks a little angy. I mean, superheroes are usually a little angy because they're covered all the way up to their eye. So we're adding things for silhouette. We're trying to break up the symmetry a little bit. We are adding things to make the concept a little clearer. I think as far as focal point goes, I might want a little bit something more on your face, but right now, the warmth of the skin tone is making the face quite focal, which is working very nice. Everything else is pretty cooled off, and the little bits of warmth that we do have scattered throughout are smaller than the flatter plane of the face, so I think that's working well in your favor. I'm just left wondering if maybe like, okay, we're doing your eye highlights. I wonder if making them some of these like brighter, like rainbow prism-y colors might also help bring us into your face too, potentially. With just like a little more detail in the eyes. Yeah, sparklier. Even like, you don't really have a full white highlight, so we could even do like full white highlight. And then yeah, now that really brings me in. Here's the Buttes had little rays coming up the heel arc, like this. The sun? What do you mean? Little rays coming from the heel? Oh, like the inside of it here, like if it was going like that? Is that what you mean? Maybe. What the heck spot blacks mean? Spot blacks means anything where the line art color is the full color of an object. So this would have spot blacks if I went like this and then colored the back of the hair in here. This would be a spot black. It just means using the line art to be the darkest value somewhere else within the image, which honestly, I could probably do that on this one for clarity in the hair. Idol style too. Huntress wants to spread positivity and hope, which they translated into light. Ah, cat's in a locket. Cat is animated light decal on the body like a shadow. That could be also interesting. Spot black helps with more the comic like. That is also true. If you're trying to look like you're from a comic book, having full black shading and like parts of the body where you even have like the black color black would lean us into that as well. That's where spot blacks come from, is comic books. They also work really well for fleshing out material too, where if we want these to read like they're almost like spandex, like a lot of like hero type of costumes are, having these sort of like jagged lines in the execution of them will make it feel that way. I'm not gonna render the legs, but yeah. Ad break dance? Nice. Also snack. Guess what strange snack I'm eating right now? I'm eating a very strange snack. Incorporate halftones. Yeah, I guess we can play with we should play with medium also for comic, where flat colors, halftone, like, you know, cell shading, having a little bit of like gradients is usually acceptable for comic book characters, stuff like that. Yeah. E.g. Why E.g. I have snack. I have snack and we'll have drink. Guess what my snack is? It's not Jubbies. It is unusual, but I realized that I don't sound like the picture of health with the things I eat during stream a lot of the time. I'll be sitting here eating like Fish cracker. Cheese string isn't that bad. It's something healthy that I eat often when I'm working. Fruit slices? Pretty close. Yeah, I'm eating cherries. I love eating cherries, just like straight out of the bag. I wash off all of them, and they usually don't really make it like a whole week, like living in my house. Oh yeah, raspberries are good too, but raspberries don't last very long. They like, you look at them wrong twice and they just turn to mold. Unfortunately. I'm not getting cherry juice on my computer? How are you getting cherry juice on your computer? You take the cherry, you put it in your mouth, you chew all the fruit off of it and spit seed out. Crunchy green grapes? Yeah, I like grapes too. Grapes are also very good. But I feel like with grapes, you'll get like a random sour one. Meanwhile, with cherries, they all tend to be pretty consistent in flavor. They do have pits, and I don't eat the pit, so like... The only inconvenient part about eating them while streaming is I do have to remove the pit from my mouth. Love sour? I don't like sour. Brief, silly Joby story here. Very brief, silly Joby story. Is that Joby tried eating cherries, like real, like fresh cherries for the first time 2 summers ago. Joby had never had a fresh cherry ever before 2 summers ago. And it was because of me, because I do the thing where I purchase a whole bag of them and then I just wash them and we, you know, eat them after that. So I just hand Joby a cherry. One of them, just a cherry out of the bag. Joby puts it in their mouth and goes, like full throttle bites it, just, and goes, ah, ow, ow, what is that? What didn't you warn me? What is it? What's going on? I'm always like, huh? Why did you do that? Why did you put it in your mouth and bite it like that? Why did you do that? And Joby was like, why wouldn't I do that? It's a fruit. I was like, my guy, there's a pit. There's a seed in there. And Joby was like, you know, I've never eaten them before. I was like, I thought you were familiar with the concept of cherries. Pardon me for thinking somebody in their like mid-20s was aware of the fact that cherries have pits. Joby had only ever had maraschino cherries, which are pre-pitted. And like cherry flavored things, which don't have pits. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, how have you not paid attention to me eating them to this point? I had like a glass, like a water glass that I was putting my pits in. I was like, oh my God. They were okay. They didn't actually like injure themselves in any way, but I was like, oh Joby. Oh Joby, my beloved. Black raspberries fresh for the first time last spring. They're so good. There's so many seeds in raspberries for me though. There are too many. No, I was not trying to assassinate Joby. This is not true. I just wanted to eat cherries with my partner and did not understand that that was not a well-known thing. Here, I'll just second one for my snack break, and then I think we're ready to start grading here. Proof of EG torturing people who have hair? What do you mean? You don't know how whether Joby has hair or not. How would you know? You don't know what Joby looks like. Also, I'm not actually even intentionally torturing Joby. Oh, the ladder. Hang on, you're right. I should. It's fine. I didn't need that anyway. I'm still Sly. Don't worry. You can't knock me off course today. I am so focused. I am locked in, locked on, maximum pinnacle of focus, and you can't stop me now, cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. Let's see. Ladder. Oh, hang on. One there, one here. One's there, bottom of the chin and the bottom of the hair. Top of the mask, top of the mask, kind of bottom of the bangs, top of the head. Colonel, what is... I sound like Kermit the Frog, but... This ladder? Thoughts? Picture Joby like yesterday's Australian scientist? Not quite. I'll tell you, Joby looks nothing like yesterday's Australian scientist. Other than maybe being tall. Joby is tall, a little bit Dorito-shaped. Joby has wavy, dark hair that is like comes down to like chin level, but it's longer in the back than it is in the front. Chubby has blue eyes, so nothing like that fella. Also, thank you for the ladders. Ouchie. Little dangerous, but very climbable. Yeah. Chubby's got the Dorito angle a little bit. When I need to draw anime fellas, I'm like, hey, Chubby. Hey, Chubby. Can I draw you? Chubby's a very kind model. No, not a mullet. More like Chubby has closer to like a wolf cut, I think, is what we would call it. Yeah. Not super extreme Dorito, but a little bit Dorito. Chubby has shape language. Chubby look like that one cow with the blue-eyed stare. No, Chubby does not look like Otis from Back in the Barnyard. False. Yeah, Chubby does have long, pretty hair, but it's not super long anymore. It's not as long as it used to be. So this ladder is kind of climbable. Because you're fully symmetrical. And this is like a classic trouble for superhero types of designs because they tend to only put divisions of visual interest right at like the joints, more or less. Well, they'll have a division at the knee, at the ankle, or they'll have it like exactly halfway up between the ankle and the knee, or, you know, halfway between the elbow and the wrist, or directly at the elbow. So I think some of the modifications that we were making through here was adding maybe a little bit. I'm exaggerating the height of that, adding a little bit of asymmetry, making the hair have a little bit more flow to it so it'll have a little more height. Honestly, I didn't really fully solve it, but it might be something where boots should go higher. You could have something around the ankle of the boot, maybe. We just need a little bit more from it here. Yeah. Judging your friend group from their character design? What do you mean? What do you mean judging a friend group? Uh-huh. My friends have good character design. I've told my friends before, like, Joby is a little, wasn't always a fan of their nose, but I love Joby's nose. Joby's a very nice nose to draw. And same deal, I have another friend who's like, oh, my nose is so flat and it's so wide. I'm like, no, you listen to me here right now. That is such a fantastic nose to draw. Shut up. You have a really good nose. Calm down. It's great. Don't worry. Or like, I have a friend who's a very like dramatic Cupid's bow, and they like used to overline it so that it wasn't as like dramatic. And I was like, no, you stop there. You stop right now. That is a unique trait that works really well for you. It makes it very easy to draw you and make it look like you. It's fantastic. It's lovely. Embrace your differences. Come on, fellas. So yeah, my friends have good character design. Joby does have a nose, that's true. I'm using you have good shape language as a compliment. You should! Yeah! Tell your friends they have good shape language when they have, moments of insecurity, maybe. Or that, you know, parts of them are things that are fun and enjoyable to draw, because that's another way of recontextualizing what, you know, we frame in a positive light, right? Curly hair, glasses, some sort of nerd shirt? No, Joby does not wear a nerd shirt. Khaki shorts! Oh my god, Joby would be upset that you think that that is what they look like. Joby wears, as far as clothing goes, Joby wears black jeans. Joby is like adjacently, well, they can't dress this way anymore because they're a teacher, but Joby before was like adjacently like floral punk before having to be a teacher. Joby wears like earrings that look like barbed wire, all kinds of crazy earrings. Also floral button-ups under like dark sweaters, dark jeans, like ripped jeans. So like not at all what you're suggesting. Anyways, we should focus. We should talk about Joby's character design because we're getting distracted. Taking notes, my first original character, I love superheroes, but yeah, superhero attire does have their tropes. Yeah! So for color palette, I think we need a little bit more visual interest, which we added through adding the full color spectrum. Same deal with the concept of motifs. I think we need that little bit of rainbow or stars in the night sky in order to get the angle of like the light versus dark across. Then for silhouette, I think you also need just more variation, a little bit of asymmetry. You've got a little bit of ladder design happening, and your hair could use a little bit of distancing from the aforementioned potential bullet head. For complexity versus clarity, I think we want just a little bit more detail, just a little bit, from having things like logos or, you know, that gradient we added. But for focal point, your face works very well. I was looking at your face very immediately because the rest of the design outside of the face is very cool undertoned and the face is very warm. So by contrast, the face becomes very focal. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. this is one of the designs where, because I feel like I have a lot easier of a time suggesting things for designs that are a little bit more on the under-designed end than on the over-designed end, where there's more space left for us to make suggestions, perhaps. So that is my, I guess my, recommendation to Shroomates is err on the side of under-design if you can, as opposed to under-design if you need, or under-design as opposed to over-design if you feel like you need help with things, because if there's not space for us to put stuff in, we're a little bit, we don't tend to want to remove stuff, so that's a good angle. But yeah, can we get a round of applause for Hunter's Wayne? For Midnight Wayne, please? Dee 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 dee. Go work, very cute. Just needs a couple more little pushes, which are so good, so close. So this is on 2x speed. Oh my, because I'm talking fast, I do that. Whoopsie. I'm supposed to be chilly G today. Supposed to be chilly G. Don't sniff the design. Be good. Don't sniff. Shroomates, you gotta behave in front of each other. Let me see. So, okay. Number 1. Good. Number 2. Look, it's Hoshi. But this is old Hoshi. I wanted to pull up, because we've looked at Hoshi's design before on stream. I needed to pull this up so I could see what modifications we'd suggested. Then, in order to see what modifications may or may not have been made since we last looked at Hoshi. So here's Hoshi as of January, I think was when this was. Oh, Miyu, do not worry. I will keep an eye out for you when you return. Hoshi will probably be about a half an hour-ish at least, but we will look at the person after you instead of you first. Got you. So here was Hoshi's version that we looked at in January, which I think our suggestions were making the sleeves more specific, changing the height of the corset so that way it was getting us a little further away from a ladder, and adding more things for silhouette reasons. So, here is updated Hoshi. So we can read all the Hoshi lore here. Hoshi, she, her, Hoshi. I had to write your username out because in my font, it was totally illegible. It was like, is this an O? Is this an L? So I wrote your username out so we could read it. So, Hoshi is only a human. However, she lives in her own fantasy in the stars. Her yellow stars and moon accessories are made of condensed stardust and are not metal. Her hair, corset, and eyelashes mimic the shape of stars. Everything white on her jewelry and belts is silver metal. I don't know how to draw metal. In her fantasy, Hoshi has made 2 special friends, Indigo, the yellow star, oh, and Marmalade, the blue moon. Oh, look at them. Who have liquid inside of them like jars. They float and leave a trail of glitter wherever they go. Hence why Hoshi has glitter on her clothing and hair from being around them. Hoshi's irises are very bouncy and also have glitter in them, not from Indigo and Marmalade. Good specification. That sloshes around to make like liquid to mimic Indigo and Marmalade. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I've looked at Hoshi's design a decent bit recently because Hoshi was the voxel model winner for the Donathon, so I've been looking at Hoshi's design a decent bit recently. And I will say, we've got more exaggeration. Hell yeah. The fact that the shorts are being affected, the pants are being affected by the belts, hell yeah. It's enforcing the asymmetry a little bit more, it's making some of the pockets appear a little shorter. The shoe upgrade, also, fantastic. Changing them from like, sort of like what felt maybe like a default just sneaker to almost like heeled Converses, hell yeah, so cool. Those are good. And then also having stars on the side of them. Technically that's what Converse have already, but making them more specific to you and just being a gold star is kind of funny. Yeah, the buckles do slay also. I think changing the buckles to silver was also helpful here for the design because it does make the gold more focal around the head. Hi Hoshi, I'm gonna stand here next to you, I guess. I love all the Shroomates going, hell yeah Hoshi, hell yeah Hoshi. Hoshis, you've got some friends, or you've got some fans in the Shroom state, huh? And yeah, the mascots are so cute. They're so cute. They're just as designed up as they need to be. They're cute little simplified creatures. They're so nice. I like them. Held Converse, not something I expected to see, but I can see it being made now. Right? They do make like platform Converse, I feel like, that kind of look like this, but it's neat. Then also making the corset shorter, so that way it's, was making, I think it was getting us further away from ladder design. The sleeves and the top line of the shirt feel a little bit more specific now too. Hair is bigger and more exaggerated. Do actually make heeled Converse? Hell yeah. I love that. That's so cool. I need to get some like heeled Converse or something. I'm so short. I suffer at concerts. I need to get some like platform Converse. I have platform like Filas. What do you call them? Filas? I got the chunky Filas. They give me like 4 inches, but they're white, so I won't wear them to concerts and stuff. Converse, maybe I would. Yeah, good mix of feminine and practical clothing, I would say. Yeah, I agree with that. Literally dressed like I used to in high school, I'm amused. La Moda is great concert platforms. I'm writing that down. I haven't gone to a concert in a minute, but I was suffering when I would go. LAMODA platform shoes. Very good. My sticky notes are incomprehensible. I dress like this for the most part. That's neat. Okay, so we've got a bracelet that's adding some asymmetry, a ring adding a little asymmetry. We sort of sparkled the glitter throughout that came off of little creatures that are hanging out with you. The stars are adding to your silhouette a little bit. Were the stars always there? Yeah, they were there. They're adding to the silhouette a little bit more now. And then you did exaggerate your funny little spirally ahoge, like I had suggested as well. This is another one of those moments where, like, when we looked at Selma's, we looked at a couple other fellas, I'm like, I'm proud of you. You did all the things I asked. You listened to me. Which, I don't know why I would think you wouldn't, but I'm so used to teaching in teaching school where I make critiques to students and they ignore it. And then I have to give them the same critique like 3 weeks later. It's so nice. I guess it's because you guys are doing this willingly, but it's so nice seeing critiques being taken into account and worked into designs. It makes me so happy. Mascots are gonna be so cool when they're animated. Yeah, the eyes will be neat too if they're animated to sort of have that texture. I'm interested by the bracelets and the necklace because to me this read almost like a scrunchie and the texture it is now. Pushy, is this like beaded? It almost reads like paracord almost to me, which is interesting. I was reading that as sort of relating to your like kind of like tactical pants mixed with like feminine parts of the clothing. They're beads. Ah. I feel like paracord might be neat also if you're not super attached to it being beads. That would relate into sort of like the tactical but also feminine aspects of it, but I don't think you have to do that maybe. And I will say, you mentioning having the moons throughout your design does make me almost wish you had a moon referenced in your hair somewhere, maybe? But like, look, we even have little stars in the, like, as the highlights in the hair. It's cute. Yeah, Hoshi's second today. We're still pretty early in for the day. So honestly, you did all of the things I asked of you as far as I can tell. More exaggeration in the shape language. This is also fully rendered, which I don't know if the previous version was, which helps clarify some of the values. The saturation of the color is better, just helping me out. The gold stars on your head is making your hair focal with the like lighter blue that's happening around your face. I feel like the only thing, I'm trying to figure out how I would even say it, is that I feel like you are kind of in the right place of being only a human who likes the stars and the moon and stuff like that. I find myself yearning for just maybe a little bit more of those things worked into the design somehow, some way. Like, your Converse are specific right now, but like, what if, you know, for the side profile of the shoe, right now they're like this, right? Where you, e.g. draw a flat line, thanks. Right now they're like this, just a regular, like, cutout here also. What if the cutout in them for the heel was shaped like a crescent moon or something, and then that makes the shoe even more specific, like, you know, you get like a crescent shape. Or alternatively, you know, what if it was shaped like points of a star or something too? And then, you know, here's the back of the heel, like toe, whatever. You know, I'm trying to think of ways that we could add more of those star elements throughout the way that the clothing itself is designed. That way it makes the clothing even more specific to you. You know, you're kind of living in your little like fantasy and the stars, and therefore all of your clothing would probably be shaped around the fantasy in some way. Ahoge kind of evokes a moon shape. That's true. We do get a little bit of a crescent moon from the Ahoge also. And then I'm thinking about, oh, like your pockets, could they have like buttons on them that are evocative of something? I don't really want to add a ton more silver or gold inherently, but like you could have buttons that are a certain shape, or you know, you get a thing where it's like, ah, these are constellations that are buttons holding them closed or something, or embroidery on the pockets that evoke constellation or something like that, where I feel like I just want a couple more like small details. You're pretty good as far as like large scale detail goes. You've got your big shapes of your pants, medium scale details, your hair, your top, your corset, your shoes. But the only small details we have really is we've got like a little bit in the corsetry, we've got a little bit around your neck for your necklace, your rings. But I kind of want a little, just a little bit more somewhere, just for flavor, for taste. And I'm making these like asymmetrical so that they're not the same from left to right. I do also wonder about a belt or something maybe for this design. Or that might be nice since we can see the upper edge of the paint, or the pants. I tried to make her hair mimic a star, but I couldn't get it to look right. I think I had suggested that before, but that's gonna be kind of tough without making it super, super cartoony. But I feel like for this, to make it feel like a star, potentially all you might need to do is like cut some of this out in here so that this shape, where it's up higher and curling up, feels more star-like. And then if you were to even exaggerate this further, this could be the top piece of the star almost. Let me see if like this. It kind of makes you look like an octopus though, so I don't know if that's something you have to do inherently, but that could be neat if it's something you want to do. Maybe it's just the way they're curled. But gradient night sky on cargo pants. We're thinking about gradient skies now, aren't we, after looking at Huntress's design, aren't we? That could be an option though, where it could gradient to being darker at the bottom or something, and then where the glitter is down there will stand out a little bit more mayhaps. That could be interesting. I think I also find myself, this might be a rendering thing, where I find myself wanting a little bit of like texture variation here, where like your shirt, the way it's cut reminds me of like Cinderella's gown a little bit. We were talking about gown designs, I feel like, last time, but it makes me wonder if there was like, you know, some sort of like sheen on here. Hang on, I need a brighter color. Where we get like a slightly different kind of fabric feel. We don't really have a lot of highlights throughout the rendering, and that might be kind of nice in order to like differentiate the material that the shirt is from the material that the pants are, potentially. Make them feel a little bit more varied. Potentially. Or even I wonder if the corset would be a good place to put like the night sky gradient, where if, you know, the top edge of it was a little bit more like purpley or something, like, you know, we're getting the sunset up here, and then it's gradating into those darker colors at the bottom, maybe? I gotta bear in mind all the things I'm doing to this potentially, because I may have to translate them into a voxel model. If they are things that are chosen to stay, maybe. Nope, that's an airbrush. That's not what I want. Hang on, can I blur? There we go. Little color variation. You could even like take this even further into like almost like red territory at the edge. Although I wonder if putting like pinks in here will make it too distracting from the face, maybe? We'll see. This might be nice. I know I'm having a hard time with all the blue getting a good focal in the eyes. Maybe it's low contrast color blindness though. It could be. The focal point for me ends up being the stars in the hair a little bit, which is close enough to the face that I, you know, am willing to say that that's usually pretty acceptable. But we can go look at the eyes and see if there's something we can do to bring us to look at the eyes a little bit faster too. You can just see how this works. This is what I would want to suggest. Adding a little bit more color variety. Oh, that's kind of neat. Then the shoes could maybe mirror that as well. Maybe having like, you know, the bottom or top edge of them gradate through those colors might be neat. I don't know. I'm just thinking of things. Love the eyes and the design. My eyes it's broken. Like 4 different colors. Ah, see, her eyes are 4 different colors, but the pupils are really big. I feel like, let me just like I'm gonna go like this. Whoop. I think we just need to re-render them so that they have a little more contrast. Right now you've got this smooth gradation coming out of them where there is a bunch of colors. But I think because the gradient is so smooth, it's making it so that they're not as high contrast, which is making it so that we're not looking at them as quickly, maybe. And then you can have like your like lighter purples, hang on. Like sort of framing it in here, potentially. And then, you know, you've got your really bright white highlight that is star-shaped. Whoop. But if we brighten the eye like that, I think that makes me, covering it with my hand, but I think that's making me look in your face a little bit faster, potentially. Yellow star highlight? Yeah, you totally could do that also. Maybe I would even go like that, so that the star is like the bottom edge of the eye, like we're seeing the top part of the star or something. A little bit of gold might be nice in the eye. See, I'm not sure the way I executed that was quite the way I wanted to, but yeah, more yellow in the eye I think is helping for me at least. Yeah, so pretty, right? Had moon-shaped dot in the light in her eyes. You could, I mean, any of these things could be option. Glitter in her eyes is slight yellow. You could go stronger with the yellow that you have in the eye, or even like you've got some of these like oranges too, where that's going to be so high contrast against the blue, and as far as color contrast goes, we've got complements where that might make it pretty focal for us too. But I think those are potentially good options. If you want the eyes to be focal and you want to keep some of the darkness around them too, you could consider a little bit of dark eye makeup maybe. Just a little. I'll blur it out so it's not super extreme. Whoops. Oh, I'm not even, that's why this looks so weird and crunchy. I'm not using my marker. I'm using my weird line art pen. But then by having darker values and brighter values right against each other, I'm trying to cover it with my real hand, but if I cover it like this, the eye is popping a little bit more as opposed to that one, potentially. Yeah, dark eyes to contrast the night themes. Could also go for like fully dark eyes too. A little bit of purple eyeshadow. I would be on board for some purple eyeshadow, potentially. You can modify the color I have here. We're like, whoop. Nope, that's a blur tool. I have a, there we go. Nice purple color maybe of some sort. Neighbor burned their brunch. Whoopsie. Sorry to hear that. What number are we? We're on number 3, or no, number 2 right now. We're on our second. Also, Mau Mau, thank you for following. Had the eyes, even if not the best for design, looks like portals into the sky. They do look like portals into the sky. If we want the eyes to be focal and dark, we could leave them this way. I think what they would need to work like that is to just really exaggerate how dark they are. We're like, you know, got this central region that could be all the way fully into the darkest color, spot black. I'll draw your highlight back over top of it. Like you could exaggerate the line art around the top edge of it a bit more. And then, you know, dark makeup and stuff. But then your highlights, if you were to add, you know, really bright gold highlights, put your really bright white highlight in, but the white highlight isn't touching the darkest part of it. So if the white highlight touches the darkest part of it, that'll make the eye also more focal in the dark direction as well. So we can push things either way. Yeah. Yeah, gold pupils. Whoa. Gold pupils might be interesting. I've seen some anime style designs where they will have like a light color on the inside of the pupil, where they'll use like white or something. This might feel a little bit uncanny or like you're possessed, potentially. But like this would definitely make us look at you in the eye very quickly. The contrast is really high. Maybe a little unsettling, but that could be an option. Maybe. There's a lot of things you could do for the eyes, maybe. But I think the general consensus is we might just need to shift the eyes a little bit to make them a little more focal then. But I wasn't super bugged because the stars are bringing me to look up at your face anyway. let me test, because we didn't really retest. We retest the ladder here. Ladder test. Hoshi was a climbable ladder the last time we tested. We're very near to. Also, I think I accidentally drew directly on the design, which is unfortunate. I might have to do something about that. Here, there's, whoop, hang on, this is all the way across. Another one here, another line here, another line here. Bottom edge of your corset, your bracelet, pants, top of your corset, bottom of your sleeves, top of your little sleevelets, top of your shirt, the necklace, bottom of the hair, bottom of the chin, eyeballs, hairline, stars, and the top of your head, and the top of your hoge. So let's see, I would say that's probably... I don't think I want to climb that ladder so much anymore. I think you've done a good job adding a little bit more asymmetry to it, making it so that there's a little bit more variety. Yeah, ouchie. I do agree though, Bugs. Oh, hey! 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 Agreed? Hey! I'll catch him, don't worry. I'll defend myself properly. I'll be ready this time. I wasn't ready, but... I would say dangerous ladder that I don't want to climb. You waited for me to put my hands down to throw them. There we go, I caught that one. Think you can catch me lacking? False. Nope. I'm good at baseball. I can catch. Played lacrosse. That's a hand-eye coordination sport. Ow! Ow! I can't catch that. Hey, but Hoshi, I'm happy to present you with the award of passes your examination of ladder design. Stop throwing hands. Fellas. Osha quaking with fear, yes. I think I can start grading here. For concept and motifs, I can see that you are just an ordinary human, but also having a little bit of the star angle. I feel like we can push it just like a little more. We're adding some of those little things in the shoes, adding some like gradients in some manner that reflect like the night sky. Those things might be kind of neat. For focal point, it's on the stars on the top of the head, but we can make the eyes maybe a little bit more focal. For silhouette, I appreciate that you've made all those changes to your silhouette for asymmetry's sake. For color palette, I think those little bits of other colors we were sort of sneaking in with adding the like warm color and the gradient might be something that I want, because you aren't fully monochromatic. You're blue, but you also have the silver tones, you have the gold tones. For some reason, I'm yearning for like a little bit of like a red or a magenta or a pink or something in there. Maybe not red, but like something magenta or purple more so. There's some purples. And maybe that is just the screen printer in me where color yearns for more color. The moment you start working in color, the color asks for more color a lot of the time, so it can be hard to sort of find that middle area where it's enough color, but it's as minimal colors as we need. So I think we can maybe use just maybe one more, just a little bit more, just a little more color, perhaps. And then complexity versus clarity. I don't think I really have any issue reading any of the separate areas of the design here. Either. Level of detail, I think I just want a little bit more still, where, you know, we were adding little bits of like snaps to your pockets, or maybe like construction lines in the pants. The shirt is very good. And I think this is also where I'm saying like maybe a little bit more variety in the texture of like, you know, the shirt feeling a little shiny, or, you know, the pants, maybe if they felt like, you know, they're a little bit more worn, so we get that dichotomy of, you know, if you just do the little thing where you go like this on the edges of stuff, it makes it feel like they're worn in or just like ever so slightly well-loved or damaged. Then we're getting the dichotomy of, you know, really nice, sleek, refined shirt and corset against, you know, the really practical, well-loved, well-worn pants and shoes, maybe? But just some subtle things like that. But I think this is where we are for the grade today. 2, 6, wait, hang on. 3, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? Yeah! Go work, Hoshi! Go work! Marked improvement. Marked improvement. I am proud. Go work! Yay! Look at that! Can we get a round of applause for Hoshi, please? Yay! Good work. I'm proud. Let me not save this. Let me save a separate version of... Oh wait, no, I already have a separate version of the save. That's fine if I save this. There we go. Here I'm standing with you in the pile of all of the cheering. Look at all those little EGs on the ground clapping. You have a little clapter. I see. Is that Ryuko still doing clapter? Don't work. I'm gonna be stuck here in the rain. Feel the rain on your skin. I feel the rain on my skin. There's a lot of emotes. I wonder if my computer doesn't like this. It spawned so many funny little planes that all have collision with each other and me. I'll never give up clapter. That's okay. You don't have to. You do not have to give up on it. But I do. You know, classic streamer moment where one time I misspeak and then it is immortalized forever, perpetually, will never be safe from it ever again. What are these? Are these also hands clapping green? What is that? Yippee! All right, next we're gonna skip Miyu because I didn't see Miyu come back yet. We'll get Miyu Lily when Miyu Lily reappears potentially. Pause. Oh, this is a teacher EG doesn't have their glasses on situation. Let's see. We'll go, I think Matcha Gremlin, you're next then. We're gonna come back for Miyu. Oh wait, I also need to do my bingo. Hang on, I haven't been working on my bingo. I should close Hoshi's medal also. Whoops, hang on, this is OG Hoshi. Did I upscale anything? You've got asymmetry, you've got an unnatural hair color, your cutouts and your clothes are pretty normal. Sleeves aren't giant. I have not used a multiply layer yet in a very strange move. Your hair is more than one color. Plant motif, we will get that one, but not yet. Oh, hair vents, drop shadows. Okay. Kind of guess one animal layers. Okay. I'm checking up on my bingo. If you want to do crit bingo, exclamation point crit bingo if you would like. I'm here and on break this works. Nice! Okay. So here is Matcha Gremlin, who is up next. Here's Matcha Gremlin. Bingo players, get ready for marking Band-Aid. This is true. Also, unnatural skin color, probably. Unnatural hair color, also. Yeah. I cringe whenever I see OG Hoshi now. Yeah, that's the mark of progress. You're permitted to cringe, but you should look back on it fondly because it is the necessary stepping stone that got you to where you are now. Be proud of yourself for the progress you've made. But here's Matcha Gremlin, she, her. My concept is a gremlin based on a matcha latte with honey. Eyes are the honey. She's supposed to be the owner of a small magical coffee shop, infusing different vibes in her drinks. I wanted the latte design to stand on its own so the outfit can change and have an apron toggle. She has two versions, chaotic and chill, which determine how much gremlin shows, switching between the two versions frequently, that it looks like there are two workers at her coffee shop. Interesting. She is meant to have a lighter palette and to later be paired with a darker character based on cold brew coffee. These are my ideas I worked with artists to bring to life. Love your critiques, and you were the final push for me to pursue VTubing. Thanks, EG. Yeah, pursue VTubing! I'm glad I could inspire you to push you to pursue VTubing. Go for it. What are hair vents? Hair vents would be if a matcha latte here, the fella had, if the hair on the top of the head went like, actually I can't even draw it. Let me just sketch it out. Head. Think Sephiroth. Like these things on the top of the head. And then sometimes they have like bangs underneath. You know what I mean? It's a terrible drawing. But it's just when characters have that like funny thing where they have the hair that's lifted in the front and then, you know, they have bangs under it for some reason. You know what I mean? Yeah, anime girls need to breathe. Don't take their hair vents away. Millie Thompson from Trigun has it. Think of like 80% of the characters from Clanad, they have it. Sephiroth has it. Oh, you're right, we can't see the full body, that's true. Hang on, I'll move it over. There we go. I couldn't see it anyway, I had it off screen. Anyways. Or Crony, yeah, Crony also has air vents in her hair too. It's pretty popular in VTuber designs, and I've given them to some people also. Good morning, Ravity. Good morning. Anime girl brains are so big they need cooling systems. Yeah, they need dedicated cooling systems. This is true. So, your note about the clothing being interchangeable, I think makes sense, but I do think that everyone needs to have like a sort of solid base design. Oh, which Crony? We're talking about Crony from Hololive. There's a couple cronies out there though, but I think the other crony you're talking about I also know, who is pink and blue and gremlin-esque. I think I know that person as well. I think that person has been on my stream actually before, previously a while ago. If that is the right person, I think also. But for designs, having a very distinct face, hair, and ear shape is good. That is how we end up with designs where you can switch the outfit and make sure that your character is still easily recognizable as yourself. That's kind of what I went for with having crazy little mushroomy hair. So I think you've done a decent job with, you know, your high bun. Your ears are fantastic for silhouette. They're droopy. They're a little gloopy. We can gloop it up for bingo purposes. So that works out well for me as far as you being able to switch up your outfits. But I feel like you might, like, to me, I'm taking this as being your, like, default, like, basic outfit that you wear most on stream. It seems like it's the outfit that your model is wearing. And even this, if just paired with a apron, I feel like is a little bit generic, unfortunately. Some of the most common, like, outfit combos in VTubing for feminine designs are thigh highs, skirt, and like a sweater or like a sweatshirt. And it's completely symmetrical for what it's worth also. The only asymmetry in your design is the matcha whisk on one side of the head, pretty much. And I feel like we could use a little bit more asymmetry here throughout. So I know you're planning to do more with your outfits, but it's kind of hard to critique then if the whole point is that this is just sort of a stand-in for you to have other outfits later, or if there's other things supposed to go over top of it. There's a 27 on the shoulder. Okay, I don't know what that means towards interpreting the design. You know, you've got an emblem that says king on the front of the shirt, but this just kind of puts you in the category of cozy VTuber design, and that is probably the biggest category there is of designs that feel that way. First, we want to roll up the sleeves, they don't get dirty. Yeah, like, I feel like we just need more personalization here. This feels like an outfit that I could go out and purchase at the store without much trouble. And for character design, we want things to feel a little bit more specific. Something that make it feel like it's something that was designed specifically for your character, that other people won't have access to or won't be able to wear. So the ways we usually do that is by taking those aspects of your concept and applying them to the clothing, where, like, you know, you have the star that's on the front of this. What if the star was made out of, like, latte art? I saw this here and I was like, man, I really want the, like, I want the latte art happening somewhere on here. Or, like, yeah, like teacup inspiration for the clothing, where you have a skirt that could maybe feel like it's made of porcelain or something, depending on how you texture it. Or there's a lot of potential angles that the matcha can open you up to that I feel like would be nice to see visually throughout the design. Where, like, you know, even the matcha whisk, you could have, like, something on the skirt that feels like, you know, matcha whisks do this thing where they, like, curl in underneath, right? So you could even have just like an upper layer to your skirt that is doing something like that, that's reminiscent of the whisk. And then suddenly that'll make the skirt feel like it's all the more specific to you, potentially. Yeah. Hello. Also, Inugome, thank you for following. Latte could be a pattern somewhere, like the sleeves or tights. Yeah! I want to see a little bit of patterning, because these feel like they're made of all the same materials, and I feel like we could have a little bit more variety. Let me erase the things I'm doing, because I don't think they're the right color right now. But even if it was like, okay, we don't need to change the colors, but like if we're referencing the matcha whisk in, you know, having little bits of like just something that are acting like a whisk coming down and around the skirt, or, you know, the latte art being like the swirls that are on the leg or something. Maybe pick a lighter color where you get like, just something like that will go a long way to making it feel more specific to you. What does latte art even look like? I don't know what it looks like off the top of my head. Oh, I kind of replicated it the way people draw it. I like kind of got it right. Almost. Japanese tea ceremony has many tools. That's true. You could incorporate more of the tools into the design. I think the apron is going to be a step in the right direction. Constellation, shape of a cup. Why constellation? Is there a star aspect that you're aiming for? I see there's stars in the eyes and on the hairband and on the chest. Stars. Did I miss that in here somewhere? What is the star angle that you're intending for? Is that just a repeating motif that you'd like to have throughout the design? going forward with it, because if you're going for that, we could find some interesting ways of doing latte art in the shape of stars, or incorporating the star more into like the physical design itself, where right now it's kind of like decals. Just a personal flavor. I mean, if it's gonna appear in the design, we should probably incorporate it a little bit more specifically, maybe. Where like, you know, if it's personal flavor, we could still have it in the design, but make it not just the default sort of 5-pointed star. We could, you know, this says king on top of it, but it's kind of just stamped on right now. We're like, you know, in your latte art designs that are in some places, maybe part of this is incorporating having stars in it, or, you know, the hem of something can have something where it's feeling a little bit star-like also, so that way it's subtly tossed in there, still for that personal flavor, but then it's a little bit more incorporated. I do also find myself looking at your big old ears and thinking, big giant ears, not a piercing inside? Really? Interesting. I almost want something in that area because that'd be really good for silhouette, even if it's asymmetrical. The ears are gloopy, which is nice, but there's a part of me that's like, okay, like, you know, big old, hang on, I need a lighter color. Have you ever seen the earrings that like are a shape? I'm gonna need a different kind of layer here for this. The background is so light and the ear is much darker. But like the earrings where it's like a full shape that kind of goes around the head and goes through it, like that could be something that would be neat to have if it was shaped like a star, or shaped like a teacup, or shaped like another tool it is used in the practice of making matcha. Potentially, that's the wrong color, e.g. try again. There we go. But just general ways of adding more specifics to the design. A little star earring or something. Then something else on the other side of the head. You're 27. I'm wondering what that means either, but like, you know, 27, if that's a number that's important to you for personal flair. 1, 2, Roman numeral. What's 7? VII. V. Hi. Like, just miscellaneous funny little things you can do to design accessories that feel very specific to you. Yeah, coffee bean earring, or not coffee bean, because we don't want to do coffee. We want to do, oh, I did just 2 and 7. 17 itself would be, I guess, a different sign, but, or a different Roman numeral, but just ideas of making accessories that are specific to you. What does the other steps of matcha look like? What does matcha look like before it's processed? What does the tools look like? Can we incorporate those into the shapes of things here? I did like the suggestion of rolling the sleeves up for practicality. Whoops, hang on. I don't want liner for that. Because for somebody who's gonna be working with their hands, I feel like having the sleeves rolled down would be something where it'd get in the way. And then, you know, for somebody who's a little bit chaotic, mention there's like a chaotic and like more gremlin-y side of this character, and then there's a side that's not as chaotic and gremlin-y. I feel like for that side of the design, if it's the one that's more green potentially, or whoever or whichever one is may have you, I want to see a little bit more of that chaos in the shape. You're so well put together right now, which I guess we would want from a barista, but there's a potential to have more additional interest in a design if, you know, we've got like, you know, one sleeve up, one sleeve not as far up, one, you know, the sock is ruffled on one side, like just playing up a little bit of chaos for the sake of asymmetry, because you are very symmetrical. Leaf earring for like the tea of matcha, like even one of those leaf ear cuffs. Yeah, there's a whole slew of things we could potentially add in here that would incorporate the matcha more visually into the design, that would make the sweatshirt and the skirt and the socks a little bit more specific to you. More accessories. I think you just need to accessorize potentially in general. But yeah, steps in the right direction. Has matcha made? Yeah, I don't know enough about the process of making matcha or about the tools that are used for it. I like matcha. I've had many a good matcha latte, but I'm not familiar with tools. Oh, hello, we've been raided. Hi, Spammy. Welcome in. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Shroomates, rotate for them. Rotate for the raiders, please. No! No, wait, did we just get ad breaked? No, this always happens. Twitch is supposed to have like this auto detect thing so that when you get rated, it's supposed to like not do ads, but we can rotate for them through the ad break. You guys can still hear me. Hi, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Duck and Draws, thank you for following. Ad revenue from raiders? Nar. Fellas, I make like $5 a stream maybe on ad revenue. It's nothing. Not even, potentially. Thinking about adding some more honey or lavender pattern elements, like additives to matcha. Ooh, lavender flavored matcha lattes are good. Adding more of the honey to it could also be good as well. I would agree with those things. If you want honey to be more prevalent in the design, going with gold as opposed to silver for your secondary color in the clothing might also be good. Where right now, because it's all silver, you feel very cool toned. And I know you're trying to keep the eyes focal by making them the only thing that's that gold color, but it can be a more toned down gold mayhaps. There, we can properly welcome the raiders once the ad has ended and we are free. But making this color be gold as opposed to silver, you can make the stars a little bit drippy, like those could be good options. Yeah, brass or copper maybe would also be good instead of silver, but color palette wise, yeah, incorporating more of the honey aspect might be good visually, or like even if these shoes were like brown as their secondary color as opposed to being, this is orange, hello, try this again. If these were like a dark warm brown instead of being blue, that might also help. Ouch! Oh, you've returned from ads. To raid and lurks, I gotta eat food, so if you're having a lovely stream and fundraising's going well, it's going fantastically. Thank you for dropping your fellows off, and I'm so sorry you got stuck in an ad break, but if you and your guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorking me-meing, please take care of yourselves. But I am Squiiji, Freelance Artist Fungi. We're doing VTuber design critiques today for charity. Some of the Shroomates have so kindly and lovingly donated to Cure Cancer Australia, which we are fundraising for, and I am doing live critiques for them as sort of like a thank you. And also potentially an incentive also. Yeah. But thank you guys for stopping by. What design is this one? This is Matcha Latte. Your name's Matcha Gremlin. And I think this is our third design for stream so far. Also, Trans Wizards, thank you for following. Additives and syrups will be in big bottles in the bar. Having a belt with little bottles tucked into pouches could be handy. Yeah, a honeycomb design. I wonder if there's a way to get, like you could put stars inside of honeycombs. I haven't really fully fleshed out where the color palette may want to go, but I think a warmer color palette may be in your favor. If you go for, like, if we're reproportioning your colors, making brown and green stay as primary colors, and then taking like a warmer, darker brown, and then having just like little accents of these purple colors, and then that against, you know, the little bit of orange and yellow in your eyes. I think this will be a better color proportioning for the design than this is, where I think the purple is taking us away from the matcha angle, and also maybe the barista angle. Funny as it is also, we do tend to associate green with coffee shops. Thank you, Starbucks. Gremlin made of matcha or gremlin who likes matcha? Gremlin who likes matcha, and I think also makes matcha, perhaps. Trying to decide balance the cozy, simple stream look with matcha latte themed. If you want to go for like cozy, like simple things for your design, I think you might want to exaggerate a little more then as well, where your silhouette isn't especially remarkable outside of your head. So for the clothing, the things like we were adding with like the whisk-like elements for the skirt would probably help us, adding stuff to the earrings. If your boots were a little more specific, that might also go in the right direction. But yeah, generally, I think we need a little bit more work about as far as incorporating the concept goes. And I think you may be more successful with a color palette that's proportioned more like this, where you're mostly browns with the green of your hair and the clothing. Like, if this was this color, if this dark color was the skirt and the boots maybe, then you could have little pops of the purple to be the lavender. That is something you can put in matcha. Little pops of the orange and the gold for the honey, which is something you also put in it. Yeah. Is the form to submit designs still open? The form to submit designs for critique is always open. The form to submit critique or designs for critique on this stream and Monday's stream Or, hang on, let me explain this. There is a crit form you could always submit to, ! Critique. That is one that has a very long queue. The designs we're looking at today and the other day for charity, these ones were submitted to that form, but we're no longer accepting submissions for the, like, skip the queue type of thing. Yeah. Ultra Winnie, or, wait, hang on. Utilia Winnie? Thank you for following. Rather, there we go. Teapot handle on the shorter sleeve? Oh my gosh, that would be silly. That could be fun though, yeah. Some colorful accessory in the hair, draw the focus back up to the face, something yellow, maybe lavender flowers. Yeah, like, you could have, if you really wanted to, like, okay, here's my piece of lavender flower. Do I know what lavender looks like off the top of my head? Apparently not. Something like that, maybe? Oh wait, it might have been brown stem instead of a lighter stem. But then, you know, also you have those wands that you can eat honey off of and it can drip or something, you know, like the funny little wand that they put in the Honey Nut Cheerios commercial. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, something like that where you just have a little touch of it. Ultron Winnie? That's one hell of a name. I misread. Whoopsie. Classic teacher form for me, pronouncing somebody's name wrong or saying it wrong. Let me know how to do it right and I will always fix it. Whisk holders. Chase and Tate have a nice drop shave, could work for an accessory. Ah, yeah, so I think generally the things we are suggesting are like, generally incorporate more tools, more specific things that relate to the, honestly, I feel like your hair type maybe gold or purple, but more things that relate specifically to matcha and the process of making it into the design, and then finding ways, if you really want to keep the sweatshirt and skirt and socks, finding ways to make them more specific to you, where they don't feel like things we could just purchase at the store so easily. Mayhaps. No fashion fungi. I wonder about flipping the weight here. Baggy pants and tight shirt with long sleeves rolled up. Big cloth rag in one pocket, maybe a second outfit idea. Maybe. I could see that also. Where, as for somebody who is working in a professional setting, that might be a more expected proportioning of clothing? Maybe? Microplastic teabag socks. No! But you know what? I wonder if you could have, like, holes on your hoodie that are teabag. You know, the little, like, teabag thingamabob, what do you call them? The little things that have the information on them for teabags. What do you call them? Just, like, tags, I guess? I don't really want to give you microplastics in your design, but... Approval, thanks! Is that what, did I call them the right thing? Is that what they are? Writing on them or something, be green. But that could just be a cute little subtle thing we could add, maybe also. No, this is a no to matcha blossoms? Matcha blossoms would probably also be acceptable, maybe. Yeah, T-tag. Matcha blossoms could probably also be acceptable. I could see a nice, like, floral hair accessory that's incorporating both the lavender and those. Teabag hoodie strings, beautiful. Yeah. Congruent design. We love congruent design. Hang on, what was that? Submitted one video on YouTube, learned a lot ever since, updated my design. Still want feedback though. Find your tips very helpful. I'm glad you found my tips helpful. But yeah, you are always welcome to resubmit as long as you've made some significant changes to the design. Theoretically, you could submit as many times as you want. I will just pull the most recent one, as long as you're submitting under the same name, potentially. Yeah. My two other outfit ideas was another cozy outfit with a different sweater style and like high tops, really leaning to an Artificer magic outfit. Oh, infusion into the lore. Interesting. Was the recent raid shouted out I was making a sandwich? Oh, good question. I don't know if it was, but here, we can shout them out now anyway. Thank you again, Spamble Amy, for raiding. I got it. I don't know. I don't notice sometimes if they are or not, but there we go. Matcha and tea bags, but it's mostly powder. Ah, I see. But for tea and for lattes, it still might be relevant. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Revity. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Edward, please? Very nice. Yippee. What? We allow concrete, but draw the line at microplastics. We don't allow concrete. We don't allow either of them. No. It bothered me that you didn't have a sub. Edward, you're so funny. It bothered you. Get subscribed. Edward Cast, you are now subscribed. This is getting into baking uses, but white chocolate is a super popular combo with matcha. Ah! I wonder if we could incorporate that maybe into the way that like the scrunchie is working or things like that. Yeah. I have matcha tea bags in my cupboard from Japan. Ah, so they do exist. They are out there. They do exist. Noted.
Yes, we do. We do allow concrete.
Harry, you're not in charge. Harry, know your place. You're not in charge around here. I was gonna use Edward's too quick. Edward's always rescuing the Shroomates. Thank you, Edward. Vanilla is a common matcha combo. Ah, noted. Okay, we could write that down also, I guess, for it. The other thing I wanted to say here, we kind of talked silhouette. We should do a ladder test also. Let me do that. Use red. Ladder test. And then I want to talk about the face just a little bit. Whoops, that's not a line tool. Hang on. Weep. Whap. Eep. Whap. Whoop. Bottom of ear. Hang on. Bottom of ear, top of ear, eyeballs, top of head. Whoops, top of head. Scrunchy. Whisk. Hair. So, let me fill this white so we can see it a little better. Not too bad. Not too bad, not too bad. Not too bad. Not too shabby. I would say slightly dangerous at least.
Why can't I be in charge? I am very mature, as you can tell by my incredible height and fantastic witticisms. I am also, of course, a secret CEO. Therefore, I should be allowed to make the rules.
You're not the CEO of my stream, Gary. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I am in charge, at least around here. You can be in charge of and rule your company with the iron fist that you desire, but not here. Not here. Ow. Owie, right in my eye. Also, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Shells also. You get rescued, and you get rescued from ads, and you get spored. Thank you, Edward. Did we rotate for Edward for that one too? Rotate a little more, Shroomates. But yay, very nice of you. We're not critiquing ladders, although maybe I could have
Hey, what's up, gamers? It's your boy Gary. I'm about to hit up the concrete Starbucks down the street. Does anybody want a concrete matcha latte, or a concrete macchiato, or a concrete cappuccino? That one is my personal favorite. Either way, it's on me.
Oh, you're paying? Crazy. Gary, do you have money? How are you paying for this? Also, I'd love to know what this establishment is. Is that where you work? We're figuring out your lore, Gary. Do you work for a concrete themed cafe? Is that what you do? Hot concrete.
A vote for Gary is a vote for concrete. No comment on the concrete cafe.
Oh, okay, I see. I think we're figuring it out finally. Gary will use his skill theft. But no. If he owns the place, they won't make him pay. So of course he'd be able to offer you all of those things for free, potentially. Huh. Interesting. Also, hi, Suru. Trying to say hi to you, but my son has decided that he has things to say. Endorse his concrete cafe. I don't know if I endorse it. That sounds like a really dangerous thing to promote. Concrete macchiato. Is the concrete gluten-free? Take the gluten out the bread. This, yeah, still sounds like a bad, gross business. Yeah, CEO put themselves under NDA. How much can we trust him to lead if he put himself under NDA? Come on, like, Gary, why do you have to make yourself sign a contract for that? It doesn't even make sense. But anyways, dangerous ladder. I would say this ladder is pretty dangerous. I would pass this ladder. Let me see what miscellaneous things I had here. Yeah. Pass ladder. I want more asymmetry though. Yeah. Concrete iced hazelnut espresso. What role is the concrete playing in this? Is the concrete the base, like the liquid base? Or is the concrete like the ice cube? Or is the concrete the powder that is added instead of tea? Is that the flavoring? I have a lot of questions here. I have to focus, but you guys are making me ask and have just a lot of questions right now. Whoops, hang on, I'm in the wrong places. Concrete is concrete. Thanks, very helpful. That really answered the question. Concrete cup. Oh, lordy. That would hurt. Birthday cake flavored concrete is good?
Don't let them know I said this, but the board made me sign in exchange for absolute concrete.
Oh, the board made you sign an NDA. Oh, okay. You know, I guess that checks out sometimes. interesting. Do you want a more concrete answer? Yeah. Yes, I do. Shaken espresso made by shaking espresso with an ice, frozen concrete cubes. Oh, maybe. I don't know. It's just a taste test. Man, Gary, you're up to some real interesting things. Yeah, we are breaking EG. 3 days in a row of this is quite interesting for my psyche. Yeah. Key shake. We gotta focus. We gotta get through 10 designs today, and this is the 3rd, and it's 2 o'clock. So we're doing well, but like, I think I needed one more by this time to be on time with where I needed. Yeah, 3-day streak. So my other thoughts for this design, not that you're allowed to look at it right now, I guess, but here, I can zoom in here. Yeah, there we go. Other thoughts. For your gremlin form, I saw somebody ask about it before, and I did kind of want to get to that. For the gremlin, like, green, full skin tone version, the contrast between your hair and your face is significantly diminished. Your eyes are still very focal, but the clarity isn't very good from a distance. It's probably because if I go like this, thank you for making me small, now we can see. New correction layer. Let me steal all of your saturation. Your hair is like only maybe like 1 shade darker than your skin tone. So what I would do is just maybe darken the bottom edge of your hair or darken the shadows under your hair for clarity's sake. They already have a hue difference that I think is helping, but we need a little bit more mayhaps. Okay, it's an actual soft serve thing we have here. It's a custard with toppings. What? Hang on, is that what Gary's been talking about this whole time? He's talking about soft serve? We're learning. Also, I'm using my first multiply layer of the day, which is funny that we haven't used it yet. But I could see like ombre tips for your hair being cute potentially. Maybe not this dark, but just so that we can see where your face is.
Wait, what did you think I was talking about?
The fact that you never corrected me that it was anything other than The Rock, crazy, which is why I don't believe you, Gary. I believe that you are grasping for straws and are trying to distract me from the fact that you're just covering yourself right now. I'm a teacher. I have a BS detector and it's going off like crazy right now. Actually, an ice cream thing? I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that before, ever. There's a darker shadow. Sorry, the sheet is PSD layers out of order. Oh, okay. That's fine. Your hair's a little bit low contrast, so I was editing it, but I guess that means if you have that, then I'm not gonna worry about it so much. We're like this much darker is probably all the more I need in order to separate your hair from your skin tone, and then also having some of the shadows under it. The second thing that I want to say, just to warn you of more so, is that I had this design open last night on my computer when I was setting up putting the stuff in the file, and Jubby did a very brief cold read and was like, what is on her face? And I was like, oh, I could see, interesting. Anytime you have like a semi-opaque white liquid on something, it can be taken in a particular way.
What BS is not letting me eat concrete?
True. My partner called it out too. Yeah. I couldn't unsee it after Jubby said that, so I will significantly caution you about doing that for this version of the design. I feel like there could be an interesting way where it reads like vitiligo, or you could break it up in a way where it wouldn't feel that way. But I do think we need to change that. Maybe a different color. I don't know if pink. But it needs some modification to it, maybe. Where if it read like freckles, that might be a step in the right direction. It does kind of look like vitiligo, but I feel like the placement, yeah, go darker instead of lighter might also be the option for it. Where I think you're trying to have it be like the cream in the latte right now, but I don't know if that's working, especially. It's just the placement. We put it smack dab center of the face, it's gonna draw that assumption. Matcha foam, maybe? And I think it might be, even if it was just a little darker, it might not read that. Well, maybe it might still. I don't know. 2 months late in delivery, so I was kind of picking and choosing my battles to get the model done. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is rough. I am so sorry. For putting matcha things into the face, somebody said matcha freckles. That might be a better execution of having something like that on the face, where like, we just get rid of this. We can leave the highlight, but if you were to have almost like a fine dusting, let me even see if I can like, whoop, what I want. Where like, if you have just like a ton of like little dots around your eyes, because you already have freckles in the other version, but if it was more, wait, hang on, actually I have a freckle brush that I think would work well for this. Wait. Here? No. Here? No. Where is that? Here? No. Here? What? Yeah, hang on. Hair, skin, freckles. Too big. But like, there might be... Still too big. This isn't gonna work. Particle size is too big. But if you have something where it feels like that sort of like powdery, freckly color, it could read as a blush also. Let me see if I like this. But like, this might be a better angle for getting some of those like matcha associations across. Or if you're going to do that sort of patterning, I wonder if there's a way where you could make it appear closer to the actual like icon of it. It doesn't look like eczema. I don't think it's gonna look like eczema like this, but now that sort of reads as like a powder to me. The chin looks like vitiligo instead of one splat looking shape. Maybe? I think vitiligo for the placement might need to be modified also. Looks better in the ears and the thigh in the very least. Yeah, it reads to me fine on the ears. And the thigh a little bit. I think maybe also for vitiligo, you might need a transition color at the edge, where like, if it was like something where we can clearly see that this is like the, something where it's like just a little more saturated or something, so it doesn't feel like it's turning translucent. That might also help our read of it, maybe. Yeah, I think it's also the shaping where, you know, if we're talking like this was really like round like this, which makes it feel like gloops. Vitiligo is like this. In the way that it's shaped at the edges, it's much more varied and angular. And I think this is less like, the one drip I put here isn't really helping, but this is less likely to read in a nefarious manner, potentially. If it's shaped like this as opposed to shaped like that. This feels like a splat. This feels like something that might be like more like surface texture quality things, potentially. Yeah, spreading rather than pooling. Yeah. Lighter freckles could also look good. That's also true. Lighter freckles could work. I made them darker so that it looks like the matcha powder itself. But yeah, do keep that in mind, perhaps. But I think I am ready to grade you. For your color palette, I think you should sort of go back and rethink maybe going into warmer colors and using the purple as an accent, where the purple is kind of overwhelming for me right now. For the silhouette, we need more asymmetry. As much as your ladder passes, I think I want more asymmetry kind of overall. I want more detail from the design because it also feels like it's almost getting a little bit into sort of the generic area in the clothing design. The ears are specific, the hair is a little bit more specific, the eyes are more specific, but the clothing isn't. Needs a little more. The eyes are very focal. They're the only thing that's gold, so your focal point is working pretty well. And for concept and motifs, if I would have just come to your design cold, I would have noticed that you're a gremlin. I would have seen the matcha whisk in your hair, but I think I would have just assumed you like tea. Maybe, and the outfit just makes me think of coziness, I guess, which were things you wanted. But I feel like we need a little bit more from it than where it is right now. I think it needs, like we were talking about, more tools or things that are used for, you know, making it, adding lavender or additives to it, things that make it seem like you work at the cafe. All of that kind of stuff could be useful. Lighter markings to mimic latte art. See, I don't know if I'd go down that route because we don't want them to seem like it, like that whole like tribal marking thing can be not especially sensitive or kind to include in a design if they are not ones that are specific to your own personal culture. They can be easy to misuse potentially, so I would be careful with that, maybe. Yeah, so what do we have here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Somebody said 7, 6. Yeah, 6, I think is my count here. Beep, wop, wop. Yeah! Can we get a round of applause for Macho Gremlin, please? Good work! Needs a little more push, mostly in the outfit area, but your ears are really nice. Good silhouette for your head, for sure. Why do I keep doing this? I keep trying to click into the box to do clapping with my own emotes. I have hands. I can use them. They are a disability to have. But thank you for donating, and thank you for submitting your design for critique. It was good to take a look at it. You got this. Get sniffed, Macho Gremlin. Also, we can go back for Mew, because Mew's back. Oh, geez. Okay, yep. Spin the EG. That's fair. You can do that. We're gonna go back for Mew, so I see that you're here now. Whoops, we really zoomed in here. I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage. Also, I'm going to look at this fast quick to make sure I updated my bingo properly. Didn't add a drop shadow. I did use a multiply layer finally. Yeah, okay. I'm not getting bingo today, I don't think. So here, look at Mew for a second while I take sippy of drink. And also maybe eat a single cherry. I need snack. There we go. So cute, right? Very cute. Also, I will not be biased, but this is one of my favorite flowers, so we'll bear that in mind. So, this is Mew Lily. Mew Lily _ Valley. She, her pronouns. And, whoops, hang on. My scroll didn't work there. I'm a pink Lily of the Valley. I'm a pink Lily of the Valley druid that loves frogs. I see. I see. I see. Froggo Flower Sprite is ingenious? Yeah, so one of the things that makes me very happy looking at your design is that you have a lot of good examples of what I mean when I say that motifs should be visually integrated into the clothing themselves instead of being stuck on like a sticker or like a decal, where you have the Lily of the Valley, you know, shapes at the bottom edge of this, like they're like bells or something. This is a very direct usage of Lily of the Valley. But then if we look down here at your sock, we're using the frilled edge, which is being constrained by some pearls or something, to mimic that Lily of the Valley shape. This is the kind of stuff that I like to see in designs because they're clever applications of the motif that make it feel fresh. And then, you know, we're still getting repetition of like things that are happening elsewhere. We've got this sort of scalloped edge with the pearls. It's a clever execution. Using scalloping for the edges because it's reminiscent of the bottom edge of the flower is good. Using that also, like, you know, in the top part of the design for like this coat is smart. Good things. I like seeing clever stuff like that. And then the froggies, they're so cute. They're like bells, but at the same time, little frogs, and they're the flowers. They're so cute. And yeah, they read like little hats. These are so clever. They're so clever. I almost wish there was one of them somewhere on you yourself in the design, but they're so cute as little like mascot thingies. I love them. So cute. I'm die. Thank you forever. You're getting some compliments from YouTube Shroomates. Yeah, the bell frogs. Followed recently, adorable design, right? Could put one in a shirt pocket. Oh, I bet you could put one in a shirt pocket or like have one attached to one of the bows or something. But as far as concept goes, if we hide the staff, if I just, hang on, hand, if I hide the staff, I would have figured out that Lily of the Valley is an important motif probably pretty quickly. Helps that I am very familiar with what they look like, but I would have gotten to that pretty quick. For Druid, I think the staff is most of what gets me in the right direction for realizing that you're a Druid. You do have like, sort of, I don't know what to call it, like, not a frock, but like you've got a coat on that feels like it relates to heraldry a little bit. So the crook was making me think that maybe you were something relating to herding. For a Druid, I do wonder what else could be added. I think we tend to associate Druids with colors like brown, but I don't really want to add brown to this color palette inherently. Yeah, the Druid angle is sort of being superseded by Shepherd for me right now. And I'm trying to think of what I would modify to make the Druid angle clearer. Let me look at what Druids look like. I think I associate Druids with like hoods or like the color brown, more like brambly earth maybe? Things that relate to animals, frog herder. Are you herding frogs? I imagine herding frogs is harder than herding cats, potentially. Although frogs don't move that fast, maybe it is easier. Let me look at some druid types of characters to see. Yeah, like I feel like I associate druids with having hoods or with having more like browns. You kind of have like half of a capelet, which I feel is in like the right direction for it. Universes will wear like greens and leaves. Yeah, mosses and stuff. Staff does look a little bit like a lamp. Frog herder. I am herding frogs. Herding, not hurting also, because I think my, my closed captions are not listing that properly. I think they're saying herding as in, yeah, maiming. We're not maiming frogs, don't worry. Druid. I think for druid also, I want some glowing elements maybe? I feel like one of the key aspects of being a druid is that there's some sort of earth magic happening. And I'm wondering if that could be a good thing to incorporate. Or like, even if it's like vines climbing up around things, I don't want to make you add brown, but maybe there could be an angle of having like darker green vines winding around some things where, even darker probably. And then the vines can have like little leaves or something on them where you get like little like whoop, whoop. So I think this design feels very clean, and that might also be what's making it feel less druid-like, is that druids tend to have a little bit more chaos in the way that their designs are executed, maybe? Where that might be obscuring it just a little bit, but if we have more things where we're getting like the plant angle, then that might help us to get to druid and to see that instead of shepherd. Or like you can have it crawling up your leg, because why not? Might need to make that a slightly different color because of where the hair is, but like, see what I mean? We're having some of this makes it feel a little bit more magical. We're a little bit more connected to the earth, maybe. Fantasy RPG druid. Yeah, let me pause. Fight these ads. Yeah, fight those ads. Ads are gone now. I think we're safe. Lily the Belly staff could... Lily the Belly. The Lily Bell of the staff. Lily the Valley staff could glow. That might be nice. Where I'm wondering if maybe if we had some like some sort of like warmer like magic thing happening. Let me make this like a glow layer. Nope, not that. New layer. Normal glow layer. There we go. If this was like emitting light, or there were other parts on the design that were emitting some sort of light that might also help us to read druid, and it makes the crook more specific. Yeah, vines maybe would be good for adding. Something like moss and alternatively could also be nice. But by adding the leaves, we're making it a little closer to the earth. Maybe it is just adding also just a little bit of brown somewhere, where your staff gets a little bit lost against your body. I'm wondering if we could make like a nice pastel brown to be like the part of your staff that you're holding, and then some other accessory could be this color as well. And just by having that little bit of like color, like maybe the buttons or something, the brown might suggest us more in that direction as well, even if it's just something small and subtle. Potentially making the vines brownish, so like aged. Yeah, freckles or dirt gradients a bit. I think this design wants to be very clean though, so I don't know if I want to add dirt, but like freckles maybe could help. Roots for a brown aspect, I could see that also maybe, instead of doing like the vines everywhere. I wonder if this one down here on the leg should just be, what layer is that? Brown, so we can see it against the hair. But just a little bit more things that are giving you that connection to the earth probably is what we're feeling. The other thing for me, as far as concept goes, I think it's just that. We just need to push the angle of druid a little more clearly so it supersedes over shepherd. Secondarily, I think I do have a little bit of clarity issue here, where the pink hair works pretty nicely to make your head focal because most of the pink is, you know, wrapped around the head area. Your eyes, because they're so pastel, are getting a little bit lost into your face, and the green appears so much elsewhere that the eyes aren't maybe as focal as they could be. And then once we hit this sort of like central region, it might just mean that we need darker drop shadows onto your sleeves. Normal, multiply. So that I get a greater sense of depth here, but I was kind of struggling to figure out where one thing ended and the next thing began when I was just looking at this up front. Like, you know, in here, this could be darker, and then we could have shadow here, and shadow here, and then shadow under this part, so that way I can see that that's where this specific, like, asymmetrical element is. Some shadows under the butt ribbons and stuff. So I think, for the most part, this works pretty well as a lower contrast design. But I think we just need a little bit more clarity from the shading. Same deal with, like, parts of the hair, where behind the head, it's getting very similar to the ribbon. So we could darken this in a little bit more, and then just add a little more depth into the hair, too. Or even, like, individual pieces I'm not making out from each other very clearly. And you have so much hair, so having all of that distinction so we're not losing things to the hair feels kind of important to me. Oops, that's too dark for this, but, like, just a little bit more contrast throughout for a little more depth, potentially. Yeah. Asymmetrical element could be a hood flower, too? Hood flower. Maybe. What if we did the EG eyeline trick? We could do the EG eyeline trick. We could try that and see how that works. Lily of the Valley leaves could also be nice. Lily of the Valley has leaves that are really, like, tall and long. So I wonder if that could be something where, you know, these ribbons end up feeling like that. But yeah, we do need more leaves, perhaps. Toggle. Oh, like having, like, a cap on top of the head might be cute. Hi, Ionosaura! Yep, for the hair, yeah! Let me see. What was I had a train of thought and it's gone. Oh, eyes. You guys were saying to try the Squiiji eyeline trick. Let me try the Squiiji eyeline trick, which is give the eyeline an interesting color along it to see if that brings us in. But honestly, I feel like this may be one of those examples where having a darker eye color would be nice. Let's see. You know, that does help me a little bit. I could probably make it a little bit thicker. Classic. Just give things a little bit of a contrasting outline situation. But I could see the eyes working very well if they felt sort of like dark and glossy. Could be very cute. Big Lily of the Valley hat for a hood. Yeah, somebody said brown eyes also. I feel like brown eyes could work very well here because they would be much darker, but adding that little bit of red around the eyes is doing something for me also. Let's try, just real quick, brown. I might just make it darker also because it might be too light the way it is. There we go, and then multiply. That's way too dark. Hang on. And then I'll erase out where the highlights were. We've lost the color depth, unfortunately, but wow, that actually does a lot for making the eyes pop a little bit more for me too. Gradient green to pink. We could gradient the green into the eyes here too, where maybe just the top part of them is brown. It might feel a little bit more druid-like as well. Let's see if I go like that. So they still have a little bit of green, so they're more hazel. But that makes the eyes pop a lot more for me as well. And then, you know, if we're doing our funny contrasting color edge, I could make this also be one of these green colors instead of pink. Whoa! That's not what I wanted. There we go. There we go. I could make it bolder also, so then it would read more clearly. Let's see, yeah, a little bit more saturated. But I think that's working in the right direction. Did I frog blink, or are you just blinking for no reason? Just blinking to blink? Are you just blinking to blink? What are you doing? What are you up to? Yeah, so I think brown eyes might be a good option here, with just subtle bits of green in them, so they feel a little more hazily. Okay, no, you're just blinking to blink. And I think that might also help us with the druid element, making things feel a little bit more earth-related. Blink for approval. Ah, okay. You guys are blinking in approval. Addicted. Okay, that's fine. Brown shoes, so that we're getting, like, connection to the earth maybe might be interesting, but
Blink
I think...
blanc.
Blink blanc! But I do think we just need a little bit more brown to get the druid angle fully across. What else did I have here? So that was for concept. Concept, we need just a little more druid, a little less shepherd. We did focal point, we made the eyes a little more focal. The head was already pretty focal. Ah, silhouette! So for silhouette, let me turn off all the miscellaneous stuff I've done, and we'll do a ladder test. First. Wait. Whap. Let's see. Oops, hang on. Tip of toes, bottom side of the little, like, scrunchies. Got a couple division lines on your leg here. This one's at the top, bottom of the skirt. Some ribbons, the sort of green part of that ribbon. Bottom of the sleeve. Scrunchy part there. There's a big diagonal, but that's really vertical, so it's not really adding a horizontal division, but that little sleeve is. The hair is very similar. The ribbon, the collar, the eyeballs. Ow, ladder. Hey, you're jumping the gun here. Jumping the gun on ladders. We haven't made our ladder distinction yet. Eyes and the ear kind of are on the same line. Little hair accessory. Bottom of the buns, top of the buns, top of that. Ow, stop jumping. Fellas, you're too early, you're too soon. I didn't call for ladders yet. I'm not ready for them yet. Come on. Come on. Wait. Be good, Shroomates. I'm not accepting ladder donations yet. The donations for ladders are not open. How about now? Now go. Now ladder to your heart content. Ow, I didn't catch it. I didn't catch that one either. Skill issue. I agree. Ah, I agree. I concur. Dangerous. I don't think I'd want to climb this. We're not really getting beyond the knees on this one. Good clustering around the face a little bit. Variety as far as where lines are positioned. I have adopted a defensive stance here. Ouch. Yeah, I think dangerous ladder. I think you pass for that aspect. As far as silhouette goes, your hair is the entirety of your silhouette, though. Your hair is all of it. None of your clothing, other than the little bit by your ankle and this little point down here, is impacting your silhouette, really? What I'm guessing is the intent here is that the hair, by being as long as you are tall, is that it makes you feel really small. It makes you feel like a little, like, woodland creature, like a little fairy almost. So for that reason, I'm willing to accept it. You do have some negative space inside of it at the very least. And then the ears and your, like, head accessories or your little, like, what do you call them? Little, like, buns are at least adding something to your silhouette. But I can't help but wish more of it was impacting the silhouette just a little bit. Because right now, as it stands, your silhouette is very symmetrical. Adding the roots down here will help. If you had something up on the top of your head where you had, like, an off-center hat, or, you know, you already have one little accessory, but something else might help. Make the hair commit to the shape of Lily of the Valley. It already kind of is shaped like Lily of the Valley. It gets wide, and then it has these little, like, arcing bits at the bottom of it. It already feels like it's in the right direction. Let the staff be the thing. If we're counting props, the staff does add to the silhouette. If you always have your staff, then that's fine. But without the staff, it's not maybe as recognizable as it could be. I think of what I would even suggest to add to it to make it more distinct. But having some of the vines throughout will help because they add a little bit of variety in shape language. They're creating some negative and positive space. Another head accessory might be interesting to add for that purpose. But generally, I want a little more from your silhouette. What did we not talk about here? Let me start grading. But I think your design is pretty well fleshed out as is. Color palette, I want some more contrast. Just a little bit. There's a couple clarity issues, but not a ton. Just like around behind the edge of the hair and some of the sleeve edges. For silhouette, you do pass as far as asymmetry goes a little bit, and your ladder's good, but I wish there were more things impacting the silhouette. I think I want something more from your head or something like that, but it's not dire. Complexity versus clarity, I think you're at a good spot where you have enough detail to be interesting. The details have a lot of variety. You're not overwhelming. I could make you into a marketable plush probably pretty easily. Your head is focal, but your eyes could use to maybe be just a tad, just a touch more focal, by making them maybe a little bit darker. And then concept and motifs, I think we're not getting the druid angle as much as we need to, unfortunately. You're kind of being disguised as a shepherd, but the Lily of the Valley angle is really well handled. So I know you can do it. I know we can make it clear and make it work. I also put you on the fridge. You're on the thumbnail. I just thought you were really cute. I thought you were very cute. So what is this? 3, 6, 7, 8. Wait, hang on. 3, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what is math here? It's not happening. Hang on. 3, 4, 5. Oh, there we go. I can't count. 6, 7.5, 8.5. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Yippee! Go work! Yours was, some of these are very quick to critique because they're really well fleshed out, so we don't have a ton of things to critique or add concept-wise. You're pretty close. You're pretty close. Go work! Can we get some clapter, please, from you? Also, let me see, Corey, what did you say? Not to distract or be impatient, I do have work within the next 2 hours, but it'd be possible to do mine next so I have the opportunity to be here for my critique without needing to rush so I can make it on time. Let me see. You were not the next one, you were the one after that. If we were locked in, we could get you in normal order. But if anime is okay with us waiting a little bit, I think anime is here, if I recall. If anime is okay with us waiting to get to theirs after, then we could move you around in the order then, perhaps. Also, thank you for the lurk. Wah! Don't cry! Good work, Mew. Good work. Sniffing Lily of the Valley, are their pollen's poisonous? I don't think their pollen is poisonous by any means. I don't think it's poisonous. I've smelled them plenty of times. I'm fine. I turned out okay. But I'm also a mushroom, so maybe I'm immune to those kinds of things. Maybe I'm immune. So let me save this. Let me close these also. Give my computer a break. Potentially. Take some of the load off here. Close that. So anime was next. Anime, are you here? Oh, you are. There you are. That's fine. Okay. Thank you, anime. All right. So Corey, we'll do yours next. Did you resubmit or did we, hang on. What was the solution to me not being able to get into the links? Sounds good. Anime is okay, thank you. Yeah, no, we can go next. This is what I had for you prepared for it, which is I had a paraphrase of the details we had from a number of sources, your name, and then the image you submitted, and then the most recent thing that was in the Discord server also for your design. Is there somewhere else I should look for other details, potentially, Corey? That might be useful. Give a little lad. Possible to know if mine is today or next Monday. Yours is probably Monday. The ones I have pulled for today that are left are Corey, Anime, oops, also Dom. I saw you here earlier, Bishop, Dom Woozle. You were pulled, and then Trinket, and if we have time, Nissa. We'll have to see, depending on how quick I am. Is that it? That would be it. Was the broken link a Google Doc? I think so. It was, let me see. Yeah, the lore Google Docs didn't work. The clickable part for it. I put them in my search bar and they gave me 404 errors, unfortunately. Hi, Thiag. Cool, thank you. Love lurking here anyway. I'm glad you enjoy lurking. Also, Tessa, you can drop as many apples on my head as you like. They are kind offerings to make to a teacher, so that works fine for me. Sniffing EG is gonna haunt my nightmares. You can thank Hoshi for that. I drew it, but Hoshi doodled me doing that, I think a long time ago, and I was like, I should be that. POV, you're standing over me looking down at me. But here, let me come back to Corey. Here. Yeah. Thank you for apples. Also for laughter. I appreciate it. Let me wait and see if Corey is pulling specific things. I will eat a cherry while I have the moment. I did before I realized the Discord was 18 plus. You're good, don't worry. We know that you weren't doing it nefariously, but we did have a Hoshi drawing of me sniffing, and I was like, I should make that real. It was good. Aw, thank you, C. How do you say your name? S-Y-I-E, C? Sai? Thank you also for Apple. Also, welcome back, Haunted Butter. If that's the case, then I may have lost that one. Oh no! Remembering correctly, it was more combined lore that is no longer accurate. We should be in the clear. Okay, that's fine. You'll just have to let us know if we're missing any aspects of your lore then while we're here live. So, let me eat the single cherry I prepared. While we observe the design here. And I'm going to shift the way I'm sitting in my chair. I have no idea now. I read it as sigh in my head. I love the answer of, I don't know how to say my name. That's how it works. I can try and remember to say sigh then in the future. Should still be in the EG meme section of the Discord. Yeah, I think it is still in there if you scroll back it far enough. I don't think anything was deleted when you left Hoshi. Because we didn't kick you or anything. If you just leave a server, your messages stay, I believe. Remove that cherry pit. All right, ready? So this is Corey, they, she, at _ Corey, bite _ Human, taught to shapeshift by a demon, chose to be a cat girl, full elder god model or like mode after gaining some followers. There's a sigil on the sleeve that's related to that angle. And you were thinking about going back to the digital entity because of the low poly idea. So we critiqued Corey's design, I think on my first ever stream. I couldn't find it in my folders. That first stream, the fellows we critiqued, they're missing. I don't know where they were. But we critiqued Corey's first design, which was like low poly and cyber inspired. But Corey had said something about it, the way that it was revealing and some other things like that, not sort of like jiving with, you know, who you are as a person and the way you feel about yourself. So I'm hoping that this version of design is jiving a little bit more for you there, in that sense. Fresh cherry, not maraschino cherry. That'd be funny though if I was sitting here fishing maraschino cherries out of a jar with my fingies. Bit late sending. Binge watched all of your design videos while working on the design. Thank you so much for your time and help. Of course! I hope you enjoyed the videos and I hope it was helpful. Okay, Elder God stuff isn't accurate anymore. Okay, I will cross that right out. Get rid of this. So, is there anything we're missing from your lore right now, Corey? Is it, so self-taught, human taught to shapeshift by demon, chose to be a cat girl, thinking about going back to a digital entity? Potentially. Wouldn't put it past you. Ye shrooms of little faith. Adonjon, thank you for subscribing. Hasn't showed up in the chat yet, but I can see it in the overlay. There it is. Thank you for subscribing. Hope you enjoy getting to rotate. We're surprisingly close to the sub goal again today. We've gotten the sub goal 2 out of 3 days this week, which is crazy. Last week we got it 2 out of 3 days too. You guys are, shroom state is expanding. It's crazy. But that is accurate? Ah, okay. Bet. Okay, so. Then also, I just need to clarify also, is this the most recent version of your design that you would prefer have critiqued? Because this is pretty different than these other ones. That's, I guess, my final question as we sort of get into this. Is figuring out where is most useful maybe for critiquing. Is it this one, potentially? Finally home from trip, wanted to sub as a thank you for hours of entertainment on the walks and travel. Oh, I'm glad I could entertain. I hope you had a good trip though. Love the silly goober energy. I agree. Good silly goober energy. Not gonna lie, I thought it was Sonic at first. It is. You do have a little bit of the Sonic, that specific Sonic blue, and I'm feeling the digital angle still on those colors also. Supposed to be a cat girl, maybe add more cat themed stuff. Yeah, so I want to see, were you Is this the most recent iteration that we should probably be focused on then? Because these are like the half-body PNG tubers versions, but they seem like they're pretty different in design right now. So I want to make sure we're talking about the part that's more helpful potentially. But regardless, I'm gonna executive order. Executive order from EG is bring your little hair streak back in this one, if you're going with this one. He's just trying to get some of the ideas on paper, still missing some elements. Ah, okay, I see. So, if this is getting some of the newer ideas on paper, then maybe we'll focus on this one. Sonic blue better than light purple full body. Yeah, so here's my thoughts here, which is that I think this is starting to do some more interesting things as far as the outfit goes than these ones are doing. These are sort of in that, like, kind of classic tech wear-esque clothing that isn't super specific. But I think the color of these ones is more interesting visually for me, where... Let me just add another layer. I feel like the hair color, being this specific blue, is so visually, like, gratifying to us as a viewer. The blue is... This specific blue is really drawing me in to this design here, where this one, and maybe it's the color of the background, it isn't as visually engaging. So let me see if I can just do a color with it. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be as dark, but I think that color was more visually interesting, and you could maybe leave your ears more purple so they stand out, and we can see them against the edge of your head a little bit more easily. But I'm a big fan of that specific shade of blue, and even maybe darkening it to be more of that blue also, I would be on board for. Like the bottom right colors a lot. Yeah, these colors are very nice. My critique here right now might be use those colors. Like even these, like in the shading, are very nice. Here's like, I think you have a ponytail on one side. The tail and the ears could probably also be that color. But there's something visually enjoyable about them. And then we're also adding a little bit more variation in the colors to the palette, because right now it's very, very monochromatic, where the hair was the exact same color as all the purple accents on the clothing. So we could leave the purple accents on the clothing as is and just make this more blue. More blue. Different artists, more recently done, but my friend tends to tip my stuff more purple. Ah, I see. Raccoon vibes in the top. Or cat girl. I think it might be the thickness of the tail and something about the eye shape, or maybe how I've darkened it in. The ears are also pretty low for a cat, I feel like, which might be because we were trying to have the ponytail be more visible. But yeah, potentially for a cat, having the ears higher on the head, that's not the color I selected, excuse me. Having the ears higher on the head, like up here, might make it feel less raccoon-like. Let me just color over all of that right now. Round it a little bit. Like that will feel more cat-like potentially. Bigger ponytail for more silhouette. Yeah, so I was gonna go for the repetition here of, you've got this big swooping J shape for the tail. Your ponytail, why? It doesn't have to be in any way something that relates to the way real life physics work. We can make your ponytail really big and swoopy and come back up on the other side here in an interesting way, where it's sort of mirroring the shape of your tail, but on the other side of your body in an interesting manner. Like that. Almost in like a Jessie from Pokemon kind of way also. Oh, wait, you're right. I didn't get the tail color changed in the legs. Oopsie. There we go. Corrected. Yeah. And then I think that adds one of the things that this design right now needs more of, which is asymmetry. This is completely symmetrical pretty much. So by me bringing your little hair streak back in, swooshing your ponytail across the back there, we're adding a little more asymmetry. I feel like we could add more in general with the way that these skirts are working. This is almost like an idol style skirt over shorts, where it makes me wonder, like, you know, I'll see bands and stuff, like K-pop bands. Well, where are these, like, I don't know what to call them. pick a color that's just not here yet. They'll wear these like, almost like banner-like things over their leg, where it's like a piece of fabric, where it seems like we're trying to sort of be between like masculine and feminine as far as the clothing is working. And this might be another way of getting that with just a little bit of asymmetry attached, is they would have these like interesting, I don't want to call it a banner, but I don't know what they're called. Overskirt, maybe? They like wear them over pants. Do you know what I'm talking about? My K-pop enjoyers? Or like, even in like some like idol type games, they'll have them where it'll be like, oh, here's this thing. And then it has like just like funny little like design details and stuff on it. You know what I mean? Random panel of fabric. I mean, it kind of is just a random panel of fabric, the way that they wear it, but like, it might be something that might be nice here to add a little bit more asymmetry, add a little bit of visual interest to the design. For your sleeves, I think you need more exaggeration. We're already exaggerating the shape of the hips to make that sort of the widest part of the design, but I feel like these sleeves could be even wider than they are, and we could even flare out like these little cuffs at the bottom a little bit too, sort of mimic the flared shape of the bottom of the skirt. I'm getting a little bit of like a retro, like space feeling from some elements too. Don't do K-pop, but yeah, I've seen that a lot in dance costumes. Yeah. Full water bottle pocket? What do you mean water bottle pocket? Do you mean the thing where they put on the sides of clothing those like two loops where it's like this over a pocket so you can put your water bottle in that? Is that what you're talking about? Cat ears are too closed off. Cats usually have their ears facing towards when they listen. Ah, you are kind of, yeah, the ears kind of are towards the side too, where like, I feel like if we, yeah, open them a little more, that might make them feel a little bit more cat-like too. They're facing towards us as the viewer a little more. No, the random fabric, oh, I see. Aspect I hadn't remembered to have my friend add was a notched ear and earring on the other ear. Ah, see, I think that would be good. I do think the ears should sit higher potentially. It could be a little bit more rounded at the tip. That way we get some contrast. I enjoy when cat designs don't have their ears sitting symmetrically also, just because it makes you feel like you're just a funny little guy. Feels like you're listening to something. Cats are almost listening in two different directions a lot of the time, but then it feels a little bit looser too. And we could do a little like notched ear situation, which might be nice for silhouette and a little bit of asymmetry, some kind of earring. You going for this like gray color that could be a little bit brighter and cooler potentially for a couple of the silver elements just to set them apart a little bit more clearly. Like that could be a little more blue, that could be a little blue and brighter. Couple of these things, and then yeah, if you're gonna do like an earring, something big and chunky perhaps. Although the thing that I don't know how to add is, right now as far as visual motifs go, you only have the fact that you're a cat. What is your occupation? Is there a secondary motif we can bring in? I'm getting a little bit of like magical girl ever so slightly, but like as far as visuals go, we've got straps that we could repeat somewhere else in the design. We've got the cat aspects, we've got some like stripes and stuff, but is there another angle to this concept here where it's like, okay, you know, you'd said something about, you know, think about going back to digital entity because of the low poly idea. That probably wouldn't be too hard to bring back in as a motif where, you know, you've got these light strips already. Give them the sort of like classic thing they do where it's like whoop, whap, meep, whap, whap, in an asymmetrical manner, and I think that'll give us a little bit of that cyber theming that we were maybe looking for, and then that could be an interesting thing that could repeat for an earring. If we have, you know, if we're doing that, you could have like the like funny, you know, they do numbers where it's like this almost. Like an earring of that sort could be neat. Yeah. Shape-shifting. Ah. So I think the shape-shifting thing is something that's not like actively being done at this point anymore, where like the form has already been like decided on. Tail stripes. Tail stripes might get too much into raccoon. Feral colonies notch the ear to mark when they're spayed or neutered. That is true. One of my kitties has a notched ear, but that, when they notch ears for that, that's where they cut the full tip off, like this. That's a different thing. So if that's what you meant, I mean, you could do that, but that, yeah, that does have an implication. But just like little chunks taken out of the side is a little bit different. Is it the piece of fabric that gets pleated? Yeah, it does get pleated sometimes. I don't know what they call it, but it almost feels reminiscent of like some like traditional like Irish clothing maybe. I'm not sure. Neons. We could have other colors that are cycling through these areas too. I'm trying to think, like, you know that like stock standard like digital green or like the yellow? This green, my green. Or like this red. They're very good colors when we want things to feel digital, or you can just go for RGB a little bit too. But they could be options. Yeah, rip is more natural, which is sort of what I had went for. Scrunkly cat I picked up as a stray. Missing one ear and he's so cute. Looks like he's got an otter ear. Oh, that is cute. Shapeshifting thing's still a thing. Kind of thinking of having some sort of hand toggle to have the hands become more paw-like. Oh, so like shifting to being just like more cat-like. That could be neat. Alternatively, you could go the classic route of like making your clothing become the paws too, but I would be on board for that. I see you already have like kind of cat-like feet. So that could be interesting. And your skin has the fur like texture on it too. Cyan, magenta, yellow. Yeah, a little classic screen printing color combo. Give me the screen printing color combo. Magenta, we already have cyan. And then yellow. Where's my, yeah. Like this could be a fun color palette. Although if we're going digital, the CMYK is for print. RGB is for digital if we were going back in the digital angle. So you could do this. I mean, that still feels digital and referential of that in like the neon lights kind of way. But yeah, I do think we need to bring another motif more throughout the design so that it feels a little more specifics. It feels like there's something missing right now. And we need a little more asymmetry. It's a little too symmetrical for me right now in the way that the skirt is sitting, the center of the body. Since you were going for, hang on. Magical Girl wasn't intentional, kind of became cyberpunk Magical Girl. Do you want to distance it from Magical Girl? Because really all we'd have to do to distance it from Magical Girl is change the way these little, like, hip flounces are? Is that the word for it? I feel like I remember that being a word. Hip flounces. That was the word for my funny little hip capelet things on my Halloween design. Hydrate? Also, yes, I should hydrate. 3 minutes ago, I should have hydrated. Chromatic aberration. That could be a really nice subtle thing to do to get a digital angle in if we wanted. Or for digital, or for chromatic aberration, it could be over top of things, like you just have line art that's split on one side of things that's pink. Like double your line art, and then on the other side of things, it's green. And that'll feel like a subtle chromatic aberration effect, potentially. That might be nice. Just get a little bit more sneaky color throughout here. This is almost like, who was it yesterday whose design we looked at that sort of had this kind of effect happening to it, where there was one color of line art on one side and a different color on the other side? Like, this could be a nice way of adding some visual interest. When we were talking about other things before with things being like cyber inspired, if you are wanting to go back in that direction, it seems like you were noting digital entity, could be very fun and not too complicated to, like, you know, make things feel like they're breaking up and disintegrating into like data chunks or something, or like, you know, glitching bits happening at the bottom. We could even put like gradients over it so it looks like it's like fading out into, you know, the cyberspace a little bit more. Yeah, future societies need magical girls too. That's true. That is true. But for furry anthro personas, same thing, different anatomy, but would be an interesting piercing or body mod you could do with such a design that a human can't? Ah, I wonder. I don't know. I mean, I tend to like, for like furry and anthro kinds of things, having like horns and scales and protrusions like that from miscellaneous parts of the body can work very nicely, where it feels kind of similar to more human-like anthropomorphic, or not anthropomorphic, more human-like body modifications. But I don't know off the top of my head. I didn't think about that for a little bit longer. And yes, I am I am a 3D. I made my model in Blender. More colored in the tail to mimic that digital look, brighter blues and such you see on pixel designs. Yeah, like this color here, or like the color that I have in the hair up here. You know, if we're doing the glitching stuff, like, hang on, that's an airbrush. Hang on, what's going on there? Just little chunks of squares floating around. Could have other colored ones, could bring that green and yellow and blue throughout that as well. Somebody also said duochrome holographic to represent the shape-shifting. I wonder if these like hip pieces would feel less magical girl inspired if instead of being dark purple like this, if they were holographic or like that transparent sort of iridescent material where we can see the shorts through it, then it becomes less intense in the way it's affecting the silhouette, and the sleeves can hold up the silhouette for that area of the body mayhaps also. Monitor screen vertical lines. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could add. Those bits of hair that hang down in the front. These little things? I don't know what those are called, like side hairs? Maybe. Transparency? Yeah, I think that might be a good way of handling the hips. Digigrade legs, 50-50 on the outfit. I do like it. More of a settled idea because I couldn't find a more casual outfit. Ah, I see. I really, honestly, all I think this outfit needs is more variety to it, where the shoes are kind of neat. The toes out look is crazy, but they are distinct for that. I feel like the, like, I don't know what to call these. Like, the bandages around the legs are a little bit generic. They're just general crosses. I feel like you could do something more specific with them. But for this, if it was translated into, like, more holographic textures, then that could be something that makes it more interesting and varied also. Digigrade legs would be interesting also. Rising stud spikes along the nose, figures canine nose, ear gouges, and in like a cobra hood. Oh, like those, yeah, those kinds of things would be interesting. I didn't think of some specific animals for what I would add to them that would be kind of interesting in that manner. Where yeah, ears and like other things that are flat that can add piercings are very interesting. But yeah, I think transparency might be nice. If we made all the things that are making you feel like a magical girl semi-transparent or holographic in that way, that might be a good strategy to reduce the magical girl feel a little bit and then also increase the sort of digital or tech feel we might be aiming for. But generally, I think our thoughts here are that you do need a secondary motif. We were kind of leaning into the digital angle. I think it would be doable. Holographic skin. Oh my gosh. Holographic skin would be crazy. That'd be pretty wild. The skin is fur too. Holographic fur skin. That would be an undertaking for sure. But yeah, for concept, I think we need another layer to the concept here. And we're trying to bring back something that you had going on in the design before, once upon a time, that worked pretty well for it, was that you had a very concrete, like, aesthetic that was going on. Whereas this one, the aesthetic isn't as concrete, which is why I feel like you need to have that second angle to it. Then, on top of that, silhouette, the way that it was before we made these modifications, was a bit too symmetrical. Not enough exaggeration for me either. The feet being wider is good, but I could use more exaggeration from the sleeves. And then we can add some asymmetry with the hair, with some other like draped elements in the clothing to make them feel a little more specific. For color design, we needed to modify the hair a little bit. It was all too monochromatic for me. It needed a little more interest. And then something as simple as, yeah, there's just the lines on the left and right of everything adds a little more color depth, which I think we need. A lot of times, monochromatic designs can feel like they're missing that extra pizzazz. They need a little more flavor blasting. And that might be a good, kind of quick way of adding it. Secondary motif has been a struggle. Definitely is more floaty on me, but blue cat girl. Yeah. So blue cat girl, but we need a, yeah, just the other more thing. Basically be see-through skin sounds spooky. I mean, if we're going for digital, I think we had suggested before making things disintegrate maybe. Like the skin could even be glitching out and have transparency or something. That might be a little crazy. And if you're trying to make something low poly, if you want to have a model for it that's 3D and low poly, ooh, don't do that. Don't make the skin translucent or transparent. You're gonna have interesting time with seeing things from the back through the front. Might be a little bit rough. But I think generally we've expressed most of the things we had about this one, which are color palette. I need more variety. It's a little too monochromatic right now. It needs a little bit more interest. For silhouette, you are not exaggerated enough and you need a little bit more asymmetry, I would say. Complexity versus clarity, I want a little more detail, but I think that's mostly coming from the concept angle, maybe. Focal point, I don't actually even know. What was the focal point here before I did 800 things? Shroomates, what is the focal point for you? For me, I think might be the purple on the chest, but the eyes seem to be working a little bit. I almost wish the eyes were fully dark, or that the eyelashes were even darker, maybe. Pixel art in some places, maybe. Eyes, accessories, just bits. That could be neat. Just having, like, some things that are rendered in a more digital style, maybe. If I wanted to push even more into cat, eyes having colored sclera, kind of like Katra from She-Ra. I feel like the eyes, if they had more contrast, would be more focal. Just try making them even darker. And you could have, like, if you wanted to have that lighter color in them, make that be like the slit pupil part and sort of invert that contrast. Maybe that helps a little bit. Hips, to be honest, because of contrast of legs and dark blue. You know, that's true. The legs with all the crisscrossing is a little bit distracting for me as well, maybe. Where that could be one of those cases where we need that sweeping gradient I often place onto designs. I could see that being potentially helpful. Hello. Rising studs. Jewels, yeah, focal to me? Okay. So it seems like the focal point is not completely on the face, unfortunately. So part of that, I think, will be if we make the eyes bolder. Let me turn on all the other things we were doing to see if... This, I think, is helping make the head more focal. We've added more detail. Adding this little blue swoosh brings us to look up the face faster. Darkening the eyes, I think, helped. Also, changing the blue does make the head more focal because it's different than the rest of the clothing. We probably would need that gradient to make the legs push back a little bit, but I think we did, partially at least, make the head as important as it needs to be, potentially. Though the tail does distract me a little bit still. I'm wondering if maybe just this full bright blue or bright yellow as a highlight in the eye, if we were talking about having our, like, RGB colors and stuff. Just colors that don't show up anywhere else, like a highlight or something, might be effective. Or like, what if these were blue? What if they were pink? They could change color as needed. Maybe I should just make them the yellow, because the yellow's not anywhere else, and then make that highlight pure white, the way it was. Maybe. Void eyes would be cool? Yeah, potentially, but yeah, so I think focal point needs a little bit of work also. By solving the other things, we're sort of solving the focal point part as well with some of the color changes, but I think the eyes could be a little bit more focal. As far as concept goes, I see the things that you're aiming for right now with the concept, but I do think you need to expand your concept more. I see the cat parts. The cat is reading a little raccoon-like, but I'm seeing the cat angle. But the design, like the concept itself, is kind of one-dimensional, so I would want you to push into having a secondary motif more. But I want another layer to your concept. Another part of the struggle to keep my username in mind with the design. Well, if you go back to the digital element, you go back to having a little bit of the digital stuff. Oops, hang on, not you. Then bytes make sense because that's, you know, something that is terminology for electronics. You know, you've got your megabytes, kilobytes, all those things. Megabytes, gigabytes. You've got sharp teeth, you bite. These are related things, mayhaps. Yeah. But then I did put you on the thumbnail because something about this, I keep going to anime, this blue with the skin color here really scratches an itch in my head for some reason in the color design area, so you do get a point from that. Rex, have you been taking upon yourself to do math for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Oops, I got used to having that in the place it was. So I think those would be my suggestions I have here. Can we get a round of applause for Corey, please? A little bit of clapping. A lot of bit of clapping. Actually, clap to your full heart content. I want more clapter. Skin hair is a nice contrast of cool and warm. Yeah, that is true. I feel like we need more dark hair, dark eyes VTubers. There's not nearly as many. I say, being someone, I at least have dark eyes, but I feel like so many VTubers want to have light colored eyes, and I don't know how helpful that is for their designs a lot of the time. Dark eyes, especially if you're pale, work really well. Works really well. Thank you, Eugene the Shroomates. Of course! Thank you for resubmitting, Corey. Let me save this to keep it. Dark eyes are pretty. I agree. Dark eyes are really pretty. I like dark eyes. They work very well for contrast, especially if you have light hair or light colored skin. A lot of VTubers go really pastel, and I feel like that is not necessarily helping them as far as contrast goes all the time. Oh, Cameron64X, thank you for following. Remember a kitten bowl? One of the players' kitty was named Megabyte. Oh, like the kitten eating a lot of the food, having a lot of snacking. That's cute. Can we get this list? What do you mean the list? The rubric? If you would like the rubric is on the Discord. If I go Discord. We have a resources channel, and I believe the rubric should be easily found in there somewhere, potentially, maybe. So, we have an ad break incoming. I'm going to save Corey and close Corey, and we're gonna go to anime next. I do, however, in an unusual move, I gotta run to the bathroom. This is not a thing that I have to, usually I don't have to BRB at all during stream, but I will be right back. You be good, hang out for your little ad break. I'll put the little, like, bouncing Gary on the screen. Be good. Don't damage my classroom in my absence. You hydrated appropriately. That's true. Usually I just go before stream starts and then I'm good until the end, no matter how hydrated I am, but not today. List sounds like you're in trouble. Kind of. Be good, okay? Be good. Look at anime. Read the text that was given to us. Be good. You're not unsupervised. I have eyes in the back of my head. I can always see you. I know what you're doing. I'm back. Were you good? I see you glooping. What are you doing?
Babysitting. Behave or I tell parents.
Roommates, what are you doing? What are you up to? Babysitting, behave or I tell parent. I see Amber pulled the gun. What are you up to? Girls off desk. Why are you posting toilet? What are you up to? Roommates. Gary, I am babysitting. Behave or I tell parent. Oh, see, that's true. Good work, Gary. Thank you for babysitting. Amber, how were they? Amber, were they good? Did they behave? So cute. That's true. I'm hanging out here with anime now. Let me sit back down in my chair. I'm like standing over my desk right now and I might fix my face tracking, but it might be confused. Hides paperwork. Nothing. You were doing paperwork? In my absence? You were golden. I don't believe you. I don't know if I believe you. The return, when I return and everyone, I see the scramble, I'm like, oh, So amazing, you should not give us homework. Fellas, I don't give you homework, period. What do you mean? Your only homework is to, like, think good thoughts and take good care of yourself. That's homework that you should do and that you have to do and you don't have a choice. also going to eat a chip because I need something crunchy. I didn't eat enough for lunch today. I made a mistake. Look, a completely real and physical ladder? What? Where? Anyways. Anime! I think anime has the record right now for design or Shroomate we've looked at the design of most on stream, perhaps? Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think we've looked at anime, this is the third time for anime. Hoshi is? Is it Hoshi? I thought we only looked at Hoshi twice. Or is it 3? The original Gloop It Up. Yes, this is the original Gloop It Up. Anime was also, with Corey, on the first stream. And then we looked at anime again back in, like, January.
Parent, they fed me homework in your absence. Very tasty, but it's still not concrete.
I'm sorry that they were feeding you weird things, Gary. You should say no, and they should learn to respect that, potentially. Hoshi was twice, but this is anime's third. This is anime's third time we've looked at their design. We looked at anime, like, first stream, and that was the origin of Gloop It Up. And then we looked at anime's design in, like, January for, I think, Donathon critiques? And then, yeah, today, again. So, thank you, anime. Big supporter of the Shroom State, huh? Yeah, third time! Mercury Bites, thank you for following. I feel like I'm next to a star when I'm a pebble. Funny skeleton. What? Me eat a couple of chip really quick. One chip. Another chip. Just a little more chip. No dinosaurs in the house? We're innocent? I don't have any idea what you guys are talking about. It was unrelated. I don't know what you guys are discussing. We are looking at anime, though. So I don't think this is anime's, like, main VTuber design inherently. But this is, like, a different iteration of the design. So this is anime. She, her, Anime Studios. Since my VTuber's in the process of being redesigned for the 100th time, I thought I could share a design that has stayed pretty consistent. This is my Undertale skeleton Sona. Oh, intriguing. She has been the face of my YouTube and Tumblr since 2023. If you're an Undertale fandom, you will understand why she doesn't look like a realistic skeleton, lol. I don't. I'm in the dark on this one. I don't know really anything about Undertale. Do the skeletons have real hands? Like, not bone hands? I don't think I ever noticed that. Huh. Anyways, I'm just curious on your thoughts. She's meant to represent me, so no lore. Just things I like and I'm drawn to. Comfy times, cute things. Also rushed on the shading to submit this on time for Crits for Charity. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Hi, Jade's Workshop. Hi, Jade. Jade, you're usually on Twitch. You're multi-track drifting, huh? Is Discord only available to subscribers? Can't find link? Exclamation point Discord is how you get in, if you would like. It's open to everybody. Feels like fandom has evolved a lot. Really? I don't know very much about Undertale, so for me, you telling me that this is an Undertale Sona that is a skeleton in some way, I would have never figured out by looking at it, but if that is sort of inherent to the way that they look, then that's fine. More like skin is bone, not flesh? What? They're not hollow. Oh. What? Wait, what do you mean they're not hollow? Skeleton thinks about it, the eyes and the nose. The eyes are kind of skeleton-like. The nose, to me, isn't super skeleton-y. It reads like a regular human nose. Like, you know, this is the underside of the nose, unless that's a cavity? I'm not sure. I may need more detail on this. Let me Google the skeletons of Undertale, so that I can have the proper context here. Because I think, like, don't they still have, like, the nose hole in their face, maybe? Yeah, they kind of do. Although, no, they do have just, like, regular hands. Ah, interesting. And yeah, the eyes do glow inside of, like, sockets. You mean bone markings on the skin? No, I think it's, the hands are just, like, skin that is colored like the bone is colored. Which is interesting. And yeah, they have, like, eyebrows that aren't made of hair. So I guess this is actually pretty accurate to how they depict them. So I guess that makes sense. Cross between skeletons and ghosts. Yeah, that's interesting. The more you know, I'm learning. It seems like it's established in it. Anatomy depends on the artist. Ah, okay, I see. So we're gonna not bother, not to say not bother, but like we're not gonna be bugged by the fact that you don't look like a skeleton, and I just need to note that down for like concept things. But silhouette, I like your little curly Q, I don't know what to call it, it's like a flyaway. I like your little flyaway and your floating hair bits. Those are good for silhouette, as well as your floating crown. We do finally have anime hair vents. Oh, which isn't even on my bingo, but you do have pink hair at least. No! I don't even have it! OG are gloves, I think, at least the tall one. Papyrus is the tall one, right? I think his are gloves, but Sans just seems to have hands. What it looks like to me. This is giant sleeves. I still don't have bingo. This is crazy. I cannot believe this. Sans does bleed. Okay, that's wild. That is interesting. They can eat food. What was ketchup? Sans just has hands. Okay, we're getting some intriguing lore things we're figuring out right now. So, silhouette, I see you've done your silhouette test here. Other than your hair and your crown, the outfit is very symmetrical, which does seem to be the way that the Undertale characters themselves are designed. Like, what is the main character's name? Frisk or something? Frisk is completely symmetrical. Papyrus looks completely symmetrical. Sans looks completely symmetrical. Like, almost 100%. Just their poses aren't symmetrical, so they don't feel like they fully are. So this might be another of those situations where for the universe you're designing this character in, that is an acceptable way to design the character, because within their sort of canon, I guess, they don't really have much variety in silhouette. Or not in silhouette, in their just like symmetry of silhouette. Their silhouettes are extremely varied. I feel like that might be the one thing that, like, I guess you're not really drawing in their art style, but I feel like I kind of want more of the crazy level of exaggeration that the sprites of Undertale seem to have if you're existing within that, like, I don't know how to put this, like, if you're existing within that world of types of design, I feel like I want more of that crazy exaggeration. Your jacket's getting close, but I feel like, you know, your head is very realistic in its proportions, where we get to see more exaggeration for it, or, you know, the hair is very flat on the top, but like your hair vents could be even taller, and then we could move the crown up so that we're getting more of that exaggeration that seems to exist within that world. That design philosophy, I guess, is the way I would say it. Real question, what font? That's true. Anime, what font are you? I forget that's a thing. My friend made me design a OC for Undertale because they had Undertale OCs. And mine was Charlotte because Charlotte is a font, but because I didn't really understand how that worked, and Charlotte does just sound like a name the way it is. Which was maybe not helpful, but no, but I shouldn't move this on the alt layer. Hang on. Wait. Wow. There we go. Now move it over. I'll just cover this one. There we go. The crown does also feel ever so slightly like Fairly Odd Parents-y, which I don't know if that is your intention or not, but that is a reference I get from it, because they do have just the tiny little pixie crown sitting off the side of the head, and then also just like little sparkles throughout, which is interesting. So I wonder if there's just like a general like cartoon influence here too. Lemon font. Lemon font? Is that what this font is? Love Metaton. His poses are too good to not be inspo. Ah, I see. Okay. So, for the sake of silhouette, I feel like we could just exaggerate more about the hair a little bit. Your legs are kind of exaggerated, but they're very round and sort of even in their weight. Where, like, I feel like this is one of those things, classic EG move, where it's like, okay, well, what if the feet were much bigger, so that way we're getting some of that exaggeration here as well? Or what if, you know, the thighs were much wider than the calves are? Because right now they're kind of the same width. Or, you know, what if the calves were tapering more extremely? But I feel like we just need more exaggeration in the shape here, because that seems to be something that is so inherent to the Undertale style itself. Where these feel like they're sort of the same width all the way down the form. Pull that in there maybe. If this is sitting off of the shoulder, this is sort of like, I guess, more of a drawing critique maybe. This is sitting off of the shoulder, so theoretically, it would be bunching up around the arm, but this entirely would also be lower too, because it's hanging down. It's not being held up by the shoulder tip. So then that would increase the asymmetry in the design if we made this function in space the way that it would, as far as where the mask will sit. So I'm just gonna color this over very quickly. Lines back into it. But I think that would help us a little bit with silhouette as well, having that adding to it. And then, is this a universe? Like, clearly your hair can float and do interesting things, but it's making me wonder about, like, you know, you said they're halfway between ghosts and humans. This is kind of like a hoodie. You could have, like, your floating, like, hoodie strings or something that then add to the silhouette if they break the edge of the form. Let me put these here. But I think there's a number of things we could do to just increase the exaggeration to make it feel more like that kind of style, maybe. So cute. Yeah. Not getting skeletons. Skelebros wear gloves and bulky clothes, have areas where bones poke out to give us the contrast. I will say, I think the blush is also making you not read as much like a skeleton too, because that's implying blood under the skin too. So I wonder if that's also pushing us away. Hoshi has redone the username. Hoshi! Hi, Hoshi. Feeling design, not getting the Undertale skeleton. Ah, I see. Lumos light font. Oh, that could be another interesting font. Chapter 1 of Cosmic Horror Noir Story. Wonder if you could read a piece out loud. Maybe someday for a donation kind of thing, I can do some EG ASMR reading of things, potentially. Maybe. Didn't think about that sweater hanging down. I'll fix that later. Yeah, maybe because you said you were, you know, trying to work pretty quickly with this one to get it out in time. I think it could be hanging lower on one side. See, Undertale skeletons blush their magic or soul color? This might just be something where I'm too unfamiliar with the way Undertale designs the characters, maybe, for me to know. But I think just what we need generally here, more exaggeration in the silhouette so that it feels more like it's closer to that cartoony style, which it seems like you've already increased since your 2023 version, which, good work. More exaggeration in the hair shape. I don't think you necessarily need a ton of motifs if you're just trying to be like a persona that is, you know, in some way related to you. The head is very focal. The dark sclera with the bright colored eyes and the hair that sort of has a gradient is very focal. So focal point wise, this is working pretty well. Let me do a ladder test also. We didn't do that. Oops, I'll use this foot because it's flat. Bottom of foot, bottom of skirt, bottom of jacket. Your sleeve seems like it's only just shorter. This window that's cut out here. This sitting off the shoulder, if we were looking at it from the front, would probably give us a little bit of a diagonal. Bottom of the hair, top of the neck, bottom of the chin, bottom of the eye and top of the eye because they're big and dark, and then like top of the hair, crown. Oh, I've done it right on top of the thing. Wrong layer, EG. I think we can tell what this is, though. Pyrus is the most intriguing character in Undertale? I don't know anything about it. Is Tumblr sexy man? I don't know anything about those things. I do not know. Ow. We'll have to just use your eyes to try and look at this horrible shade of green that I've placed on here. But I think we'll all be in agreement that ladder is dangerous. We're not getting through here, and we're not getting through here. Ladder's missing a lot of rungs. Yeah, I feel like the other thing that I want here is just like maybe a little bit more visual interest just somewhere where right now, ow! Right now it's very smooth everywhere. Your shape language is very round. You've got a couple little sharp things from the stars and like the tips of your hair, but I'm wondering if there could be more things playing into texture. We're like, what if, I put these on someone else earlier, but what if we can see that your cardigan is a little bit fluffier? We add just like a little bit of texture to it, if that's what this is. I can't quite tell if this is a cardigan. Might be. But like if we could see that it's just got a little bit of like fluff going on to break the silhouette, that could be nice. If your tights or something were like sheer and we could see that, then maybe it could be, you know, we have a little bit of something light happening on them where you get like the, like, whoops, hang on. That's not a color we can see. Brighter color, please. Like you get the sort of like this kind of thing where it's like, wah, wah. So I think I just want a little more material rendering, but you said you had a rush on the shading, so that could be what we're missing on there. Blue brush? Hang on. Blue blush, soul magic color. Ah, okay, I see. I'm unfamiliar. Oh, we've been raided! Hello! Welcome in, Biddles! Welcome in, fellas. Welcome in, little toon creatures. Biddles, I don't remember what your creatures are called, but welcome in! I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we are doing VTuber design critiques for charity. We had some donation rewards open on Monday people could submit to, you know, if they donated a certain amount, we could critique their designs live on stream here today. And we are continuing them. This is day 3. We've critiqued more than 20. We're, I think, approaching 30 critiques we've done this week. We're working hard, raising funds. But welcome in. Also, thank you mods for getting the, shout out also. Hey Snoop, what were you up to? Cartoon Chaos is next. Chatting. Interesting. We're the goons. Ah, in the old sense of the term. Hi Squiiji, how you doing? I'm good. Fellas, if you need to know of another very interesting 3D VTuber who's using 3D very well, their design, Biddles is a good fella to think of there. Biddles, you are an artist if I'm not mistaken. Also, but your entire aesthetic is so well planned, it's so neat. So, Shroomates, go take a look-see. Go look into Biddles, mayhaps. Meow, yes? Hell yeah, yeah, Biddles is very cool. We've rated Biddles a couple times, I think. The whole aesthetic of the entire stream, fantastic. It's all rubber hose. It's nice. What were you up to? What were you working on, Biddles? I know you've done art from time to time on stream. The fact you were chatting makes me think maybe you were. I'm intrigued. But let me know. We're looking at Anime's design right now for, like, herself, but as a, like, Undertale skeleton sort of inspired design. Her tights are those socks you wear in winter, warm ones. Oh, like long johns? Interesting. I wonder if then those kinds of things have that sort of like heathered texture on them a little bit. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where they have the little just like flecks of a lighter color. Whoops, I probably could have kept the color I had. You know what I mean? Where they sort of have just the like that, where they have like the darker speckling and lighter speckling on them throughout. And maybe that would make them translate as that kind of legging, maybe? Not sure, but I feel like I just want a little more texture variation across this, which is probably related to just the shading in general. I was playing Snake Pass, a snake parkour game. Oh, snake parkour. Well, I hope it was good. I hope you had fun with it. Dang, snake parkour. Parkour is not within my skill set, but I hope you were at the peak. You toppled the courses. I don't know what you do in parkour games. Do you topple courses? Good use of English language, GG. Snarkor? Yeah, Snarkor. I was Garbo. No! I'm so sorry to hear that. If it makes you feel any better, I would be just as Garbo. I can't play Hollow Knight, not for the fact of the combat. I just can't do I can't do the platforming in it. I'm just so bad. I don't have good, I just don't have reaction speed. And then in my brain, I'm like, well, I hit the edge of the thing, so I should jump now, but I jumped too late. Wow, that was the whole thing. But I hope you at least had fun with it. If you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing, please take care of yourselves. Also, thank you for the glue. If you need to do things like looking after yourself, please do those. If you'd like to stick around and hang out and help us with the critiques, you are welcome to do so, but please prioritize looking after yourselves, all of you. Good as she is. Clever skeleton peaks in the bulky, cute clothes. Push the theme, add unique silhouette. Ah, buttons as bones would be fun. Yeah, so if we want to increase the skeleton angle here, then yeah, maybe a couple little quiet, clever things that relate to bones might be interesting. Like, we don't have to do the default bone shape, but like, if this cutout in the chest, like what is a... I'm drawing it as the default bone shape, where it's got like the 2 rounded parts on each end, but like, there's other bones in the human body that could probably be specific enough in shape that they could be this cutout in an interesting way. Maybe a rib bone. Yeah, something like that. Bones for the buttons. That might be good things to add to get the skeleton, subtle skeleton angle across. Need to go to work, but it's always a pleasure to raid in. Adore your work. Oh, thank you. Thank you for raiding. Good luck at work. Thank you for stopping by. We'll take good care of your little goons. The toon goons. Oh, I hate that that word has been co-opted for other uses these days, because now it sounds bad when I say it, but they're just goofy little sidekicks. Toon sidekicks. Need to sleep? Enjoy your snork memes, PJ. Platforming games like putting your reaction speed to shame. Oh man, yeah, I that's all they do is put them to shame. It is unfortunate. Oh, unfortunate. I was like, what does that mean, Amber? Preserve correct language. It's not like there's any correct or incorrect language inherently, but it does make me sad that that was such like a fun word. And Jubby's sister's childhood friend group is called the Goon Squad. You know, her childhood friend group from when she was a high schooler in the 90s. Or not high schooler, like middle schooler in the 90s. So but the way what that means has changed so thoroughly where they can't say it. It was just silly. No, don't say what. It was in the purest sense of they're just goofballs. It's like calling yourself the Goofball Squad. Yeah, the Goonies. Like these words existed prior to being co-opted for nefarious purposes, and it makes me frustrated that we can't say it anymore because it's funny. What can you do? Little Magic Idiot, thank you for following. Wait a minute. Hang on. Is it you, the one that got me to VTubing PNG model about a year ago on YouTube? Maybe? Hello? Welcome back. I hope I was able to. If you're talking about PNG tubing models, it might have been from my one about Pie Crew ones, but I'm glad I could help you if I did. Wasn't that the alien team from Space Jam? Maybe. Found a thing, want to share it, but I do not have Twitter and I'm not in the Discord. I don't know how to offer you an angle for sharing it then, unfortunately. Haunted Butter. What is it? What is the thing you found? If you tell us what it is, I might be able to find it and then send it, depending if you have a specific enough description for it, maybe. But I don't know. Any people got into Squiiji via the PNG Tuber video? They usually come from a couple places, either the PNG Tuber video or the Pet Peeves video. Usually are the two places. Don't know where the Discord is? It's right here. If you would like to be in the Discord. Same. To me, the nefarious one, Goon is still a cute henchman. I know, a Goon is still a cute, silly henchman. Yeah. That's what we're up to. We are doing VTuber design critiques. We are doing them for charity. So these fellows whose design we're critiquing made lovely donations to Cure Cancer Australia. So we are, in return, in thanks, critiquing them. EG from one of the earlier ones, can't recall. Oh, interesting. Where'd you find EG? Some of you found me from TikTok, which is also intriguing. But for anime, I feel like there's a part of me that wants you to just have a little more texture throughout, where like these, if we can see that they're like that like knitted or like crocheted texture, or you're saying that they're like those like under or like warmth leggings, I feel like then we could get like that sort of like heathered texture where they have the dark and like speckling on them maybe. But I think we just need more variation in the texture throughout, because when clothing isn't necessarily interesting through silhouette or detailing, making it interesting through color and texture are our next best tools. So I think that might be a good angle, where what if your cardigan was a little fluffier, where, you know, I've done the little like tick mark things, but you could alternatively go full sail into like rounding out all of the edges of it a whole bunch and making it seem like these little things are crocheted onto it maybe, which might be interesting for silhouette, making it a little cushy. It looks like I have a cardigan behind me that's sort of like that I may have worn, well not, I had a hand cam stream before, but it's just like a weird furry-ish jacket. But I think I just want more texture variation. This is all very smooth all the way around. Yeah. Ecto's basically magic body mass undertail skeletons have. Didn't want her booba to be bright pink, too distracting. Oh, yeah, too distracting mayhaps, maybe, potentially. Eos Lady Sunshine, thank you for following. I have an ads, oh, rip. Found EG on YouTube. Back from ads, what you were saying again? I was saying hello. Also saying, welcome back if you found me through PNG tubing. We were reminiscing about what people had found you through. You know you drew the amazing Great Boss Biddles, showing customizable model without drawing? Oh yeah, I do know Biddles, but yes, I did do that video, yes. I think I found EG from one of the earlier ones, can't recall which one, can't remember what we found me from. Interesting. If you know what you found me from, I'm intrigued to hear. EG on YouTube. Hoshi said found me through my virtual face video, which may also be common. I think that's the thing I did that more people saw than anything else. I believe that video on Twitter has like 2 million views or something, which is insanity. Terrifying in many ways. How'd you do your VGen profile? That's wild. That's kind of funny also, in its own way. That would be interesting. Moment, get a check, go for it. But anime, generally, I think I can give you a grade. Let me clear this. Oh, Joby got home really early today again, too. I heard them come in the house. So, color palette. I think the colors are really well chosen. They work together really nicely for me. You feel nice and warm and friendly. The pops of gold are nice. They add a nice variety to the color design. The pink in your hair and your eyes makes the face really focal. I don't really have any trouble with focal points. For silhouette, I think you need more exaggeration, and I think we were saying doing that through like texturing things, maybe making your feet bigger, stuff like that might be good. But you do pass the ladder check, and it seems like all the characters within Undertale do have symmetrical designs, so I don't think I can penalize you too hard for that, because it is within the conventions of what you're referencing to have done that. For complexity versus clarity, I think you are right in the sweet spot of you are as detailed as you need to be. All the details are serving their purposes of, you know, adding interest without being overwhelming. There's no detail for detail's sake, which is good. Concept and motifs, I think we want a little bit more from the skeleton angle still, though, where despite that being the way that skeletons maybe are depicted in Undertale, I think we just need a little more from it, where if we can add it in clever ways like the buttons or the cutout of the shirt or things like that, I think that would be beneficial to us. And I believe, were you? Wait, hang on. I can't remember what I put on the thumbnail. All of the days are blending into each other right now for me. Oh, I thought I might have, but I guess I didn't. Huh. Previously, I think you were on a thumbnail, which maybe is why I was thinking of that. But 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Anyways, very respectable. 9 out of 10. Hell yeah! There's a couple little pushes that could be made to take you the extra mile, but you're pretty close. Don't overcomplicate it. Can we get a round of applause for Anime, who also has appeared on stream more times than anyone else at this point, I think. Yeah, you know how some cardigans have those woolly braid things? What if that but bone-shaped? Oh, you don't mean like the knit pattern? Where like they have like the thing where it's like, you know, going like that, where it kind of overlaps and stuff. That could be interesting if it was shaped like a bone, I agree. Anime, anime, anime. We're chanting now. Callan and Motor Addict, thank you guys for following. Let me see, I saw some other people saying where they found me. Might have found EG on a effective VTuber design. They could actually just watch a Yam Albert video and found that one. That would make sense. I reference Yam in that video, so I think they tend to link to each other often. Found you with the logo one. Really? The logo one first. Tips on making effective design. Okay, maybe the effective design one is bigger for people finding me than the pet peeves one. I think people who watch the pet peeves video don't watch me still, because a lot of them found it and didn't like that video. Oh, you know what? A lot of people also came from the video about why teachers hate anime, I think, too. I'd have to send out in the oversaturated market. That would be my first video. That'd be crazy if you found me that long ago. Honored. But yeah, good work, Anime! You did the AR one with the human body and 3G head. I think more people have seen that than anything else. Effective design does have 219k views. Does it really? I have not checked how many views some of my videos have recently. I don't tend to look at that, but I am terrified by the fact that my art teachers hate anime and fan art video is at almost 500,000. It's at like 400,000 views or something. Ah! Scary. I think half my videos are at like 100,000 at least, which is wild to me. I haven't made a new video in like 9 months. I should do that, probably, maybe. But that's crazy. Found EG thanks to the Star Rail video. See, I feel like a number of people also found me, like Soul Kingdom Creator, I think, found me through Cookie Run Kingdom and stuff like that, which is interesting. YouTube recommended first Genshin critique. Ah, we're getting the Shroomate lore right now. That's crazy. What I saw was the Lightning McQueen one about your friends gassing you up during finals. Oh my god, Wordy, that is a deep cut. Wordy. Wordy? Wordy, that is the first video I ever posted, period. That was a TikTok I posted. I think I posted that before I even posted a video, like a full-length video. That might be the oldest thing I've ever posted as far as like video content goes. That was in like March 2023 or something. That's crazy. Dang. Okay. Interesting. PNG Haiku Guide made me determined to draw my own, so frustrated with the limitations. Ah! I cast frustration, but also interest. Remember being sad you know their content makes sense? How far we've come! 2 years later, and I do have some. Isn't that great? Alright, I gotta keep moving, because it's almost 4 o'clock, and I have 1, 2, 3 more I'd like to get through, which I think is feasible for us. Maybe I'd like to get 5. Some content. Yeah, how many streams have I done to this point? Like, there's 162 videos, including all of my lives, so there's some Squiiji out there if you want to find me and watch the things I do. But next, I'm going to eat a chip and also drink some water because my hand is starting to hurt a little bit. Think we'll ever get a video on how to make 3D models, or is there one I've yet to see? I don't think I have the credentials for that. I would rather recommend you watch Rainhet's tutorials than me. Most of what I do to make 3D models is held together by duct tape. Well, not high poly. I know what I'm doing for voxel models and low poly models. But my high poly modeling is held together by duct tape and nails and staples and stuff. So I would not feel confident giving you a tutorial on that. I just do whatever works. And that's kind of it. But maybe I could make one. There's ones that already exist that are really good, so I don't really feel the need to rehash that though. Like Crash Sune has a good low poly one, Brainhat has good high poly ones. I can maybe make a voxel one because no one else has done that, but no, maybe. Oh, Matcha Gremlin, thank you for gifting a sub to Bully McGuire. I appreciate it. Can we rotate for Matcha Gremlin, please? We're so close to the goal for today, huh? Yippee, rotation! Your art teachers hate anime and fan art one. It's an exact one to process technique. Can't stop saying how much wasted time composition thumbnails are. Pardon? Huh? Composition thumbnails are important. What do you mean? I don't think those are a waste. What do you mean by that? I'm an art teacher. I believe in those. Thumbnails are always good and useful. Had together by hopes and dreams. Oh, hi, Bishop. It's you. You're here. This is you. Thanks for all the help. Shroomates, I want to give a little back for the awesome tips and feedback. My brain is storming. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad we could help, Matcha Gremlin. I'm happy we could help. Didn't you offer to make a high poly head on your YouTube once? I did, and I did make it and give it to the person who won that raffle. There was a raffle for a high poly head for virtual face use, and I did make that, and I did give it to someone, and it never saw the light of day. I don't think they ever used it once, ever, unfortunately. Which, honestly, that happens. I've made so many models that have never been seen. I made a low poly model for like most of the low poly model for the person who won our Shroommate raffle. And then they stopped responding to me for the Donathon raffle. And I've been trying to track them down since, but yeah, so a lot of things I make don't go anywhere. I at least get paid for them, so I can't be that mad. Really can't complain. But yeah, sometimes I have intentions to use things and life happens. I got paid for most of the things I've made, so I can't complain about them. Some of them will eventually appear in my portfolio because they were within 6 months, and usually I honor 6 months of not showing something unless we agreed on something prior. But, yeah, what can you do? Let me eat a chip. I'm gonna drink a little liquid and take an ibuprofen. My head hurts a little bit. Gonna use my voxel model for VR chat at least? Yeah, it should work pretty well for VR chat. A number of fellows have used it for that purpose. Have some things I make for myself. A lot of random cool stuff lying around. That's what happened with me and my low poly and voxel model. Until I had the redeems like 4 months ago, we never saw my other versions of my models. I have so many Squiiji models, and we don't see any of them most of the time. You should take care of yourself. I am. I'm hydrating. I just need a little ibuprofen mayhap. Little liquid. Let's see. How long did it take to make your current model? Oh, like 6 months. Off and on, I was getting a master's degree, but 6 months. There we go. 1 away from bingo on 2 rows. Yeah, let me check my bingo real quick, and then we'll lock in for Bishop. Where am I on bingo? Monster, technically a skeleton's a monster, right? Man, I don't have bingo. I'm like one away in 6 directions. Ah, Squiiji! Choosing violence, better character never gets main character? Huh? Hang on, what are you guys talking about? Let me scroll back here. What? Ruku? Getting so much gacha game character from your model in a good way. Oh, yes. You read to me, having seen the character of Kevin from, Honkai Impact 3rd, I see a blue colored lad with short white hair and I'm like, Kevin! Kevin's back! Because there's just something very specific about that to me, that specific guy from Honkai Impact 3rd that has infiltrated my brain. I think I said this about someone's design last week also, but I see a little bit of that here. It's also having sort of like the ice or like frosty kind of angle to it. Yeah. Thought I could help with your bingo. Yeah, thank you, anime. You got me one closer. I hear Kevin, I think of the guy from SpongeBob. No! No! No, no. Anyways, this is Bishop. He, him, not a character from SpongeBob. High Elf Mage and a tired guild master. It's a spark notes for my lore. I love that you gave me the spark notes of your lore, and I love that you phrased it that way. Shroomates, give me your elevator pitch or your spark notes for yours. So, just from looking at the design, I was able to tell you're an elf. The ears do always help with that. You did give yourself dark bags under your eyes, which I also appreciate. I feel like I'm always adding those to people's designs when they say that they're tired or sleepy or anything like that. And you already have them. So good work on that one. For the ice part, I mean, the colors are going to work pretty immediately to get us into that realm. So as far as color works, or as far as concept works, I'm picking up most of the aspects. Guildmaster can be a little bit difficult because what does that look like? I think we just need to have sort of a fantasy-inspired design that looks like you have some authority, maybe? To read like a guildmaster in some way, and I think you have those things from what I can tell. But it's in that same vein of like adventurer, swordsman, like explorer, where all of them share so much visual overlap, and there's not really something in particular that just makes them distinct from each other. So I think that's fine. I think this is okay for where it is. I'm not really sure what I would add to make guildmaster clearer, but he points away from traveling. Maybe, but you don't feel like a traveler, potentially. Subtle hints of wealth, a guildmaster would have nicer stuff. Oh, maybe. Potentially. I could see that. Fantasy office boss. Not Kevin from Vocaloid, also no. Kevin from Honkai Impact 3rd. Yeah, colors convey the ice element pretty clearly. I do wonder if, yeah, having a little bit more wealth showing could imply the guildmaster element too. Oh, captions, hello? If I shut up for a second, usually they'll come back. That's black tie, boom, done, no. Oh, come on, captions, hello? Hello, tickle, 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 come back, tickle, tickle, tickle. Badge for the status. Yeah, maybe does your guild have an emblem? I see that you sort of have this like shoulder design that's printed on the fabric, but if the guild had some sort of emblem or something, that might help maybe. No, no mustache, no. This is elegant elven fella. I don't know if mustache would fit the seriousness of the vibe. It'd probably look really silly. Beard. I don't know if this is the vibe it's being aimed for here. But I think, yeah, like insignia of some kind might be nice. Pencil stash? Hi. You guys really want facial hair. Yeah, elves and facial hair is usually a no. That usually doesn't work. Maybe an over-the-shoulder ponytail. Yeah, see, I could see that being something that might work because in a lot of cultures, having like the long ponytail is a sign of wisdom. So if you are that guild master, you know, that'll show us that you have some like age and experience maybe, potentially, but then that would once again be like white on white because I am having a little bit of a clarity issue around the edges of the trim of your robe and your hair kind of merging into the collar. So I am wondering if that wouldn't really work to be white on white again, unfortunately. This is elf slander. I don't think that's elf slander. Tiger from Tiger and Bunny though, he makes it work pretty well. Is that an elf? Huh. Logo's interesting, didn't think of that at all. Yeah, I feel like having like your guild's like, whatever it is that they like represents them might be important. Also, is this 2 layers to this shirt? Is this collar on top of or behind it? I feel like there might be some things happening for me in clarity in this region that could be clarified. Like if this had a darker trim, ooh, let me not draw directly on top of your design. I'd be able to notice that you're wearing what appears to be a shirt over this, which is why this buttoned area is disappearing. For a second, I thought it was that this was just a collar being worn on top, maybe? Bodysuit and shirt, it looks like. I don't know. Who is Elf Senshi? Don't know them, therefore don't exist. Oh, from Dungeon Menshi? I mean, you could if you want to. Bishop, is that something you would want? Is having facial hair? The Shroomates really seem to be rallying towards giving you facial hair, but that may also come out of the bias of us at one point saying we just wanted more facial hair on VTubers in general. I don't know if you're the candidate for it inherently, but I mean, if you want to be, you can. Can't unsee Jack Frost. Yeah, I also do see Jack Frost a little bit. I'm adding a trim here because that'll feel a little bit more ornate, but then also it might give us that division a little bit more clearly, potentially. And there's just a good facial hair. Pieces are together like slightly different fabric? What do you mean? I just need more clarity. I need something that creates this division line so I can make sense of what's happening there visually. Starved for bearded hunks in anime media? That is also fair. How that would work with an elf, Shroomates? Ah, see? So I think Bishop is on the side of elves don't have facial hair. Literally trying to find mask embroidered poet shirts as a suggestion. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. There is a shirt that I saw. It would be kind of different from this, but there's a shirt that I saw. What is it? What is it? It's like, it's a poet shirt, but it's shaped like, I need a color we can see. Hang on. It's shaped like this in the front, and it's like cropped at the top, where, you know, you've got your big like baggy sleeves at the end, but it's got like little buttons and a high neck on it. Do you know what I mean? Just embroidery along a V-neck. I mean, I guess, but like this was still like a masculine poet shirt kind of thing, and it had like, you know, like a trim. It had some embroidery on this portion of it too, but then, you know, because it felt ornate, but it didn't feel too feminine inherently. Like it felt like something you would see on like a Renaissance painter maybe, which I guess are not the most masculine lads anyway, but neither are elves, so. But even if this was something that had like an embroidered texture on it, that might even maybe be enough for like, when I draw embroidery, I tend to go like this and then just like erase so that they get sharp edges. You can get like, woo, big shapes, and then do like stuff where it's like scrolling and has like indents in it and stuff. But that might be enough to also differentiate the edge of that. And because it's ornate, it'll feel like you're somebody who's a little more money, like the Guildmaster may have. It's like a bro, what? Tattoos acceptable substitutes for facial hair. Maybe? I don't know. Raglan sleeved shirt with a combined yoke? Oh no, I don't know these words. I don't know, what is it? I'm Googling this. What do you mean by that? Raglan? Sleeves. Oh, that's a material. That's like, okay, that's like t-shirt material. Yoke? The yoke. Nope, not that yoke. How about sleeves? Yoke shirt? Very elegant. Oh, I see, okay. Yoke is like, okay, that portion. Okay, I need to Google things that are being said. Lipstick. Okay, you guys, I've lost you. We have to make suggestions that are actually applicable here. I know lipstick may break up the face, but I don't think that fits the vibe of what this design is intending for. Hi, Darkwood Psycho. I don't think that fits the vibe of what we're aiming for here, unfortunately. I do, however, think that the embroidery might work. Yeah, behave. Curve shape the collar V from Cyberpunk wears? Oh man, I don't know these references, unfortunately, but you know, a scar might be good to make it so that, you know, you are a guild master, you know, you've been in the game for a while. It's not like you're just sort of like sitting pretty. You earned your status, you earned where you are placed. So a scar or two could be nice. I'm just gonna take a darker color here. I'm not giving you the eye scar, but like the classic, like, you know, you get your like, little bit of scar on the side of the face. One across the nose could be interesting. That could be something that gives you a little more distinction in the face. Earrings are nice. I'm glad you've got one that's asymmetrical. Do over the nose. Could do over the nose. I tend to like the over the nose ones also. Just got raked across the face by a beast or something. Add a jewel to that ear jewelry. I could see that as well. You've got these nice bright blue tassels down here. And I could see something, like even like a teardrop of some sort. Some bright light bits to it. Working pretty well. Little bit of interest around the face. Oh, hi, Almontas. Speaking of people with beards and somebody who rotated my head like a minute ago, we don't. I don't think this needs a beard, but if you need VTubers who have beards, go look at Almontas. Oh, we've been raided. Hello, welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we are doing VTuber design critiques for charity. Oh, thank you for getting the shout out. Also, mods. We're doing VTuber design critiques for charity. So for Cure Cancer Australia, we had some donations on Monday, and we were critiquing the designs people who donated. If you would like to donate, you can still donate. But we did use the rewards for that purpose already. We are critiquing currently Bishop, and we are trying to add clarity to the collar area and trying to make him look a little bit more like a guild master. But welcome in. Welcome. Hi, Wormy Raid. Bargain Binteeth. Index her and Mixed Spoof VT. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Cryptids.ttv. Also, thank you for following. Let's see, what are we up to? Hang on, wait! Ah, no, the rapper went away. What were you doing? What were you up to for stream? Maybe a good stream. Sorry, I sound a little frantic. I'm always so slow to click the little drop down on the shout out to see what you were doing, but I hope you had a good stream. I'm intrigued to know what you were up to. I'm trying to figure out embroidery right now on a shirt, potentially. No coral blue SpongeBob lipstick. Correct. Shroomates, also, did you rotate for the raid? Not really. Shroomates, can we rotate more for the raid? I didn't say it. I keep forgetting. Rotate for the raiders, please. We didn't rotate enough. You gotta give him a warm Shroomate welcome. Shroomate welcome. YouTube did a little rotation, too. What's worm in a plant pot? Thank you. There you go. Be nice to them. Snowflake or frost pattern for the embroidery. Yeah, I was just doing something sort of generic with it, but definitely could, like, if I go like for it and then erase it out to be like, actually that might not be the easiest way of doing it. It might be easier to just, I'm just gonna draw it. We're gonna pretend it's embroidered, but something that feels frosty or like even like real geometric kinds of like snowflakes might be good for sort of a embroidered effect, you know? Good details, potentially. Yeah, specific kind of vibe. Yeah. Oh, I'm also low poly, thanks. What has happened? Must raid in one, but have an amazing stream? Thanks! Good luck! That's all good. If you and your fellows need to do things like eating and drinking and snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I do appreciate it. But please prioritize looking after yourself. You can help us critique though if you'd like. Back in a bit, need to go walk my old lady dog. Good luck with your dog. 07. Link to a kind of jacket idea you mentioned. Is there a place I could put that? Yeah, in the Discord. There's a channel called Live Suggestions, and that is where you can place them, mayhaps. Listening, taking notes? Nice. So, yeah, something embroidered in this region, maybe, so that way we get the clarity of the edge of this against this other part of the shirt that seems to be on top of it, maybe. And then, yeah, I do feel like we're looking for something to kind of give you the wisdom that you need, where the scars show us that, you know, you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I keep thinking. As far as silhouette goes, I appreciate your big exaggerated sleeves with the belt sort of hanging across them and your like cloak back. It is giving visual weight to the design and the lower half. The dark of the sleeves is balancing out the black of your boots, so it's not making the boots too focal. I do wonder, as far as focal point goes, though, where that is for the Shroomates. For me, I tend to look right at your, like, sort of, like, crystalline structure on your arm, and that tends to hold my focus for a good long while before I get to your face. Your face is really warm, so I feel like it should be bringing me into it more. And I'm wondering if there's a way I could make it more focal. I'm thinking about, like, we added some interesting colored highlights to someone else's hair earlier, and I'm wondering if we could add some really, like, frosty blue, like not even like highlights, but just reflections or something in your hair. It'd probably be darker, which is gonna be kind of weird, but let me see if I can figure out how to make this work. But just so that we have more color on your head. Oh man, my usual technique for drawing highlights doesn't really work for you. But just having something where there's a little more color might be good, and even if it's not like this super bright blue, something. So that way your face has a little bit more variety. Yeah, the jacket's kind of a focus. Frost-like patterns. Oh, the contrast between the inner and outer cloak. Yeah, that also draws me in a bit. I feel like we could make it darker on the inside. Like up here. So we can tell it is lighter on the inside still, but that way the contrast isn't as strong. Just color all of it in for now. But I feel like there's something we could do with the hair to make it feel like it's like almost iridescent, maybe? You know how when you look at ice in the light, sometimes it shimmers and it has a lot more colors to it than just like the basic of like white? It'll have like cool like cerulean undertones, or like it'll have little bits of like purple or something in it. A lot of snow mikus do this very well, where they'll have that in the hair. I wonder if just by adding undertones like that, if we're getting like, you know, there's some cerulean, here's something that's a little more teal for it, just like throughout. Make your hair feel like it's a little bit like crystalline almost. This might be more intense than it needs to be, but I feel like we just need some thing that's adding an additional amount of color up here. I'll just play around with this for a second and see if I can get it in a way that works potentially the way I would like it. Keeping it just subtle, but like even like just transition colors into the shading. It's adding something for me as far as interest goes, but I'm not sure all the way. Land of the Lustrous would be good. That might be a good reference for finding like, yeah, like good reflective, like crystalline hair as a reference, which may make it more focal. Also, your hair will feel like it's brighter if it comes to darker colors also. So like if we increase the contrast just a little bit, and if we push the contrast, like using color maybe, that might also make the face more focal, so then it'll be more framed. Just play around here for a second and see. Because I also want to just make your hair more distinct from the edge of your collar, because right now it was sort of blending together for me. Let's see if this helps. Also with it. More face. I appreciate that your eyebrows are nice and big also. White hair's good. White hair with colors as highlights and shadows is fun. Yeah. Even creep up into the icicle coming off of an ear? Hang on, what? What are you saying? What if the bottom of the jacket was frosted ice covered, like creeping up the fabric? Oh, that could be interesting, maybe. To also have the ice angle accounted for. You've got this sort of like frost texture around the edges of the reference here that could maybe be interesting on the clothing somewhere too. Icicle earring, that might be good, but I feel like that might be a little on the nose for this design, maybe. Potentially. Capelet to frame the head a little bit. Maybe? I'm wondering if just this hood needs to sit higher too. Let's try that. Where if this sits higher. I just complimented a white-haired VTuber on this like yesterday. I have been really enjoying seeing that trend where it's people are posting their designs with the "please tell me something you like about your design." I've been commenting on a lot of them. But there is a white-haired, I think, tiger VTuber whose design I complimented for having a high collar that frames the face really well because it's blue on the inside, so it makes us want to look up to that part of the head a little bit more. So I'm wondering if this is just sitting higher. Yeah, that's kind of helping me a little bit, having it for icicle earrings. Reading very mask. Not an issue, definitely an intuit. Careful about ice themes, are trying to avoid Jack Frost. I mean, they are trying to be ice mage. I think the Jack Frost Association is going to be kind of hard to get away from. But there may be some things we could do that might distance it a little bit more. But yeah, I do think higher collar is bringing me to the face a little bit quicker. I don't think there's maybe enough contrast in the shading around the face too, maybe, and under the chin. And maybe having higher contrast on the face will also make me look in the face a little bit quicker. The eyes already have some good darkness around them, but maybe even just a little more. I don't want to take your pastel-ness away from you. But a little more contrast, I think, is also helping a little bit. I think a little bit longer. Missed that part. You're good, don't worry about it. So I think those are the general notes as far as that goes. Maybe a staff. Intricate might be a higher level weapon, lean winter guildmaster, rather than simple adventurer. That's true. Having the staff itself, having a prop design, I think would also help with maybe feeling less just like miscellaneous adventurer. But I could see that working. Doesn't fit with this guy, but I'd love to see ice-themed designs with sunglasses because of snow blindness. Wait, hang on. You say it wouldn't work, but wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it work? This design already feels like it's somewhere between, like, traditional, like, historic clothing, but also, like, modern and medieval in some way. But, like, what? Hear me out. Classic EG solution, maybe. For the focal point being the head. Goggles with a slit. Could do goggles with a slit, but if we're just referencing snow blindness, if you're not living somewhere that's crazy cold, you can just wear sunglasses outside. Could do... Hang on. Blue sunglasses? That have a really, like, bright highlight on them or something. Oops, I've made it tangent with the head. This is my secret. This is my solution to focal point. Yeah, wait, hang on. That's actually helping a good bit. And then outlining it with the silver that's throughout here somewhere else also. Classic EG solution. Sunglasses. They work so well. And I think that might also help distance you from the Kevin Association and also the Jack Frost Association. Feels a little bit modern. It makes sense for the design for trying to, like, avoid hurting your eyeballs. It adds to the head silhouette a little bit. It's adding to the focal point of the head also a little bit. Yeah. That might be part of my suggestion here. I think that is quite visually engaging. I might even move them higher. Low-key, I like somehow turn everyone a little bit EG-esque. The glare in the sunglasses could be a snowflake. It could, that's true. There's all kinds of clever things I think you could probably do with the sunglasses. I just made them circles because put them in there, make them exist more or less, but they could be geometric if we want to lean into making them feel like they're in reference to snow, because a lot of snow is really like angular. The flakes themselves make them like octagons or something. I think I'm kind of making, yeah, octagon. And that might be a little more specific than having, yeah, the highlights relate or feel like they are frosted or feel like they are snowflakes themselves. Yeah, a little bit of EG-fication just for fun. Look like pieces of ice rather than glass. Yeah. I feel like there's some neat angles that could be had there, but I think that's gonna help bring us to your face. And it is sort of helping balance out the fact that you feel a little bit more modern in a way that sort of makes sense of it. It's a little bit of whimsy too. It's just hexagonal. Okay, actually scrap that. Do hexagons, not octagons. Bet. Make it just wrong shape. Take two sides off. That. The back of your jacket already is reminiscent of a snowflake and does sort of get that bottom edge of hexagon too. I'm wondering about your belt tie around your waist, because here's the one thing. Your pose is disguising this. Pose is completely disguising this. Your design is completely symmetrical. Other than the little bit I've added with your earring, I think you are completely symmetrical. You've got the belts, the pants buttoned on one side, but I think that's all the more asymmetry we're getting here. Give me this belt. I'm not re-rendering all that. This belt, little like tie thing, put it off to one side on one hip, and then you've got these like tassels and things where you can have it like dangle in some way, have it tied in some sort of like interesting knot or something maybe, which would feel referential to the kind of clothing that you're wearing. Also, I see you've got some like knots and stuff tied on the back, so that might be interesting. Hang on, give me the tool I want. Tassel kind of thing. So there, little more asymmetry in that way. Your belt thing that's hanging across your sleeves, I wonder if you could have something attached to it down here that relates to the magic or something else as well, so that adds a little more asymmetry. Or maybe if they just don't hang at the same height, that can work. I do have my model that has a straight on shot if you want it. Can we see? If you send it in the Discord in live suggestions, we can nab that and see it also. Right now you're disguising your symmetry a little bit though. Would work, but about rosy cheeks to show the cold and also draw to the face. Maybe. The nose is already a little bit rosy, but that could work. Also, Hochi, I did note down that I'll update your Shroommate for you. I just gotta make sure I have your username spelled correctly. But yeah, I can update your Shroommate. Didn't notice the corset belt thing? It's not really a corset, it's just like a string. But even like, it doesn't have to be all sitting together, it could be hanging down more on one side or something. I think we just need more little places we can have that asymmetry showing up. Like, I've seen some really cute things people will do where they can tie their hoodie strings into like little shapes and stuff, where maybe if you had that on one side, that could be good and feel like it's a fashion accessory. You seem very fashion forward in being a guild master. Definitely the cool guild master. Oh, the way the top of the pants is buttoning. Yeah, they're just like high-waisted with latches, I guess. Let me check Discord and see if that was here. All the sunsets I was looking for. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. But yeah, I do think we need just a couple little things that feel a little bit more asymmetrical here. Maybe also, one of the things that I've noticed this is something I learned specifically because of the research I was doing for Otakon, is that a lot of patterning on clothing, I'm gonna open my example here. A lot of patterning on clothing isn't as symmetrical as we think of it as being. Let me find where that is. Photos, digital art. Where I'm wondering if just for some subtle asymmetry, where is it? If the pattern could start lower on one sleeve and creep up over the other. I did this for Hiroshi, where the pattern is starting down here on this sleeve and then creeps up over the arm and comes down over the top, where it's not a lot, but it does provide a nice, like, subtle asymmetry, and it provides some visual variation, where it could feel just a little too flat if that wasn't present. Where for this one, you have this, like, big, like, frost-like shape on the top of this shoulder. What if on the top of this shoulder, you know, it's wrapping around forward around this arm, it seems like it's moving across the back, but what if it re-enters onto this sleeve on the underside and wraps around where, like, the lower part of the wrist is then instead? So then it feels like the frost is more, like, alive, a little more varied, right? Yeah, coattail could also involve some asymmetry. Potentially, yeah. Have a little bit of asymmetry. It could just be cut diagonally as opposed to being cut, like, at a flat angle. You know, if we were imagining what this looks like right now, it's kind of like this in silhouette, probably. Maybe even bigger than how I've drawn it now. But why not cut it like this? Or it can be higher on one side than the other, maybe. And then you know, you've got your lighter part on the inside that's kind of going to the outside part of it. But yeah, give it a bias, give it a directional bias, maybe. Yeah. Oh, lost stream for a second. If you saw my previous comment, want straight when I can send that? Yeah, go for it. If you want to send it in the live suggestions of the Discord server, I can keep an eye out for it there. But generally, just little things we can do to add a little bit of asymmetry, but I think I have my grade more or less, regardless of what the front-on model looks like. For color palette, the color palette's nice, it's giving ice. I do want maybe just like a couple more flecks of other colors, and there's just a little bit of a clarity thing happening with the back of your hair and the one shirt, but they don't take a lot to solve. For silhouette, your silhouette isn't bad, but it is completely symmetrical in a way that for a guild master and for somebody who's involved in frost, which is like a good in-between between geometric and organic, I feel like I want more of that variation. You seem like a little bit of like a silly but still refined guy also, just based on the imagery that was provided with like the expressions. Easygoing, friendly fella. Want a little bit more of that. Complexity versus clarity, I think the complexity is good. The fashion design is also nice. For focal points, it's unfortunately not the face right now, but the face isn't totally obscured. I think we just need more contrast and maybe a head accessory of some sort. But for concept, I'm getting everything. I'm picking up what you're putting down as far as I see elf, I see ice, I see guild master. We can push that a little further maybe, but I think where it is, nobody's gonna be surprised to hear that that's what you are, more or less. But you also were put on my thumbnail because actually for several reasons. I liked the color design. I went, lad. We don't usually get very many masculine designs, but I liked the fashion where it seems like it's halfway between traditional cultural wear and something more modern and like, I guess like fantasy, but it's really practical still. Like the split sleeve is neat. There was something about the fashion that was speaking to me, so you got stuck on the thumbnail. Posting, oh no, not in Shroomates design, put it in, there's a area called live suggestions down in stream related. That's a good place for it, but here, wait, I can yank it out of there. Let me copy that. I'm gonna delete it from this channel though, because that's not what that channel is. There we go. So here's the front on design. Whoa, that's crazy. This is so weird. The background color is the exact background color of Clip Studio Paint. You're bad, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, it's okay. I got it. So, I think your flat on design for this model right now is not selling your silhouette as well as it could be, unfortunately, and I do think you need the asymmetry, now looking at you like this, more than ever, but yeah, that's really trippy that... I wonder if your artist did this on purpose, or if whoever took this screenshot did that on purpose. But it did jump scare me. You're just haunting my whole canvas right now. That's so interesting. But I do more than ever think that you need the asymmetry. And yeah, I should hit you with a ladder now also. I didn't hit you with a ladder before. Not like hit you, I'm not striking you. But I will overlay a ladder on top of you. Bottom of shoe, top of shoe, bottom of cloak. These little things are providing some. Yeah, you are completely symmetrical, my guy. This, and this, and that, and then the underside of that, and then your shoulders. Your collar being a little bit higher here is sort of what I was hoping for, so that is helping a little bit. But could it be even higher, I think? Whoa. Ladder thoughts. Yeah, I'm the only target of the flying ladders. No one else gets attacked by ladders other than me. Just me. Don't throw ladders at your fellow Shroomates, please. I'm ready to catch. I'm ready to defend myself. Ow. Oh, I missed. Dangerous. Other than needing more asymmetry, I do agree with dangerous. Good clustering around the face. Ow. Is it better to have a dangerous ladder? Yes, you want a dangerous ladder. Do not want a safe ladder. This means there's good variety in the way that the shapes are broken up. Good clustering around the face, some bigger gaps towards the bottom. We want the focus to be up here. But I do think we need that asymmetry desperately needs some asymmetry. So I think this stands as I think this was a correct placement for that. I think this stands. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10? I think sounds fair. That's a line tool. E.g. Really big brush, hang on also. Yippee! Good ladders are bad ladders and bad ladders are good ladders. OSHA approved ladders are ladders that we don't want to see in character design, and dangerous ladders that would break your ankles are what we want to see in character design. Yeah. AG's the only one who gets hit with ladders in this household, correct. Can we get a round of applause for Bishop, pretty please? I don't know why I go dee over clapping. That's not the sound clapping makes. Have I lost my mind this week? What sound effect do I make with my mouth when I clap? None? Just clap with my hands, maybe? Is that what normal people do, probably? I don't know what can make that sound. That's true. E.g. clapping goes dee. Thank you for the helpful critique. Of course! Thank you for submitting and thank you for donating to charity. We appreciate it. Thank you for sharing with us. Teacher's losing it. I'm not losing it, I promise. I'm so totally sane. I'm very sane. I'm doing fantastic, don't worry about me. Hang on, close this. Come here. Save this. And then we'll find the next one. Who's next? I think I have 2 more prepared right now. But I am gonna eat a couple another chip. My head is feeling a little better, but I might need to just down that lemonade fast quick. Ooh, really nice voice crack there. Fantastic voice crack there. Did it pick that up? I don't know if my mic picked that up. My voice went up by like half an octave. In the middle of that word. That was pretty bad. Yeah, Cozy G. Very good. Yeah. Always love supporting charity? Yeah, as we should. Thank you, Shroomates, for your generous donations to charity. Yes. We might have heard it. I shouldn't have told you, and therefore you never would have known if I hadn't told you. Thank you for head pats. Hoshi, for the age that you are, I think your voice cracking often makes sense for you. I think that's fine and normal. I am, however, in my 20s. My voice is only cracking because I've been talking a ridiculous amount the last couple weeks. But I finally got bingo. Oh wait, yeah, I also have to check my bingo. Oh, we had hair vents earlier and I didn't take that one. Nope, still don't have bingo. No idol, no heterochromia, no wing motif, no unusual clothes cutouts, no big shoes, no J fashion. I didn't add any drop shadows. Fellas, I am not gonna get bingo for a 3rd day in a row. That's crazy. And yes, I would say this counts as cozy aesthetic if you're also playing bingo. I'm proud of those of you getting bingo. I cannot believe 3 days in a row I have not gotten bingo. Okay, you got bingo too. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you that you got bingo. I will suffer without bingo. I never get bingo on my own stream. I don't know how this works. Rigged. Rigged. The bingo gods are working against me. My own bingo cards that I created with the terms I created myself. Rigged. Is J fashion bad? No, it's not bad. The bingo just contains miscellaneous tropes that we see often. So like monsters, giant sleeves, flower or plant motifs, things like that. J fashion is just a common trend that we often see. Fantasy formal wear, yep, we had that. Heart motif, yep, we did have that. Free space, yep. Symmetrical, yes, we did have that. And cozy aesthetic, we did have all those things. I can confirm. Dang. Teacher, your creations continue to rebel against you. Everything I make wants me to suffer. Gary, my bingo, my rubric. They all want me to suffer just a little bit. My model doesn't make me suffer that much, except when the physics breaks in Unity, and then I spend 6 weeks trying to fix it. My 3D model was done in like modeling in like May, very early May of last year, and I didn't have it like fully functional until like the day we debuted it in July because I was having Poyomi issues. Should I get a new card or keep this one going? Try for a blackout bingo, or try to see if you can get double bingo. Keep that one going. Yeah. GG. Yeah. GG. Why are we here, just to suffer? Maybe. You're not here to suffer. I don't think you guys suffer. I think I suffer maybe a little bit. But I don't think the Shroomates suffer by any means. God, I hope not. I hope you guys are having as minimal suffering as possible. I hope I'm limiting your suffering. I suffer so that you guys can triumph. I suffer so that you don't have to. That's why I tell you all of my secrets. So you don't have to learn in a trial by fire type manner. You can learn the things that took me a long time to learn, maybe quicker by result. Yeah. Living in live 2D for the last week, ready to start crying due to physics? No! Good luck! But I know how that goes also from 3D. Also, do you see my hair interacting with my arm? Wait. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa. There's some funny clipping happening there. Shrunken cozy TG adorable. I look like just a little guy in a cocoon. The blanket is now the size of my whole body. Why are we here to shroom, of course? Yeah, I'm here to shroom. Your streams ease the suffering. Oh, I'm glad. That's my whole intent. I sure hope my stream eases the suffering. Whoa, there's so much happening to me right now. My eyes look bloodshot because of the glasses being on my face. Hang on, no glasses for now. Got my trucker hat on, got my googly eyes on. I'm gonna eat a chip, eat hot chip, maybe lie just a little bit. I won't, I promise, actually. I can never lie to you. I'm bad at lying anyway. Wow. Looking like a chef from a 5-star Michelin. Oh, perfect timing, right as my other hat went away. My onion, where hath it gone? You'll never know. Took a nap because of headache, now no more suffer. See, that's good. I'm glad you no more suffer. I may have to take nap after stream today. I'm not allowed to have public space in my house when watching AG stream because I count out loud and peeps got mad. Oh, I'm sorry. I appreciate your counting, but I can see how that might be tough for other people. I do that too, though. When I was in college and would walk to class, I would count my footsteps and not realize I was doing it. And I'd be like mumbling numbers to myself. So I know how that goes. Are you just throwing everything on Squeiji? Yeah, more or less. More or less the usual. Oh, wait, hang on, I forgot we're ending at 5, so I have a half an hour. I should stop eating snacks and like focus on critiquing, actually. I'm done in a half an hour. I can eat snack after. Hang on. Lock in. So, lock in, actually. Had to drive home from work, so BRB. Good luck, safe drive. Good snack had. We're looking at Trinket. She, her. Trinket's Horde. Trinket the Goblin works in the Underdark as a labyrinth quality assurance. She works 9 to 5 and has a goal to finish her game backlog. Design was made by me in Vroid Studio. I see. So, things I have to say here, I think we've already said today, which are, this outfit doesn't feel very specific to you as a character. It feels kind of almost default, which may also be the result of Vroid potentially being involved here. The logo on the shirt at least has some distinction, and your ears are adding to your silhouette, but just having a sweatshirt on as the only other thing that adds to the silhouette isn't really adding a ton, and you are very perfectly symmetrical otherwise as a result. For being a goblin who works in quality assurance as a 9 to 5, the outfit I don't think inherently relates to that profession in any particular way. Like, I feel like the labyrinth quality assurance, you're somebody who assures the quality of a labyrinth. Should you be dressed in a way where you are prepared to test the labyrinth? Should the labyrinth be incorporated into the visual design where we have sort of spiraling motifs or sort of like puzzling, like, you know those like trace your pen to the end kinds of patterns? Like, I feel like we could have a labyrinth somewhere in here. Yeah, clipboard and pen for, the fact that you're taking your notes for your quality assurance. Yeah. Birds at Fault, just a hoodie with logo. No, I mean Vroid because this is just the default hoodie shape Vroid has, I think. I think that's why the silhouette isn't as specific as it could be. Not an OSHA compliant work outfit. No, the feet are out. You should not, no. For any amount of job where you're supposed to be on your feet during the day and working, I don't think that makes sense. Here's what my proposal here is. If you want to keep the hoodie, I almost feel like there could be a way for us to make you feel like you are semi-professional 9 to 5, but also keeping the hoodie. Hear me out here. I'm wondering if we could do some layering where maybe you are wearing your hoodie, you're on the job site right now. You're on the job site doing your quality assurance work. It's kind of chilly, so you did toss a hoodie over top, but you are wearing a collared shirt underneath. Whoops, I've hit the save button. Not what I meant to do. But you are wearing like a collared shirt underneath or something that's sort of high on the neck. Oh, that's too close to your skin color. Hang on. I'm just gonna make it fully white. Collared shirt that's sitting high on your neck. And then similarly, maybe if we can see like the top of like a tie. So it looks like you dressed professionally to come to work. And then like, maybe we can see that you've rolled your sleeves up over your hoodie sleeves. You dressed professionally for work, but then you got a little chilly when you went to the labyrinth to do your testing. And I think that would sort of start help get us into the right direction as far as reading you in some sort of professional capacity. I don't really know what color to make your tie. Maybe something like purple in here, but give you a little tie. Let me put some lines on here so we can see that this is a collar. In here. So then that'll feel a little bit more specific because we're starting to add some layering. As far as the legs go, having your legs fully out for either of those jobs, I don't know if would work either. Maybe a zipper that's partially open down the middle with uniform visible. Potentially that could also be good, yeah. OSHA violation. Yeah, can't have your feet out. If you go with the monster feet, had more office attire. Ah! I do agree with that. If you went in a more monstrous direction with the feet, and listen to me, you can, in Vroid, use hair to build all kinds of crazy stuff. You could build like crazier, more monstrous looking feet out of the hair and then use bone weight transfer in Unity to transfer the weight of them to the feet so that they're rigged properly. It's not too hard to do, thankfully, so that could be interesting. Hoodie to cargo hoodie, like the pants, layered pockets for pens, notepads, vials for testing. Yeah! Like if this was, hang on, I'm gonna cover your logo for now. Also, I do have to note, this was originally on a neon blue background. So I did modify the background so that it wasn't neon blue. Let me go like this. I'm gonna cover the logo for now. And yeah, maybe we could make this more of like a tactical kind of hoodie where, you know, you get, you know, something across this region where we're holding, you know, it's one of those, I don't know how to draw it right off the top of my head, but like, you know, this holds your pen for writing your notes, and then I feel like the scale of what I'm doing this at doesn't make sense either. Hang on. Like you just get like, you know, here's like belt kinds of things that are for strapping things into it. Get like something where you get like, you know, like a across the body like fanny pack or something that's strapped to your side that you can keep your tools inside of, or you know, you get your little like, I don't know what these are called, little Nausicaa the Valley of the Wind has the thing I'm thinking of where she keeps her little like vials in it, but you could keep like pens or pencils or something in it. Wearing this on the outside will make it feel there's more happening in this area of the design. Logo could be professional pin thing. Could be a pin. I was thinking it could be something where it feels like it's like embroidered, or if it was like smaller and higher up, like, you know, there was like the eye thing for it and then it has its like text or whatever. That could add to the asymmetry also. I'm wondering if we need just some visual representation of the labyrinth itself also. And I'm trying to think of how I would even want to incorporate that without making it feel too overwhelming. But I'm wondering if there could be like a button or some kind of like zipper pull that has, I associate gold with labyrinths. I'm not really sure why, but like a design that has like all like that super geometric, I should draw right angles, thing where it's kind of unfurling and wrapping back in on itself and having like random patterns occurring, and then like, you know, there's closed spaces. Like I feel like we need some sort of fractal pattern somewhere on this also. Cross-trained as a field scientist, maybe. Bodysuit item you can use more on the sliders and the legs is what I did. Oh, yeah, I forget about the bodysuit thing in Vroid. But that could be good for also for the legs. If your shorts felt a little bit more tactical, we might be willing to accept them for this kind of attire. Or like right now they feel like they might be kind of like rolled up, but they're so short that they just feel like an OSHA violation, unfortunately. But if they feel like they're rolled up, maybe, so that way, you know, if you're stepping in some nonsense out in the field, then you're not going to get it all over your pants and get them dirty. Maybe some sort of boots also, potentially. Bodysuit goes crazy. Oh, for Vroid? It does. Labyrinth map and pocket. Yeah, having a map somewhere might be good. I do like the idea, somebody said, of having a clipboard. I love those like transparent clipboards that are plastic, where they're like glossy. Like that. Hang on, I should make this color it is. Hang on. Well. You know what I'm talking about? Where they're like semi-transparent, and then you could have your papers sit on top of it, your pen, and this could be like the map layout on that too, where if you're holding it in the arm like this, like how I hold my clipboard, I think, when I have it on some things, you could then have this be the map, where this feels like maybe instead of like a flat sheet of paper, you've got like a scroll or something flipped into it. Might be kind of funny, potentially. Oh, we've been raided. Hello, welcome in. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi, and also an educator. And today we are doing VTuber design critiques for charity. On Monday, we had a reward for our charity fundraising for Cure Cancer Australia. And the fellows who were so kind as to donate, we are critiquing their designs on stream today. So welcome in. We're on day 3 of non-stop VTuber design critiques. We've almost hit 30 critiques in 3 days, which is crazy. But yeah, Shroomates, can you rotate for them? And also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Welcome in, Soda Anzu. Doggo Raid, here comes the Subwoofers. Oh, that's such a good name. Subwoofers. Here Cancer Australia, let's go. Yeah! Goku Shannon, it's Press, thank you guys for following. Soda, what were you up to for stream? It says you were last seen doing art? Is that true? Is that true? Were you doing art? Were you up to art? If you were drawing. Oh yes, okay. Hey. Psst, come here, hey. Do you want to pay art tax? Do you want to show us what you're working on? We love to snoop. We love a nice little tasty art snack. Love to see what you're working on stream. If you'd like to share. Ah, what is that, hand tracking? I can stick my fingers in your eyes. Just a little bit. Just a little fingies and eyes. I'll be nice, I won't. I'll keep my distance, but I do have hand tracking, yes. I am 3D, which is why it works. Give me a second, I'll make a Twitter post. Let's go! Let's go! I'm intrigued to see. You are welcome to send the link in chat when you would like to. Moobot might not like it, but that's fine. I've given you permission and I will be able to access it, even if Moobot doesn't like that. Oh my god, okay, fun model. Thanks! They're rotating my head right now for you, for the raiders, but welcome in. Some kind of apron. Somebody said knee pads also. Knee pads might also be good, I agree. Right now I'm making, oh, I should explain for the raiders. Right now we are critiquing a design of Trinket the Goblin, who is a labyrinth quality assurance worker. They work a 9 to 5. Right now I am working on, theoretically, a prop, which would be like a scroll that has the details of the labyrinth, like the layout and stuff on it, because we were trying to make props for them, but we're making suggestions to make them feel like they're fitting that role a little bit more. So here's where we started. Here's where we've kind of gone. Hazard tape? Yeah! Hazard tape! Oh my gosh, the hazard tape could be like worn around the... I was saying to add fanny pack for just practicality's sake, but the hazard tape could be worn like around it. Whoa! What have I done? What have I done? Undo! Oh, there we go. I made the background blue again, accidentally. Hang on. So you could wear the hazard tape, like, around the belt here, do you know what I mean? And then I can make it, like, striped and all that properly. But that would be smart, and then it can be, like, trailing off, so then it can, like, add some asymmetry also. Here's where it's falling off the roll. But yeah, knee pads. Don't let me forget knee pads. We also want knee pads. Potentially. There we go. So that's coming off the roll here. It's not gonna be this yellow, but I just needed to start it with something. But yeah, that's a smart suggestion. Trying to reach you about your Labyrinth's limited warranty. Am I having deja vu? Wait, hang on. Con Candy Floss, why do I feel like I've heard almost that exact sentence on stream before? Did we talk about labyrinths or something else about limited warranty with somebody who was like a maintenance worker of some kind? Belt can thread through the roll of the hazard tape. Yeah, that's what I'm doing with it right now. The belt is currently, the hole is going through the like fanny pack belt thing. Yeah. Yes. Car's extended, no, I know it's the car's extended warranty bit, but I'm having deja vu of us doing that bit with another person that we were trying to add like caution tape or something similar to. Am I losing it? I might be losing it just a little bit. I know the bit, that's not what's making me deja vu. The thing that's making me feel deja vu is that I can't figure out why I feel like we've combined these things together somehow before? Losing it? Okay, maybe. Lose yourself in the music the moment you own it, and better never let it go. You only got one shot, one chance. That's it. I don't like Eminem that much, so very strange of me that I'm repeating an Eminem song. Okay, so this theoretically would be not as bright because this is the side view of it, but then it would have its little like Push in! Push in! Push in! Lines on it where it would have whatever writing on it or something. I'm not fully detailing it in, but that would be good if we could see that. Have the link ready, 07? Still ready to post? Yes! Yes, it is! I'm ready to snag it. I am ready to snag that. I'm gonna stick knee pads on this fellow real quick. Before I forget that also. Yep, Moobot, classic. Moobot, we're allowed to have Twitter links. How many times do I have to tell you? Moobot. We said earlier, all my creations rebel against me. Moobot's not even really my creation, but he does work for me, and man, does he not listen. This is so cute. Hang on. Oh my gosh, wait, this is so cute. Look at this. Look at it! Here, wait, I can paste it in the chat so that way it can actually be in the chat if you guys want to see it. Hang on, paste? Paste? No? No paste? Actually not paste. Look how cute it is! Little Sylveon in the boba! I love this, this is so cute. Actually, genuinely, art snack, very tasty. Don't eat Sylveon, but it's so cute. Thank you for sharing this delicious art snack. It appears we do end up making designs that are like food adjacent quite often. Seems like Soda might be somebody who is a good resource on how to draw food and stuff like that. It's neat. Give Sylveon a loving nibble? No, 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 no. Don't nibble the Sylveon. Nibble the art, maybe, if permitted. But thank you, Soda, for sharing with us. This is so cute. Good work on stream today. I admire you for being able to lock in and draw on stream. Not a skill in my book. Not a skill that I have often, but I admire people who can draw and get things done on stream. It's very good. Thank you for sharing. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. It looks like Sylveon just like jumped into, despite the like lid being covering it. Sylveon tastes like marshmallows, marshmallow flavored boba tea. Don't be thinking about what Sylveon tastes like. That is a creature. Do not eat creature. Will not nibble their pets? What are you talking about? You nibble your pets? Concern. You're giving me concern. Why are you nibbling your pets? Don't do that, please, baby. I guess if you were just playing with them, maybe just beef from a cow. I'm vegetarian, almost. I'm kind of pescatarian. He's a cute little dog-like creature. I don't think Sylveon's the guy to eat. Vibing in there for sure. Definitely vibing, yes. Hi, Ellen. Sylveon tastes like Peeps, trust. When you say trust, that's implying that you've eaten one. Be aware of the words you're saying. Don't eat Pokemon. I know they like talk about eating Pokemon in the Pokemon universe, where some of them will eat like, what is it, Slowpoke tails or something? That always makes me feel very strange, because the Pokemon are shown to be like sentient in a specific way that makes me uncomfortable with that for some reason, which I don't know why it's any different than people keeping cows and chickens as pets and eating those. But like, it still makes me feel uncanny about it. Yeah, Slowpoke tail. Like, they're your companion who fights with you in battle and who makes decisions to like not faint because they love you and stuff like that. But like, people eat them? I don't know, but like chickens and cows are the same way, and this is why I don't eat those creatures, maybe. That is why I'm the way that I am, maybe. So I can't critique people for not being the way that I am. But it is interesting, at least. Let's see, so I'm doing a little bit of knee pads right now. I've screwed up my angles. This should be arcing down. There we go. Knee pads! Now you do look like a sort of a disgruntled office worker who is having their day in the field. I think we're kind of getting it. Make the decision to faint? They can. The Pokemon can say, like, it'll say sometimes that when they're attacked, like, they decided to, like, hold on, essentially. We're like, they're doing it for you, more or less. They imply it. So if they can do that, then that means they're making decisions in a way that makes me feel weird about eating some of them. Very oddly dystopian. Yeah! Yeah, it is. Cozy Gomita, thank you for following. Special trait they can trigger? Yeah! Yeah. They can regrow them. It's genuine Slowpoke hunting tactic. Bad because people overfarm the tails. Wild. Something that dogs and cats do to show trust is called nibbling. It is generally push teeth on another's skin, like how we scratch with fingernails. Oh, interesting. What if the caution tape was wrapped around the leg or something? Unbothered to remove it? That could be funny. where it's like, whoop. Then we're adding to silhouette too. I'll just round that off into there. But that could be a funny angle. Probably should put a second knee guard on. I do think we either need to go monstrous feet or have some kind of shoe, also potentially. And honestly, I think that's doing a bulk of the work for helping me figure out what this character is. I think I'm getting a better read of the vibe now. As far as color goes, the green is nice. I feel like this purple undertone odd with the specific green that's been chosen. Let me see if I can do something about that. If I go like this. No, I keep forgetting. This is not the easy way to do it. The easy way of me changing the hue of something is to go like this and just color it all in. And then use that as my mask. It's much faster than trying to lasso select everything. Lasso selecting is slow. When you're EG, at least. Aren't there some pants or belts that like dangle and make an X? But if the tape was like that, maybe. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. I might need a visual for that. Change the color of the logos. I can't see it. Yeah, right now I just have it the color that it was before, I think. I can change that also. Might just need to be brighter. Right now I'm gonna change the hair color because I feel like the undertone of the purple against the green of the skin isn't quite right. So either the skin or the hair needs to change. There we go. So now, there we go. Layer, correction layer, ooh, hue saturation. There we go. Is this doing anything? Hello? Oh, there we go. Like maybe just a little bit of a cooler purple. And then similarly, I think this is very flat in the undertone. So I might suggest making like some of these parts go to being cooler in the color where it's darker. And then warmer for the highlights. I think that will work better for color depth a little bit. Yeah, that works a little better for me. This just needs to be brighter, I think. This isn't what the logo looked like, but that's just my placeholder for having the logo there on the chest. When suspenders aren't worn properly and just dangling off. Oh, maybe. Tail naturally drop off as they use it for fishing. People can legally, oh, you're talking about slowpoke still. Here's a color, yeah. So, okay, logo color has been changed. Like there could be other tools that are put onto the design. Also, big ol' ears, we said this before. Big ol' ears? And no earrings? Question mark? As like a goblin. Also, a goblin whose name is Trinket? Where are your trinkets? Oh yeah, measuring tape might be good to add also on the belt, that's true. Where are your trinkets? Trinket the goblin. I'm putting a measuring tape here. I need to be a little bit brighter so I can see it. But I feel like we need trinkets somewhere in this design for us to believe that you are Trinket the goblin, truly. This is definitely a measuring tape. Left on. Yeah, give her some trinkets. I feel like the ears are a good place that are acceptable in many areas of work to have a lot of things on them. So like if you had a lot of interesting earrings that relate to things you've collected, I don't know what particularly you might like to collect as a trinket kind of person. There's a lot of kinds of trinkets. I collect miniature little cars that are made out of spray paint cans and also funny little oil lamps that are made out of those miniature like alcohol bottles people get where it's the glass ones and stuff. Equipment are other gold trinkets. Maybe we could make the equipment more mythological-esque. We kind of went very grounded and realistic, but they could be more like ornate. Like, you know, if this felt more like a luxurious, fancy design for it, it's like round and it has patterning and like filigree on it, then this will feel like a trinket. Same deal with that rope or other aspects. Gold pens, yeah. That might be a good angle for it, where like if the pen was gold and fancy, or like having, you know, like even like a feathered like quilled pen or something might be nice. We're going to ignore the colors I'm using right now because I am at a point where I don't think I can color pick properly anymore. My brain is losing it a little bit. But like, yeah, a little bit more fantasy in that manner. Earrings that are labyrinth looking. Yeah, like, I feel like I just want something that's like a square. And then for a labyrinth, it does like lots of like weird little like intersecting lines. I feel like a rose might be a good motif too, but like, you know, if we're doing trinkets, like you could have all kinds of like crazy earrings on that are adding to your silhouette. Just drawing miscellaneous things, but that could be very interesting, make you a little more ornate. You also have almost bullet heads, so I think you should have some kind of something breaking the top edge of your hair. Some ahoge, some way, somehow. That comes up over the top, but you do at least have some flyaways on the side. Magic shield armband. Maybe enamel pins. Yeah, I collect marbles that have bugs in them. My favorite is my lucky crab. I love hearing the funny little things people collect. Like, I mean funny little in like the most endearing way. My things I collect are strange. But little marbles, more geometric shapes. Yeah, for the labyrinth, I think, yeah, more geometric stuff might be beneficial. Where like, you know, even if the knee pad is leaning into the trinkets, like having something that feels like is geometric in some way. Right angles are probably going to be important here. Yeah. Are there traps in a labyrinth? There are traps in a labyrinth. Usually, I would imagine. So something of that nature could be related. Yeah, pins. I think our general note here is we want the trinkets. We gotta see some trinkets. And if you are staying in Vroid, a lot of these things can be drawn flat on other textures or made out of hair. I promise there's a way of doing it. Promise you. This might be the only thing that would be hard to do in Vroid, is having this thing wrap around the leg. But everything else we suggested here should be functional. Maybe far-fetched, but have some gold thread. Ariadne's thread. Ah. Also, like, the other thing I was thinking about, like, you know, people use yarn so they don't get lost in, like, labyrinths and stuff like that, or you leave, like, the trail of, like, oats or corn or something. So, like, something that references that angle of labyrinth exploration maybe would be good. Band-aids or bandages on the legs since they're going on barefoot. Yeah, that would also make sense. I think there's a lot of potential suggestions here. But I think we can give this a grade at this point. I think we're good for grade. I think generally the consensus here is, for the color palette, I think the hair undertone needs shifted a little bit. The silhouette, a lot of these things are coming down to the fact that the concept, I think, is, other than being able to tell you're a goblin, I don't get the trinket that's in your name. I'm not really getting the kind of worker that you are. I think we're missing the vibe entirely, unfortunately. And this is what's pulling down every other category, unfortunately, where the outfit design isn't very specific, so the silhouette isn't very specific. There's not a lot of complexity to it, where it feels a little bit generic, because the concept isn't visible. So we were adding more complexity to it. I will say the head was focal, because the hair being purple did draw us in to look at it, but the text on the chest was the same colors, so it was kind of distracting, but the head was at least somewhat focal. And I think that's the grade that I have. I think you should push your 9 to 5 angle a little bit more. And yeah, maybe if you are a gamer and want to finish your game list, you know, we do have you still wearing your gamer hoodie, and there can be other things, like if you want to wear like a gamer headset or something, if you want to lean into that angle as well. But I think we need the quality assurance for a labyrinth angle to be visible, because that's what's going to set you apart from others more so, potentially. Yeah. Rat's going to eat any food trails, so that's fine. That's fine. I think that's actually part of the plot of some of them, is that their food trails they leave behind get damaged. This happens in Hansel and Gretel, maybe? Or something similar. There's some fairy tale where that occurs, I think. Probably for some 3D models, the best is what can be done in Vroid. Create there. Retouch details in Blender. Yeah. If you need resources for retouching things in Blender, perhaps, Rainhead also has a tutorial series on that I have in... We've got 3D resources in the resource... like discussion area of the Discord server, if you would like access to it. Anyone say compass? Yeah, compass, another good accessory. I think there's a whole ton of them that things that could be added for like textures. Caution tape could be a painted texture. Yeah, there could be a lot of things that I think would be effective to be added here. So I think, what do we have here? 1, 2, 5.5. This category is what's pulling all of these categories down, unfortunately. So as soon as you solve the concept motif angle and make that visible, every single one of these categories is going to proportionally go up with it. I promise you. I pinky promise you. But concept-wise, I think that's a very fun concept that can have a lot of mileage, which I think is also why we're like, please, I want more of it. 5.6. What is this math, EG? We want more. Hard hat, yeah, like there's so many things that could be added here and be so clever and silly and fun within this concept. There's so much room for you to work on things, which is why we want it. Give it to us, please. We want to see. This message was brought to you by the Labyrinth Safety and Health Association. Headphones for work communication and double for gaming? Yeah, there's all, you guys have such good ideas, yeah. All of these things, yes. Can we get a round of applause for Trinket, please? LSHA, yeah. Labyrinth Safety and Hazard Authority or Association, yeah. But go work, Twinket. Oh boy, I'm losing it. Trinket, Twinket. Very cute. Let me save this, and then I think that might be it for me for today. Potentially, that might be it for the Squiiji. Might be all the EG for this week. Crazy that it's Wednesday and I'm potentially done streaming for the week. Not potentially, I am. I need to go eat. I am really hungry. I did not eat enough lunch prior to this accidentally. I need to go eat some lunch. But how many did we get through here today? Let me check. We saw 20 by the end of last stream. I think right now, how many did we look at today? Nope, wrong folder. Crits, charity, crits, where's my folder? There we go. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Okay, same number as yesterday. Dang it, I'm not... I was hoping we'd get to 10 today, but 8 is not bad. We're getting there. Legasp, no more EG till Monday. And also EG's gonna have to start stream early on Monday still too, in order for us to get through everything properly. So don't worry, you will not be at an EG deficit under any circumstance. There'll be plenty of EG for you. The game plan for the rest of this week for me is tomorrow I am dealing with some personal matters, and then on Friday I'm going to a wedding. My sister's childhood best friend is getting married, so we're very excited to see that. It should be fun. Then next week on Monday, Vtuber Design Critiques, we're continuing these ones. Not doing the normal ones. We're continuing and hopefully, theoretically, maybe finishing these ones. Stream will probably once again start at noon, because I think we have 10 or 11 designs left to get through. So we should be able to round out all of them on Monday, theoretically. Then next week, we are going to be, let me even check my schedule. Next Friday, we are rescuing Incinda. We are doing a Vroid speed model-ish thing, so I can teach you how to use Vroid. We're gonna rescue Incinda, who was scammed by a 3D modeler, so we're going to see if we can provide Incinda something nice to work from on Friday. What am I doing on Thursday? I think it hasn't been fully decided, but from what I think, what it looks like, I think we're going to be critiquing Arknight's designs, a couple of them, on Thursday. Arknights does appear right now to be leading the polls for Thursday critiques. So finally getting to Arknights. It's been a while. It's been suggested for a long time, so we will get there, but will be a fun week. I'm looking forward to it. So next week will be back to normal. We've had some abnormal things going on this week. Very abnormal. Next week, a little more normal. Yeah. Start making the Dislight resource in case. Dislight will probably be next. Dislight is in second everywhere. So Dislight after we do Arknights is, you know, you can probably assume Dislight in like a month from now, maybe. EG always abnormal. Thanks. I don't want to be normal. What do they say? Normal people scare me. No, I'm not quoting that one, but I'd rather not be normal. I like being the way I am, which is just a silly little guy on the internet. It's me playing with my headphones also. Yeah. There's also a lot of characters in Arknights, so wish me luck picking any of them out. If any of you Shroomates are especially into Arknights and want to help me out, let me know. I'm doing all the research I can while I'm away this week, at the end of this week, but there's a lot to tackle. A lot of boats, apparently, so we'll see. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you guys for all of your lovely support. Thank you for all your fantastic ideas, as always. Shroomates, better together. The shroom hive mind, the mycelium hive mind, functioning fantastically. And thank you guys for donating to charity. We've had a good little charity week here. I'm proud of us. We did good. Yeah, thank you. So, YouTube Shroomates, I will say shroom you later because I am incapable of sending you anywhere. But I appreciate you hanging out with me this whole time. Bye. Now for Twitch,